Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. An old question, a new answer. Yagi Toshinori, the symbol of peace, looks at the boy on the rooftop in front of him. A boy who just wants to save others. A boy without a quirk. A scrawny, untrained twig of a child. And Toshinori sees himself. He thinks back to his childhood, the pitying glances he received and the laughter that accompanied discussion of his heroic aspirations. He thinks of how he never could have become a hero until Shimura Nana took a chance on him and offered him a sacred torch. He thinks of the monster who tore out his stomach and lung, of the gnarled flesh stretching across his side, where he lifted his shirt to show the boy. And Toshinori knows what he should say. Without power can one become a hero? No, I should think not. It dies on his tongue. Minutes ago, he had seen the boy's tattered notebook, "Hero Analysis for My Future," scrawled on the cover. He had gone to sign it while waiting for the boy to awaken when the contents caught his eye. Each page detailed a hero, their quirk, fighting style, costume, equipment, everything you could possibly analyze. As All Might, Toshinori never needed much help with analysis. Few villains could rival One for All. Even so, Toshinori had seen the work of analysts before. Toshinori trained his body to compensate for his lack of quirk, a choice that served him well when he received One for All. This boy clearly trained his mind. Were the boy a few years older, his work would be called unfocused and amateurish, but for an untaught middle schooler it was highly impressive. Untaught? Here, thinks Toshinori. Don't I still have some paperwork to fill out with Nedzu about my upcoming employment? Perhaps he would be interested. My boy, he says, what is your name? The boy's green eyes dart up to meet Toshinori's for a moment before darting away. It's, Midoriya Izuku. Young Midoriya's knuckles are white in his lap. Young Midoriya, you can be a hero. It's a short, simple phrase. It's all Toshinori wanted to hear growing up. And, seeing the tears flowing freely from the crouched child in front of him, he is not alone in that longing. Please, All Might, the boy chokes out. Don't lie to me. Please, tell me you mean it. Young Midoriya pulls his head up to look at him. Please don't just say what I want to hear. And doesn't that break Toshinori's jaded heart? Has the world grown so cruel that a child would think having his dream reaffirmed was a mere platitude? What symbol of peace allowed such a world? I mean what I say, young Midoriya. You said you wish to be a hero like me, who saves everyone with a fearless smile. Toshinori pauses. And you are mistaken. On 2 counts. He kneels in front of young Midoriya. The reason I smile as All Might is to stave off the overwhelming fear that comes with being a hero. You're afraid. Always, Toshinori nods. If not for myself, then for the civilians whose lives are in peril. Heroes risk their lives every day. My smile is not fearless at all, young Midoriya. But it is reassuring all the same, don't you think? He grins at the boy to prove his point, and despite being in his emaciated civilian form, it seems to cheer young Midoriya enough for him to return a wobbly smile of his own. And the other thing. You should not be a hero like me. Young Midoriya gasps inaudibly. Shakingly, the boy stands. I see, thank you, All Might. Young Midoriya turns to the door leading inside the building. Toshinori sighs quietly, ignoring the taste of BLD. It would seem he was not delicate enough. The scorch marks and waterlogging on young Midoriya's prized notebook tell an unpleasant tale, and his reaction to reassurance wasn't much better. You should be a hero like you. Young Midoriya whirls so fast, he nearly falls over. Toshinori holds in a chuckle. Think of the other heroes, my boy. Is Endeavor a hero like me? Is Hawks? Best Jeanist, perhaps. He walks to the trembling young man and gently squeezes his shoulder. No 2 heroes are alike. Do not think that being a hero means you must be the next me. Not that being me was enough against All for One. Being the #1 hero has put me on a pedestal. I am still but a man, young Midoriya. Learn from me, take inspiration from me by all means. But do not try to be me. You will be a much greater hero as yourself than as an imitation. Young Midoriya's whole body is racked by his sobbing. Toshinori gently pulls the boy in, rubs circles on his back, lets him clutch at his chest and tuck his face into his oversized shirt. Young Midoriya's breath hitches, but his eyes have dried. Toshinori's gentle reassurances have done their job, and he pushes himself away from the hero. "I'm sorry about your shirt," he mumbles, wiping his face. Toshinori chuckles. "Nonsense, my boy. What hero would I be if I could not comfort a child in front of me?" He gives the boy a soft smile. This boy said himself that he wants to save others because he's picked on by his peers. He called saving others the greatest thing someone could do. And he was denied because he wasn't born right. Such pointless cruelty, hurting this boy for wanting to help others. Toshinori Yagi, the symbol of peace, thinks, but he won't be hurt again. Because I am here. Izuku walks home in a daze. He clutches his phone so tightly his knuckles are white, his vision focused on the screen where All Might is written above a phone number in his contact list. Holy SHT. Not only did the All Might tell him that he could be a hero, but he complimented Izuku's analysis hobby. And he was apparently going to talk to Nedzu, the principal of his dream school, about it. And then exchanged numbers so he could schedule a meeting. Izuku had to be dreaming. He never woke up after the sludge villain nearly drowned him. There's no other explanation. A low booming sound drags him out of his thoughts. He pales. Izuku knows that sound well. Kaken. Izuku darts down the street towards the explosions, turning a corner and nearly running smack into a crowd of gawking civilians. Izuku spots Mount Lady at the back. She can't control her gigantification. Enough to get through the buildings. Is that a limit of her quirk or her training? A pro-hero whose weakness was allies. Incredible. He weaves through to find Kamu Woods and Death Arms keeping civilians away from No, it can't be. Izuku instinctively covers his mouth, the feeling of suffocation fresh in his mind. Because the sludge villain that nearly killed him not an hour before is right there. And now he has Kaken. And while the feeling may not be mutual, he certainly doesn't want Kaken to die. This is my fault, Izuku says to himself. If I hadn't grabbed him, if I hadn't needed to ask, if I hadn't wasted his time, he said you could be a hero. Well, with the heroes on site as a comparison, it didn't seem that hard. Put on a costume and stand around doing nothing. Not the time, Izuku. Focus. What does he have on him? His pens would make for a weapon in a pinch. He could throw his bag or notebooks, but blunt force won't do much to the villain's body. Only the teeth and eyes look solid. Here. That's an idea. Okay. This is the dumbest thing he'll ever do. My smile is not fearless at all. Izuku smiles. He pushes past the crowd, ignoring the heroes yelling at him, yanks his bag off his back and hurriedly reaches around the front pocket for his pen. Izuku doubted he would get more than one shot at this, so he'd have to be closer. He was still 20 steps away. It's that kid, the villain spits. 10 steps. Deku. 5 steps. Now. Izuku flings the pen directly at the villain's exposed, solid eye peering out from above Kaken's ear. The villain roars and Izuku grabs Kaken as the slime recedes. We're clear, he yells, dragging a sputtering Kaken off to the side. Izuku glances back in time to see Kamu Wood's preemptive binding, lacquered chain prison create a wooden cocoon around the villain. TCH. That won't hold the BS with a body like that. Kaken glares past Izuku for once. He can't fit his eyes or teeth through, though, Izuku mumbles, more out of habit than a longing to contradict the explosive blonde. Kaken scoffs but doesn't dispute him. The two sit there in silence until the paramedics arrive to check on them. There was absolutely no need for you to put yourself in danger. Death Arms rants. Yesterday, Izuku would have apologized for getting in their way. Today, All Might told him he could be a hero. He watched as a gang of pro-heroes sat on their hands, and his adrenaline high hasn't waned yet. You're right, Izuku says, voice ice cold and stutter-free. I shouldn't have had to run in there at all. He narrows his eyebrows at the strong-armed hero. I threw a pen at the villain's eye. Why didn't you? There's enough rubble to use lying around. He turns to Kamu Woods. Why didn't such an up-and-coming hero think to move around the villain to where 𝐭𝐽𝐻 wasn't exploding? Or come from above? You could have pulled him out easily. Backdraft, putting out the fires didn't matter because 𝐭𝐽𝐻 was making more. You should have focused on the villain to prevent more fires in the long run. Izuku sighs. He dusts off his breathes as he stands, unable to see the look on 𝐭𝐽𝐻's face. Mount Lady, if your quirk makes you too big to maneuver in streets like this, you should have learned how to evacuate citizens at your normal size. Izuku walks past them to where the paramedics are checking on 𝐭𝐽𝐻 to make sure nothing got in his lungs. Where are you going, kid? Death Arms says. Seeing as this villain nearly drowned me, like, half an hour ago. I'm getting myself checked out. Izuku is too busy shooting a glance at the heroes and misses 𝐭𝐽𝐻 JRK at his words. Well, the paramedics think he'll be fine. Nothing got in either of their lungs, thank God. They gave him some antibiotics to be safe and told him to go to a hospital if he got sick. At least someone there was competent. So, for the third time today, Izuku is on his way home. Maybe this time he'll actually get there without, hey, Deku. God. Thing. DM that BSTRD. He really attacked you too? 𝐭𝐽𝐻 asks. Well, that's not what Izuku was expecting. Yeah, Izuku says slowly. Jumped me under a bridge. All a hero saved me. It's probably for the best that 𝐭𝐽𝐻 never find out he met All Might. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 scoffs. I never asked for your help. I could have beaten him. There it is. Izuku was worried the villain had actually taken 𝐭𝐽𝐻's body and was trying to act friendly as cover there for a moment. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 spins on his heel. At least you didn't get in the way. Shitty nerd. Probably the closest thing Izuku was going to get to a glad you didn't die after I told you to fling yourself off our school, so he'd take it. Izuku watches 𝐭𝐽𝐻 storm off until he turns a corner and goes out of sight. Spirited, young man, says a familiar voice behind Izuku. He turns to see All Might in his emaciated form. Izuku straightens, then bows. I'm sorry, he says. If I hadn't grabbed you earlier, the villain never would have, and he got 𝐭𝐽𝐻 and I-no, says All Might sharply. He takes a breath and starts again, gentler. I was careless. I was too focused on my time limit instead of securing the villain. Even if you hadn't hitched a ride, I would likely still have dropped the bottle. As I said, my boy, I am only human. Izuku flails his arms, trying to think of a rebuttal because there's no way All Might made such a serious mistake. All Might raises a hand to stop him. I was in the crowd, you know. My time limit was up, so I didn't act even though I told you pro heroes risk their lives every day. I'm just as bad as those heroes you chastised earlier. Oh my God, I told off heroes on live TV, Izuku mutters. All Might laughs, but there's no malice. Most of the top heroes show signs of greatness, even as children. Many of them claim that their bodies simply moved before they could think. That's what happened to you back there, yes? Izuku shakes his head rapidly. Actually, I was thinking. About what you said on the roof. About how your smile wasn't fearless. How you liked my analysis hobby. So I smiled and tried to analyze the situation. Izuku clenches his fists. And quirkless me saved someone's life. Today I wasn't a weak, worthless, pathetic, Deku. I was a hero. He beams at All Might even through his tears. All Might smiles back. You certainly were, my boy. Toshinori would offer him one for all. But not now. Not when this clearly means so much. Anyone who knew the Midoriyas knew that crying ran in the family, so it comes as no surprise to Izuku when his mother bursts into tears at the sight of him. He reassures her that he really is fine, going over what the paramedics instructed him for if he got sick. His mother listens along and suggests he stay home from school tomorrow. Izuku doesn't need any convincing. Today has been exhausting, physically and emotionally. They sit down to dinner about an hour after he came home, and Izuku feels collected enough to talk about what happened. I met All Might today, he takes a bite of katsudon. His mother's eyes widen. I didn't see him on the news. It was before the villain got Kaken. He attacked me first. Seeing his mother's alarm, Izuku flailed his arms in a vain effort to wave off her worries. It's fine. All Might saved me before anything could happen. It wasn't fine. He'd blacked out, and that could have been bad. But his mother didn't need to know that. He said I could be a hero. Of course he did. Izuku's mother smiles sweetly. How could anyone think otherwise? She ruffles Izuku's wild green hair. You're smart and kind. Of course he saw your potential. Izuku beams. He wants me to meet Nedzu, the principal of UA. Izuku hums in agreement. He thinks he'll like my analysis. And isn't that a wild thought? All Might was impressed with his little hobby and thinks the world's smartest stoat. Ferret, badger, person would be too. Surely, he couldn't be that impressive. After all, everyone at school just calls it creepy and useless. Like him. His mother must notice something from his spiraling thoughts, because she gently runs a hand down his face and pulls him back to the present. Your mind has always been your greatest weapon, Izuku. All Might has the experience to recognize it for what it is. And I'm certain Nedzu will see it too. The corners of her mouth pull a little further up her face. Do you have a time when you're supposed to meet him? Izuku shakes his head. All Might has my number though, he promised to let me know soon. The door to Nedzu's office opens just as Toshinori raised his hand to knock, as always. He flicks his eyes down to meet the gleaming eyes of the suit-wearing animal. What a pleasant surprise, All Might, says Principal Nedzu. I expected you to put off your paperwork for another few months. Toshinori laughs awkwardly. So did I, to be honest. Nedzu waves him in, a cup of tea sitting at the empty seat across from Nedzu's chair. Toshinori sits and cradles the teacup in his hands. Across the desk, Nedzu happily sips from his own cup, ensuring the silence went on just long enough to be uncomfortable. I actually wanted to discuss something with you. Toshinori breaks the silence. The young boy you've chosen as your successor, yes. Nedzu grins. His reputation preceded him, and yet Toshinori is always surprised by just how much he knows. Nedzu opens a file sitting out, and Toshinori recognizes the picture of young Midoriya on the first page. With his school uniform on, finding his information was child's play. Let's see. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Age 13. These records are from the end of last year, of course. Quirk, none. If he takes one for all, we'll have to change that at some point, but I can handle that paperwork. Nedzu looks up. I must admit, All Might, I have some concerns. That was news to Toshinori. Oh. Yes, look here. Nedzu flips a few pages ahead and spins the file around so Toshinori can read it. His grades are listed as being only average, and he is reported as having invented stories about his classmates for the purpose of getting them into trouble. Alarming, to say the least. Toshinori silently pored over the teacher's comments. Disruptive. Inattentive. Jealous of his peers. Middling grades in math and science. None of this sounded like the kind boy he met on the rooftop, the boy with a book filled with detailed quirk analysis. Actually, Nedzu, this may relate to what I wanted to speak to you about. Nedzu sips his tea while motioning for Toshinori to continue. He told me that he was often bullied, and he had a notebook titled something along the lines of Hero Analysis for My Future. It was clear he cared a great deal for the book, and yet it was burned and waterlogged. Nedzu set down his teacup. Burns, you say? Nedzu closes his eyes and hums. That notebook is why I wanted to see you, Toshinori explains. I had the chance to look through it. His analysis is remarkable. It's clear he's not been taught, but his insight and observations are impressive. So, you've chosen an intelligent young man, whose bravery we have on record. Nedzu tilts his head. What is this really about, All Might? He asked me if he could be a hero without a quirk. Having seen his analysis, I said yes. At the time, I had not chosen him to inherit one for all. I thought then that it might be beneficial to see if you would be able to help him with his analysis. And now? He said something concerning when I spoke to him after the incident. He said that he wasn't a weak, worthless Deku, or something along those lines. Nedzu climbs onto the desk and begins pacing, a paw to his chin. So, we can surmise that Midoriya is likely being bullied by his peers, who are not afraid to use their quirks in spite of our public quirk use laws, and his teachers are not only turning a blind eye but actively sabotaging Midoriya as well. He stops and turns his head to look Toshinori dead in the eye. I believe it would be best to speak with Midoriya myself. If these analyses of his are as impressive as you say, I am certain I'll find a way to help him grow. And I can take the opportunity to ask him about Old Dera Middle, in case our fears are unfounded. Nedzu pauses for a moment. Did you offer him one for all yet? I planned to, right after he saved his classmate. When I caught up to him, he took great pride in being able to save the other boy without a quirk. I didn't want to imply that his achievement was lesser because of his quirk status. That may have been wiser than you know, Yagi. Nedzu's concerned frown rises into a faux cheerful grin. But this probably negligent to abusive school is a problem for later. While you're here, you can finish your employment paperwork. Toshinori stifles a groan. Izuku stands awestruck outside the gates to UA High School. The main building dwarfs his apartment easily. 4 massive towers, one for heroics, support, management, and general education, connected to each other through sky bridges about halfway up. The result looks like an English letter H from every cardinal direction. This is his dream school. Now that Izuku thinks about it, it's also the only school he's planning on attending. Might be a good idea to have some backup schools when they reject him. Don't think like that, Izuku. You will get into UA. All Might said he could be a hero, and Izuku believes him. It certainly is bigger in person, his mother says. Izuku is glad she's here. Just her presence sets him more at ease. You get used to it after a while, drawls a tired voice. Izuku jumps. Standing just inside the gate is a tired-looking man with unkempt black hair and dark, baggy clothes. A white scarf is loosely draped around his shoulders. An underground hero then. He seems familiar but I don't recognize him. Midoriya, Inko and Izuku, yes. Not waiting for confirmation, he pulls out a set of plastic cards and holds them out for the Midoriyas to take. Guest passes. Izuku looks over the pass as he and his mother follow the hero into UA Holy SHD. Izuku knows, logically, that there won't be many people here on Sunday, the one day UA takes off, but the halls still feel empty. At least it makes it easier to look around. The hero leads them through the winding hallways to Nedzu's office. The rat's waiting for you, the hero says, gesturing to the imposing office door. Thank you for taking care of us. Izuku's mother bows, and Izuku follows suit. The hero huffs. It was only logical, Mrs. Midoriya. The man nods, then turns and walks purposefully down the hallway. Izuku takes a breath and raises his hand to knock. The door swings open before his knuckles connect, and both Midoriyas stumble back in surprise. Not immediately seeing anyone, Izuku looks down and sees a grinning white animal in a suit. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? It doesn't matter, what's important is that I'm the principal. Nedzu stands aside and holds the door open, gesturing. Would you two care for tea? That would be wonderful, thank you, says Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku's ramblings about heroes with non-traditional quirks had well prepared her to see the intelligent animal. Izuku follows her into the room, taking stock of Nedzu's bookshelves and framed awards. The principal shuttled Izuku and his mother towards his desk, where 2 chairs sat across from Nedzu's own. As they took their seats, Izuku and Inko graciously accepted their teacups from the principal. From how warm it was, Izuku suspected it was fresh, though he didn't see where Nedzu had prepared it. The person in question simply sipped his tea. All Might spoke highly of your analysis for the future notebook. May I, he asks. Izuku pulls the battered notebook out and placed it in Nedzu's expectant paw. Nedzu handles the book carefully, his eyes dart around the page. I'm sure he was just being polite, Izuku mumbles. It's just a hobby, so I'm not that good. On the contrary, the fact that this is merely a hobby makes it all the more impressive, Nedzu says. It's certainly not professional grade, but I've seen third-year support students with inferior analyses after being taught the subject. Might I inquire as to what happened to this notebook? Izuku looks anywhere but at the principal in front of him. Sometimes my classmates, like to test out their quirks. They're not being disruptive, you know. So, it's fine. Izuku sees his mother frowning out of the corner of his eye. And, sometimes people's stuff gets a bit roughed up. Nedzu hums but doesn't press. Instead, he glances up at Izuku's face and tilts his head slightly. What made you so interested in quirk analysis? Well, Izuku fidgets, since I'll never get a quirk of my own. I thought I could make up for it by learning from, how pro heroes use their quirks. He's always been fascinated by quirks, Inko adds. Even before the doctor told us he was quirkless, he was always interested in just how they worked. Nedzu nods. Curiosity is a great thing. And you aren't wrong about learning from how established pro heroes operate. It would certainly be among the subjects I would like to teach you. A moment passes before the words process. Pardon. Izuku sputters, his eyes flick to his mother's equally shocked face. I am offering to tutor you in preparation for the UA entrance exams in just under a year. I appreciate the offer, Nedzu, sir, but I can't believe you'd. Izuku tries to find the words. I believe my son wants to know why you're offering this to him, specifically. God bless his mother. Nedzu closes the book and hands it back to Izuku. When All Might told me about your notebooks, it piqued my interest, I'll admit, but it was meeting you today that cemented the decision in my mind. Nedzu clambers onto the desk and walks over to Izuku. To be honest, it is because you remind me a lot of myself and my students. You are driven, intelligent, and observant. But you are also unsure of yourself. Afraid. I became principal of a hero school to help children who felt that way. So, I am offering to help you. Nedzu tilts his head. The choice is of course yours. Izuku can practically feel his brain rebooting. Before his anxiety gets the chance to overwhelm him, he spins to his mother. Mom, I want to do this. What will you be teaching him? His mother asks. He probably should have asked that himself. Nedzu smiles slightly. I would like to help nurture his analytical skills. Additionally, one of our heroics teachers is currently bereft of classes and would be capable of physical training. Aizawa Shouter, you met him at the gate. The man in the baggy clothes. I will also be covering the general courses, such as math, English, Japanese, and science. Not enough to replace his current schooling, merely extra reinforcement. His mother nods. Then we accept. Excellent. Now, would you be able to continue meeting on Sundays? What did you think of him? Nedzu asks when Shouter returns from scooting the Midoriya's back out. Shouter sighs internally. He knew there was a reason the rat wanted him specifically to be their guide. What he hadn't anticipated was that Nedzu wanted his observational skills as an underground hero. He turns to the principal. He's a bundle of anxiety. Jumped much more than he should have when I startled him, and he watched my movements the whole way here and back. He pinches his nose. What's really worrying is on the way here I saw him cataloging exits along the way. Doors, stairs, even windows. I'm not even sure he knew he was doing it. Nedzu nods, expression grim. Worse than I thought. I knew he had little trust for authority figures, but to treat you as an active threat speaks volumes about the level of care shown to him at Aldera Junior High. Especially given something he said about quirk usage. To most people, Nedzu would look unfazed, but Shouter had worked here for a while, and been a student here before that. He could see the subtle tension in the principal that indicated he was angry about something. Oh! He said that his classmates would use their quirks, implying the teachers would allow it if it wasn't disruptive. Shouter's eyes widen at this. He's been an underground hero long enough to read between the lines. From how Nedzu's acting, he wonders just how extreme a student would have to act before it was called disruptive. That's highly illegal, he says. Illogical as our quirk restrictions are in some places, they are still law. You want me to schedule a meeting with the principal? No, Nedzu turns to face Shouter, and his eyes bore into the underground hero. I don't want to warn them that a hero is suspicious of them. Drop in unannounced sometime this week. Oh, that wasn't good. You think they are destroying evidence? It's not a question. I want my bases covered, his boss responds coolly. Nedzu takes a moment to collect himself, and 𝐿𝐴 has worked here long enough to recognize he has been dismissed. That's fine. He has some research on 𝐿𝐴 to prepare. 𝐿𝐴 already feels the headache coming on. He'd started looking into the 𝐿𝐴 school district later that same evening, and his results already disturbed him. The 𝐿𝐴 district lauded alumni with high potential. Anyone with a brain could tell what they actually meant was with powerful quirks. Worse, some of these children the school was so set on promoting had only graduated from elementary school. Alarm bells ring in 𝐿𝐴's head. Ah yes, the age-old interview question, where did you go to elementary school? They're clearly responsible for how successful you've become. Further digging have revealed most of these high-potential students had average grades at best. 𝐿𝐴 reclines in his chair with a long-suffering groan. This is going to be a long day. Several hours later, 𝐿𝐴 had a strong base for the investigation. Nothing deeming, but he certainly had enough to investigate officially. The advertised high potentials gave full names and pictures, so finding where they ended up was far from the hardest thing 𝐿𝐴 had done. Several of them had ended up outside the 𝐿𝐴 school district for high school, some going into private schools. When he called those places to ask for more information, it turned out these students were highly memorable. It's not very common for a promising student to arrive acting like a self-entitled delinquent. A few teachers even reported suspending 𝐿𝐴 students within their first day. Some potential. Here. Why didn't any of these teachers notice something was wrong with the students from 𝐿𝐴 specifically? As it turns out, they did. Hard to miss, really. But anytime one of these schools reported their concerns, the investigation would drop in a few days. One of the schools even offered a public apology. If that didn't just scream blackmail, then 𝐿𝐴 needed to find a new career path. How the hell did this random school district have the power to threaten other school districts into silence? 𝐿𝐴 leans back in his chair, pinching his nose, and sighs. Nedzu hadn't told him much about the Midoriya boy that caught his interest, but he could read between the lines. The rat had been suspicious of the 𝐿𝐴 district even before his report on the boy's behavior. That the kid thought a pro-hero, or at least someone who works with pro-heroes, since he wouldn't have recognized an underground hero, would be a threat to him spoke volumes. The kid clearly doesn't have a strong quirk that 𝐿𝐴 bends over backwards for. 𝐿𝐴 sends the rat an email compiling everything he found. Nedzu has more resources to investigate how 𝐿𝐴 silences complaints. 𝐿𝐴 looks at the clock and groans. It's almost time for his patrol. The rat told him to drop in unannounced sometime this week, and 𝐿𝐴 suspected the sooner the better. Tomorrow he would be giving this junior high a personal visit. 𝐿𝐴 wasn't totally sure what he expected 𝐿𝐴 junior high to look like. Shiny and modern, showcasing the wealth that allowed it to silence other schools. Dilapidated and decrepit like the morals of everyone who worked there. That's not fair. The janitors are probably okay. Probably. If he were being honest though, 𝐿𝐴 should have expected it to look like it did. Totally average in every way. Brick and plaster outer gate, steel and concrete main building. 4 stories, clock on the front. If someone asked 𝐿𝐴 to describe the most stereotypical school he could, it would probably look like this. Can I help you? The receptionist, a well-dressed young man, looks up from his computer screen. Wordlessly, 𝐿𝐴 pulls out his hero license and shows it to him. The receptionist pales. Aizawa 𝐿𝐴. I'm a teacher at UA. 𝐿𝐴 drawls. I'm here on behalf of our principal regarding potential future students. I'd like to speak with the principal here and possibly observe some classes. If he frames this right, he'll probably get them to incriminate themselves for him. As if to prove his point, color immediately returns to the receptionist's face. Of course. I'll let Principal 𝐒𝐴 know. He pushes a button on the landline phone dock and speaks into the mic, explaining 𝐿𝐴's purpose for coming. 𝐿𝐴 hears this Principal 𝐒𝐴 respond through the phone speaker. The receptionist looks up at him. Go right in. 𝐿𝐴 grunts and obliges. Principal 𝐒𝐴 sits at his desk. 𝐿�A's first impression of him is sharp. His face is angular, his suit fitted. his grin confident but not reaching his eyes, which are narrow. "I hear you're looking for potential students," the principal says. 𝐿𝐴 nods. "On behalf of the principal of UA." "Yes, I'm not surprised. Bakugu's such a promising student, I expected UA to notice him." 𝐿𝐴 stays quiet. The easiest way to get information out of someone like this is to let them run with their own assumptions and not interject, forcing them to continue the conversation themselves. It only takes a few seconds for 𝐼𝐴 to break. "Bakugo Katsuki, yes. He has the best grades in the 3rd year. Not to mention his quirk. It's perfect for heroism." 𝐿𝐴's eyes narrow. With Bakugo's talents, it's only natural he would be scouted early by UA. "Could you go back a moment?" 𝐿𝐴 says coolly. "What's this about Bakugo's quirk?" "It's strong, possibly the strongest quirk any student in the 𝐒𝐿𝐵 district has ever had. It's called explosions. It allows him to ignite his nitroglycerine sweat by generating sparks in his palms. That sure sounded safe to use around other people." 𝐼𝐴 leans forward in his chair, resting his elbows on the desk. "And his control is impeccable, Mr. Aizawa. He can determine the exact size of the blast, from a small pop to a bigger burst. You've seen this control. We at 𝐒𝐿𝐵 believe that every ability one possesses could be critical to one's future. To stunt such growth would be absurd. You encourage quirk usage amongst the students. So long as it isn't disruptive, I don't see the harm." "The harm, sir," 𝐿𝐴 says, "is that you just confessed to encouraging students to illegally use their quirks without proper public use permission." 𝐼𝐴's confident grin wavers. His hand clenched together, and 𝐿𝐴 can see the knuckles whiten. 𝐼𝐴 opens and closes his mouth a few times as he thinks of a response. 𝐿𝐴 waits for about 5 seconds before putting him out of his misery. "I must not have been clear earlier," 𝐿𝐴 pointedly ignores that he did so intentionally. "I'm here on behalf of Principal Nedzu because he has taken a personal interest in one of your students. And in his interactions with this student, he has come to believe that this school district is actively engaging in criminal negligence or abuse, as well as encouraging illegal quirk usage." 𝐿𝐴 smiles. It is not a kind smile. "I am here to see if these concerns have any merit. Clearly, they do. Now, just a minute here, Aizawa. You've already wasted enough time with this farce. As a pro-hero, who is part of an active investigation, I am demanding you hand over your archived security footage as evidence. Failure to comply will result in charges of interfering with an investigation and open you and the school to public scrutiny." 𝐿𝐴 pps his head and glares. "More so than you are already, I mean." 𝐿𝐴 steps directly in front of the principal's desk and leans down to be at eye level. 𝐼𝐴 ball his fists tight enough that 𝐿𝐴 thinks he can hear the muscles strain. The principal's body trembles, and he bites his lip. His eyes flicker around the room, avoiding the pro-hero. Probably trying to find a way out of this. Eventually, 𝐼𝐴 slumps back in his chair. "Fine," the principal spits. He turns to his computer and types away, pulling up a folder filled with video files. "Allow me." 𝐿𝐴 retrieves a USB drive from his belt. 𝐼𝐴 hesitates, then moves aside and lets 𝐿𝐴 plug in the drive. 𝐿𝐴 wonders briefly whether the rat put some kind of virus on this flash drive to give himself a backdoor into 𝐒𝐿𝐵's network before deciding that he wouldn't need one. Once the process finishes, 𝐿𝐴 removes and pockets the drive once again. He can see himself out. Neither he nor the principal bother saying goodbye. Nedzu is a MSTR at recognizing patterns, and he does not like the pattern he found. Every investigation into 𝐒𝐿𝐵, which Aizawa already warned him had all been dropped, had officially been settled out of court. What concerns Nedzu is the law firm representing the 𝐒𝐿𝐵 district. Most of their clients were large corporations, like Feel Good Incorporated. How did a relatively small school district afford such good lawyers? No wonder none of the other schools had been able to touch 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Nedzu's phone lights up with an incoming call. Aizawa. Interesting. He must have decided to have his personal meeting as soon as he could. He confessed to the illegal quirk use on his own, Aizawa says as soon as Nedzu answers. Was proud of it, even. Excellent. Anything else to report? They are grooming some hero hopeful named Bakugo Katsuki. If he tries out for UA, keep a close eye on him. Also grabbed their security footage archive. Thought you might be interested. Nedzu cackles. What would he do without such competent humans willing to aid him in the destruction of incompetent establishments? It's about 10 minutes after the bell, and Katsuki just wants to go home. It's Monday, his first day back after the villain attacked him. Spending the day with shitty teachers who can't teach him jack, surrounded by his cowardly lackeys who left him to the slime BSE, and worst of all Deku. Really things scared. Katsuki took out some of his frustration on the shitty nerd and ended up falling behind all the other students who left for the day. He walks outside, seeing some homeless-looking guy standing on the path, a hand to his ear. He's talking to himself too. Crazy homeless people. Move it, hobo, he grumbles, shoving his way past the unkempt guy. Kaken. He's a pro hero. Deku, leave me alone would you? Wait, pro hero. Katsuki does a double take. The guy's in all black, baggy clothes. His hair is a mess, and it doesn't look like he's slept since before Katsuki was born. Though now Katsuki can see he was using an earpiece. Here. You don't look like any hero I know. The hobo has the audacity to rolls his eyes at Katsuki. I'm an underground hero. I'm not supposed to be well known. TCH. What's the point of that? If you're gonna be a hero, why bother if everyone doesn't know you're the best? He turns to stomp off home. Saving lives. Katsuki pauses mid-step. The point, kid, is saving lives. I don't give a DMN about the rankings. I could be the #1 hero in Japan, but it wouldn't make me better at my job. The hobo turns his back to Katsuki and addresses Deku. The rat's looking forward to your next talk. Deku perks up. Oh, Nedzu. I'm excited too. He beams like he didn't just suggest he knew the principle of UA. BSDRD's been holding out on him. Laughing behind his back about all the heroes he apparently knows. Katsuki snarls. You actually acting all superior to me in class and now I find out you know heroes and didn't tell me. Deku sputters. Acting superior. Kaken what are you talking? Katsuki fires a weak explosion to cut him off. Don't play dumb UBSTRD. All this talk of being a quirkless hero, like you don't even need a quirk to surpass me. Kaken, Deku says slowly, brow furrowed, are you an idiot? Deku blanches when he realizes what he said, but all Katsuki sees is red. He screams and launches himself at Deku. Something pulls him back. Hard. He hits the ground tangled in that hobo's scarf. He tries to blast the DMN thing, but his palms don't spark. Stop using your quirk, kid. You're giving me dry eye, the hobo drawls. What the hell does that mean? Illegal quirk use and attempted assault right in front of a pro hero. Your Eraserhead. Deku exhales, his eyes shining. FS sake, of course the nerd knows who this loser is. You disable the quirk factor of whoever you're looking at. That explains why his explosions aren't working right now. The dry eye too, if Katsuki had to guess. The hell's your problem, but? He's a quirkless Deku. Who gives a SHT? Wrong answer, apparently, as the DMN scarf constricts. Deku, you keep calling him that. What do you mean? Short for Dekunabu, can't do anything, because he can't. Deku flinches, and Katsuki smirks in momentary satisfaction. I give a SHT, Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki stops struggling in the scarf at the sound of his full name. I am here on behalf of Principal Nedzu of UA to investigate Aldera for encouraging illegal quirk use. It seems they've also encouraged you to make a pariah of Midoriya. The scarf pulls Katsuki up, dangling him in front of the hobo, who Katsuki can now see has glowing eyes and floating hair. Do you know why he sent me? The hobo doesn't wait for an answer. I'm a teacher at UA. I expelled my entire class this year because they have no potential for heroics. And from what I've seen, neither do you. Katsuki scoffs. Of course he has potential. His quirk is perfect. Dumbass is just jealous because his quirk only cancels others instead of letting him do things. Deku says and Katsuki rolls his eyes. Eraserhead sir. What you mentioned illegal quirk use. Isn't, I thought they weren't being disruptive. Midoriya, he destroyed your property and just tried to attack you. Sure, talk about Katsuki like he's not here. That's fine. But it's fine. Deku says, scrunching his eyebrows. I'm quirkless. The hobo pinches his nose. It's not fine, he says. You shouldn't be treated that way. And I have enough evidence from today alone to get this school shut down for negligence and abuse, and hopefully the rest of the Aldera district. Deku blanches and for once Katsuki doesn't blame him. Negligence and abuse. The F, but don't you have homework from the rat? Deku stiffens. He dashes past, waving. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa, I have to get home. Katsuki clicks his tongue as he watches him disappear through the gate. I heard you want to be a hero, the hobo says after several seconds of silence. I will be a hero. The best. It's a vow he made over 10 years ago and he'll well keep it. Then you'll be delighted to hear that I've decided not to blacklist you from every hero school in the country. The hobo's eyes bore into Katsuki. But only because it's clear this place has taught you to act like this. I sincerely hope that in the next 10 months you'll have cleaned up your act. His scarf unwarps around Katsuki, and he drops to the ground. Katsuki stands up, adjusting his bag, and sets off home, ignoring the muttered problem children from the hero. The hobo doesn't know what he's talking about. Bakugo Katsuki will surpass All Might. Bakugo Katsuki will be the best. Ever since Aizawa brought him the files, Nedzu had been poring over the security footage. There was evidence, so much evidence that Nedzu could likely get Aldera Junior High shut down within the hour, but Nedzu would never settle for a small victory in this case. His fur bristles, his teacup rattling as his paw shakes. These monsters saw one of the most promising minds Nedzu had even had the pleasure of meeting and had the audacity to try and destroy him. Patience. Nedzu takes a deep breath. Anger will only make him sloppy. As frustrating as it is, Nedzu knows that this situation is delicate. If he acts carelessly, the Aldera district will burn the junior high to save the elementary and high school. He'll need a significant offense, preferably more than one, that would justify investigating the district itself and not the school. Criminals are much like bugs, Nedzu finds. The moment a threat presents itself, they scurry out of sight to continue another day. Nedzu will not give them that other day. Currently, the 47th clip of Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku played on his screen. And much like the previous 46 clips of these particular students, the moment Bakugo was anywhere near Midoriya, it ended. Nedzu's ears pull back, and his sharp teeth pull at his mouth. No one could deny that this footage was altered. But without the originals, Nedzu wouldn't be able to properly bring Bakugo to heel. It was, however, another nail in Aldera's sizable coffin. And oh, it has been so long since Nedzu was a grave digger. And how has your week been? Nedzu asks. It's Sunday again, which means it's time for Izuku's first official lessons with Nedzu. He can still hardly believe this is happening. Good. Izuku beams, before his face falls slightly, his brow furrowed. But it was weird, too. Nedzu pulls a fine portable chessboard out from under his desk and sets it on the table. How so, he asks, setting up the board. Izuku hums. Well, I saw Mr. Aizawa on Monday, and he said something about investigating the school for abuse. And for the rest of the week all the teachers seemed on edge. Why might that be? Nedzu places the last pawn into its starting position. Black or white? White, please. And, I guess, because they are worried about the investigation. But they didn't do anything, did they? Nedzu's ears flick. Izuku swallows and moves a pawn forward. Well, Midoriya, oftentimes innocent people are nervous around heroes and police during such investigations because they are afraid that they might be accused of some wrongdoing, whether warranted or not. Nedzu moves a pawn of his own. And of course, the guilty are nervous because they might be caught. Paradoxically, it can be more suspicious if a person doesn't seem anxious. That's why some people say liars don't look you in the eye, right? Izuku realizes the irony of this question since he himself is currently focusing on the board to avoid looking at Nedzu's face. Precisely. Although, as I have just alluded, there are many reasons an innocent person may be nervous. Now, back on topic, why do you think your teachers are afraid? Izuku places a thumb to his lip. Mr. Aizawa said that they were encouraging illegal quirk use, and that it wasn't okay even if it wasn't disruptive, even though I'm quirkless. And he also said something about abuse and neglect, so maybe that. But the teachers never hurt me, so maybe the neglect. But what could they have been doing that they weren't? They were teaching after all. Izuku misses Nedzu's ears flicking again. Maybe the quirk use and the neglect is related. Were they supposed to train quirk somehow? It is fascinating to hear your mind work. Nedzu smiles gently, well, as gently as an animal can smile. You say your teachers have never hurt you. Have they allowed you to come to harm? That's different though. Kaken's going to be a great hero, and he's just the quirkless kid with no future. It's not like Kaken ever interrupted class. Oh. Okay, so maybe Kaken interrupted class a few times. It's fine, his grades are good. He didn't need to pay attention. But the other students did. If they were struggling, and he took time away from the lecture. Have your teachers ever hurt you emotionally? Nedzu asks, moving his bishop to take Midoriya's rook. That doesn't count though. He should get over it. Yeah, they would call him out and say he was unrealistic and call him stupid or unevolved if he got an answer wrong, but he shouldn't let things like that get to him. And sure, the teacher called him out for planning to attend UA, then left him at Kaken's mercy, but he shouldn't be affected by that. Izuku blinks the wetness from his eyes and moves his knight to take Nedzu's bishop. Nedzu moves his rook down. Check, and, I do believe, mate, Nedzu says cheerily. Ah, Izuku sees it now. The bishop was a trap to draw his knight away from the king. You did wonderfully, though. I enjoyed myself. Izuku nods, hollow. He's not totally sure what he's feeling at the moment, but whatever it is, this loss is amplifying it. Midoriya, Nedzu begins softly. Your teachers at Aldera. They are wrong. You aren't stupid, you aren't some genetic freak to be scorned or mocked. And they aren't qualified to train quirks, nor are supposed to allow the usage of any quirk on campus. Izuku looks up at the principal's face. They have hurt you. And I'm so sorry for that. You don't deserve it. And Izuku can see it in his eyes. Nedzu means it. That's all it takes for him to break down into wailing sobs right there in Nedzu's office, with the principal patting his shoulder and telling him it's okay to feel. What did you learn from our game? Nedzu asks once Izuku has calmed down again and rehydrated. I lost focus on the greater picture, Izuku mumbles. I wanted to take your pieces instead of put you in checkmate. Nedzu nods. Self-reflection is good, Midoriya. Do not let it become self-flagellation. Would you like to know a simple trick to help you strategize in the future? Izuku nods, wiping his face with his palm. I ask myself, what is the single worst thing that my opponent could to do my plan, and then preempt that? What about the second worst thing? Izuku says, and Nedzu grins predatorially. It feels safe, for some reason, as though Nedzu is turning that grin against Izuku's enemies. You're learning. Nedzu cackles. Yes, you are left vulnerable to a suboptimal play by your opponent. But never assume your opponent will make a mistake. Capitalize on them should they appear, but always assume your opponent is doing exactly what they mean to do. And with experience, you will find you usually have everything you need should your opponent attack you in a different way than you were preparing for. Nedzu pushes his chair back, hops down, and walks around the desk to Izuku. Before we break for lunch, I have one more question for you. Aizawa informed me that the prevalent opinion at Aldera was that your quirk and your value to society were one and the same. Do you believe this is true? Izuku hesitates. They've said. He slumps in his chair. I can assure you, Midoriya, that this hostility to weak quirks, or in your case none at all, is unusual. Izuku snaps to attention. I have a personal interest in discrimination, as I'm sure you can imagine, so I took the liberty of researching many forms of it over the years. And what you've gone through is an extreme. It is. Nedzu nods solemnly. But know this. Whatever is causing this extremism amongst your teachers, I will find out. Nedzu smiles. I do believe it is time for lunch. After that, Aizawa will begin your physical training. Izuku gets lunch rush autograph that day. Izuku fidgets in place. His wearing workout clothes. Nedzu suggested he bring some, standing on the dirt field outside the physical education grounds on campus. Across from him is Eraserhead, or Mr. Aizawa as he requested to be addressed during training. Once you're done stretching, Mr. Aizawa says, I'll get a baseline for your capabilities. You'll be running through a handful of exercises like the ones you're supposed to do in your gym class. He's right. They are the exercises he's used to. 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, endurance run, seated toe touch, and sit-ups. Standard stuff really. Izuku puts his best effort into the exercises, but he doesn't feel terribly impressive with any of his scores except the distance run. Mr. Aizawa concurs. About below average to average on every test for your age group. Most hero hopefuls will have some level of physical training. If you don't want to be left behind, you'll need to do better than them. Izuku nods, wiping water from his bottle off his lips. Mr. Aizawa grins, his mouth stretching ear to ear. Luckily, 10 months should be plenty of time for you to build some good habits. Nedzu's already planning a daily workout routine for you to help get you in shape. We'll be doing these tests again every week, in addition to sparring. Now, how well can you throw a punch? Not very well, it turned out. At least he knew to keep his thumb outside his fist. It's a CYCL after a while. Mr. Aizawa orders him to attack in some way, watches Izuku screw it up, and corrects it. A tighter stance here. An arm turned wrong there. By the end of it, Izuku is exhausted but beaming. Mr. Aizawa grunts at the end of the drills. Good effort for a first-timer. We won't start sparring for a few weeks, but Nedzu is including drills like this in your daily exercises. You have potential. Don't waste it. Izuku doesn't remember the last time he's cried tears of joy so much in one day. Nedzu takes a brief glance away from his work to watch Aizawa demonstrate basic form to Midoriya. He'll have to let the young man know how impressed he is for being up to physical training after their emotionally draining chess time discussion. And after Midoriya's breakdown, Nedzu refuses to allow him back to Aldera. He will obliterate that disgrace of a school as soon as possible. It took him longer than he would like, but Nedzu has almost catalogued every instance of altered footage. Not all of it was as blatant as the removal of every interaction between Bakugo and Midoriya. Presumably, Nedzu reflects, that had been a rush job after Bakugo declared his intent to apply for UA. It was several months until those applications were due, but time always passes faster than you expect. They probably intended on doing a more thorough job later. Some edits were more subtle, shifting the camera's focus away from incidents of bullying, or moving to obscure that a teacher had been present. The altered footage alone should be enough to call in the Mustafa Department of Education, but Nedzu wants more. And, luckily, he has it. Aizawa's testimony, Nedzu snarls at the thought of calling that thing by the title of educator, on principal Origana, and the silenced complaints about the junior high, demonstrate that the problem can be traced to the higher administration of the Aldera district, who should have stepped in a long time ago. Nedzu sports a feral grin as he compiles the results of the investigation into an email to the Mustafa Department of Education. Nedzu would prefer if he could place a single phone call and have everyone involved thrown in Tartarus, but he'll have to settle for letting the Ministry of Education and the police handle it from here. And if he makes a few calls, cashes in a few favors, pulls a few strings to speed up their response, well, no one would ever trace it to him, anyway. It hurts more, Izuku thinks, now that he knows that what he's experiencing is wrong and that he doesn't deserve it. I've only spoken to Nedzu twice, but he's been nicer to me than every teacher I've had in the last decade. Combined. Not that that's a high bar or anything. Comparing learning from his school teachers to learning from Nedzu really emphasizes just how bad it is. Izuku wonders why he never noticed before. Izuku takes the best notes he can on Mr. Hoshiku's algebra equations on the board, considering that another student has been throwing paper ball at his head for the last half hour. Izuku's almost impressed by their perseverance. And at the very least they aren't exploding his desk. Now that he thinks about it, Kaken's been weirdly quiet since he ran into Eraserhead a week ago. Maybe the hero said something after he left. Izuku expected him to be business as normal after the sludge villain, if a bit more irritable than normal. And he was, up until Eraserhead told him off. Izuku drags himself out of his thoughts to finish his notes when the intercom crackles to life. Izuku huffs quietly. They did an announcement of how great 𝐭𝐿 was a week ago when he came back after the sludge villain. They aren't really going to bootlick him again, are they? They were not, in fact, bootlicking 𝐭𝐿. A part of Izuku almost wishes they were. This is the Mustafu Police Department, on behalf of the Mustafu Board of Education. Oh, that couldn't be a good sign. Until further notice, Aldera Elementary, Junior High, and High School are to cease operation pending a full investigation. Students, please make your way to the gymnasium, where you will check out if able or wait for your parents to collect you if you cannot reasonably get home on your own. Members of staff, please come to the teacher's lounge. Silence hangs over the room like a blanket of fog. Mr. Hoshiku stands slack-jawed at the front of the room, the BLD draining from his face. 𝐭𝐿 whirls, teeth snarling, palm up, to glare menacingly at Izuku but stops when he sees the look of bafflement on Izuku's face. Instead, 𝐭𝐿 clicks his tongue and struts out of the room in the direction of the gym. This snaps Mr. Hoshiku out of whatever stupor he was in, and he clears his throat. Class, to the gymnasium, please. And all at once the students are out of their chairs, scrambling to collect their things. 𝐭𝐿 likes having the news on when Izuku is at school. It gives her some white noise, so she isn't alone in a silent apartment. We're low on milk too, she mutters, jotting it down on her grocery list when the current report catches her ear. Department of Education have closed the entire Aldera school district, pending further investigation of negligence, abuse, unlicensed quirk counselors, and encouraging illegal quirk use, among other crimes. The students have been let out early, with no word of where they'll attend in the meantime. 𝐭𝐿 fumbles for her phone. Mitsuki's phone buzzes on her desk. She yanks it and shoves it to her ear. Ifuku, I do not care that those colors aren't in season right now, they're what the client ordered for that dress and they're what they'll get, goddamn. There's silence over the line for a second, then, Mitsuki. That's not the voice of her co-worker. 𝐭𝐿, I'm sorry, I thought never mind, what's wrong? Mitsuki, Aldera was just shut down. Only years of living with slick sweat prevents Mitsuki from dropping her phone. Izuku checks himself out at the gym. He lives close enough that he can walk home. He's one of the first people out of Aldera Junior High following the announcement. Lucky for him. He managed to get out before the press swarmed the front gate asking for interviews. Can they even hound minors like that? After learning that the whole as long as it's not disruptive thing was bullshit, Izuku has become aware he is frighteningly ignorant of the law. Hopefully Nedzu can help him with that. I'm home. Izuku calls as he swings open the apartment door. His mother is upon him in an instant, ushering him to the sofa. Izuku, have they been hurting you? She asks, once Izuku has a warm cup of tea in his hands. The moment they announced the school was closing, Izuku knew this conversation was coming. No, he knew sooner. His mother hadn't pressed him about the quirk use he mentioned to Nedzu last week, but he wasn't going to get out of it again. He closes his eyes. My classmates. He doesn't hear his mother react. The teachers never stepped in. The teachers encouraged it. Said I deserved it for being unevolved. Katsuki is supposed to look out for you, she says gently. He hums. Supposed to. Did he hurt you too? Yeah. It's almost a whisper. This time, he hears her hiss. How long? Since I told him I was quirkless. How bad is it? It's bad, Mum. Izuku, she says, cupping his cheek in her hand, why didn't you tell me? There's no accusation in her voice, which Izuku appreciates. Izuku starts again, failing to prevent his tears. You have so few friends, I didn't want you to lose the Bakugas. His mother sighs. You come first, sunshine. Always. But if you told me, maybe I could have helped Mitsuki and Masaru rein him in. Izuku grimaces, hiccuping a sob. He'd never thought of that. It's all right, sunshine. We should have noticed. I should have noticed. This isn't your fault. She helps him set his teacup on the coffee table. You shouldn't have had to choose like that. I'll talk to them after they get off work. You won't have to be there. She pulls him close, humming a soft tune and rubbing his back. Izuku doesn't even notice himself falling asleep. It's rather surreal to be told you aren't going to school because all of your teachers were arrested. It's been several days since the police sent him home early and the Department of Education is still tearing the 𝐻𝐻𝐷era district apart. Most of the district administration has either resigned, been arrested, or both. It was decided that since the teachers actively groomed students to act out, his classmates would not have any black marks in their records, but their turbulent histories were noted down for future schools to look through. Schools could not officially refuse the 𝐻𝐻𝐷era students, but Izuku doubts many of his ex-classmates will enroll anywhere notable. Checking social media confirms that the 𝐻𝐻𝐷era scandal isn't national news, but Izuku doubts anyone in the prefecture hasn't heard about it. He's still adjusting, to be honest. The thought that everything he's put up with for the past decade, all the brave faces and lies he gave his mother, the covering for 𝐭𝐾𝐽, the teachers insulting him, the guidance counselor telling him he had no future the one time she did see him, that none of that is normal, scares Izuku. This was something he was certain about. The sun rose in the east, All Might was number one, and quirkless people were pariahs. And then the police dragged his teachers out of his school in HNDCFFS. With school out, Izuku's spending time at home with his mother. His felt lighter ever since he admitted that 𝐭𝐾𝐽 had been bullying him. Like a wall between them has disappeared. They've been playing board games, watching movies, or just enjoying each other's company. Izuku knows why. He can see the guilt in her eyes when she turns from him. She blames herself for Izuku hiding his pain, like she blamed herself for his poor genetic lottery. He talks to her about it over dinner that night. It's a hard conversation. His mother and the Bakugas had met and talked the evening the news broke. Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru were shocked to hear about 𝐭𝐾𝐽's behavior. Apparently, the school closing wasn't enough of a reality check for him. He had gone off about how it was Izuku's fault for being too weak to put up with what his classmates did. Despite the best efforts of his parents and Izuku's mother, 𝐭𝐾𝐽 refused to accept anything else as truth. Uncle Masaru suggested therapy, but 𝐭𝐾𝐽 made it clear even if they dragged him, he, as he put it, didn't need a thing shrink like some weakling, and I'm sure as hell not talking to one. Izuku cringes, but he isn't surprised. He tells her that it isn't her fault they are fighting 10 years of daily conditioning. She tells him that it's not his fault he's been fighting 10 years of daily abuse. Tears are shed. They are Midoriya's, after all. Nedzu cackles, spinning in his office chair. The press had arrived at 𝐻𝐻𝐷era after the police, but before the arrests, so he had gotten to watch the some get dragged out of the building and into the waiting police cars. He recorded the broadcast. Self-care is important, after all. After the effort he put into accelerating the official Department of Education investigation, he knew they would respond within the week. He hadn't anticipated the police storming 𝐻𝐻𝐷era Junior High less than 24 hours later. Now, Midoriya would never have to interact with those quirkist monsters or the children they groomed ever again. As a matter of fact, the young analyst now needed a new source of education. Perhaps, would they even agree to that? I suppose there is only one way to find out. A feral grin stretches across the principal's face. He grabs his desk to stop his spinning chair so he can retrieve his phone. He's lucky that Midoriya Inko works at home, or he would have to wait. She picks up on the third ring. Hello, Midoriya Inko speaking. Mrs. Midoriya. A pleasure to hear your voice again. Mr. Nedzu. Please, no honorifics. Nedzu is fine, Nedzu says. It has come to my attention that your son is currently in need of a new source of education. There is silence over the line for several seconds. Nedzu, did you destroy Izuku's school as an excuse to teach him yourself? Oh, Nedzu likes her. This must be where Izuku inherited it from. No, Mrs. Midoriya, it is merely a bittersweet coincidence. Truth be told, I called you the moment the possibility occurred to me. He leans forward in his chair. I would have destroyed 𝐻𝐻𝐷era for anyone, Mrs. Midoriya. But I am fond of your son and wish to see him succeed. There's another pause. Nedzu always loves when humans actually think about their options. It would save a considerable amount of trouble if they did it more often. I will have to talk with Izuku about it. He went for a walk to avoid going stir-crazy, but he should be back soon. We'll have an answer by the end of the day. That's all I can ask. Nedzu turns his attention back to 𝐿𝐷Era. While this opening move should be decisive, he doesn't want to risk any of the bugs escaping back to their nests. And that means ensuring their defeat in court. The worst thing that could happen now is acquittal. Unlikely, highly unlikely, but not impossible. And that means researching their lawyers. About an hour later, Nedzu knows the name of every DM and fool who accepted the position to defend one of the 𝐿𝐷Era monsters. Now that's strange. They all work for the same firm, but it isn't the firm I expected. 𝐿𝐷Era demonstrated a disturbingly powerful legal team previously, the one that silenced every earlier inquiry as to why their students acted like entitled brats. A legal firm that specialized in defending the interests of major corporations. Why change things now? Nedzu could tell at a glance that this new firm was odd. Practically a shell company when it opened, now apparently a better legal team than 𝐿𝐷Era had before. It takes another hour for Nedzu to trace the payments and identify the owners of the new firm. Of course, he mutters. Of course it was you. And like a particularly gruesome puzzle piece sliding into place, every oddity about 𝐿𝐷Era comes into focus in sickening clarity. The proximity to UA had not gone unnoticed by Nedzu, though he had not found a connection until now. The illegal quirk use was worrying, but Nedzu mistook it as a symptom of the negligence and incompetence of the administration. The extreme quirk bias and quirk supremacist ideology amongst the staff had been the entire origin of the investigation. He should have known how deep it truly ran. But Nedzu failed to grasp the situation for what it was. He thought of 𝐿𝐷Era as a school district corrupt from the top down. He was wrong. 𝐿𝐷Era had never been a school. 𝐿𝐷Era was an indoctrination facility. And the proof blinked back at him on his computer screen. Nedzu learned a long time ago how to hide his emotions. It was a survival skill in the lab that experimented on him day in and day out. Hiding himself behind a mask of calm serenity was now a long-ingrained habit. Hiding anger was easy. It was much harder for him to hide wrath. Yagi, Nedzu says into the phone, trembling in his fury, be at UA once classes end. Is there something wrong with my paperwork? The symbol of peace asks cautiously, catching the edge to Nedzu's voice. No. I need you for a war meeting. When Nedzu sent an alert to the teachers' group chat that there would be a war meeting after school, 𝐿𝐷Era felt the ice creep up his spine. Nedzu always made sure to refer to meetings as they were. In all his time there, 𝐿𝐷Era had only attended a single war meeting, when a student had been attacked by a local gang. Nedzu had organized the teachers into destroying the gang so thoroughly that within 18 hours of the meeting, the entire gang had been arrested, and several were catatonic. Those had been the poor BSTRs that Nedzu had personally dealt with. He shuddered at the memory. 𝐿𝐷Era is the last to arrive, as usual. He sits down at the conference table, noting that All Might is present in his skinny form. Nedzu sits at the head of the table, ears pulled back and teeth visible. 𝐿𝐷Era swallows. Now that we're all here, I can give the situation report. Nedzu produces a folder and tosses it onto the table. 𝐿𝐷Era catches the word Detnerat on the cover. The situation is as follows. The 𝐿𝐷Era school district is here in the heart of Mustafu to make it attractive to those aiming for here at UA, the premier hero school in Japan. The district is, in fact, a scheme to produce pro-heroes who have certain beliefs, which they can then impress on the public. What beliefs are those? Yagi asks, looking troubled. Good. Nedzu calling a war meeting meant troubling news. Beliefs, Nedzu spits, agreeable to the revived Meta Liberation Army. A moment of silence hits the room. 𝐿𝐷Era studies Nedzu carefully, but he already knows what he'll find. Nedzu isn't the type to make idle threats. He called this war meeting because he is already certain. The Meta Liberation Army, a stunned Kiyama asks. That quirk supremacist movement. Weren't they disbanded decades ago? Destro's army was eventually defeated, and most of its members incarcerated. Nedzu responds. Most of, says 𝐿𝐷Era. Nedzu nods. Indeed, Destro in fact had a son. A second wave of shock sweeps through the staff. It was the opinion of the government at the time that the child should not bear the sins of his father. Nedzu pulls several papers out of the file he placed on the desk. As it turns out, a closer eye perhaps was warranted. The survivors of his father's army thought he should carry Destro's legacy instead. They raised Destro's son, Yotsubashi Rikiya, to lead a new meta-liberation army, one which he has raised in secret. And Aldera? 𝐿𝐷era asks. As it turns out, the legal firm representing the Aldera staff is owned by the Detnerat company, of which Yotsubashi is the CEO. Nedzu retrieves more papers from the file. There is also a tangible financial connection between each Aldera staff member and Detnerat. In other words, every member of staff is a member of this new MLA movement. It's a rather elegant plan. If they encounter students who have a reasonable chance at heroics, they groom the child to believe in MLA values. Meanwhile, the other students, when taken out of their influence, will feel oppressed when they are suddenly forced to follow public quirk use laws, likely finding their way to the MLA proper. A hollow silence fills the room, the implications settling. Young Midoriya, Yagi breathes. Yagi's right. A quirkless child with dreams of heroism surrounded by a quirk supremist cult. 𝐿𝐷era sighs, retroactively impressed Midoriya managed as well as he had. How many? Asks Hisashi. Nedzu grimaces. Based on what I could find tracing financial records. 40, perhaps more. 𝐿𝐷era runs a hand through his hair. Next to him, Hisashi's clenching his fists tight enough that his knuckles are completely white. Yagi coughs. BLD Kiyama looks sick, and Khan isn't far behind her. Were this a few years ago, I would offer to dismantle this Yotsubashi's insurrection myself, Yagi says. But I cannot say in confidence that 3 hours is enough time. 3 hours is plenty. Nedzu smiles. Sometimes, 𝐿𝐷era forgets that Nedzu is not only an animal, but an animal who has experienced some of the worst humanity has to offer. This smile reminds him. After all, we only need to worry about Yotsubashi himself. His army isn't our problem. Excuse me. Khan voiced. We are heroes, Khan, not soldiers. We do not fight in wars, Nedzu responds, his grin widening. We have a perfectly good military for that. When Nedzu presented his case to the government, he almost immediately received support from the Ministry of Intelligence to identify MLA members, a task he took to with gusto. Names, addresses, ages, BLD type. Nedzu found as much as he could on as many operatives as he could find. The operation was straightforward. Villain organization to go undetected. Government. Kizuki, what's our status? He asks. Of his top brass, only he and Kizuki remained. The two of them had gone to ground at the central tower of Deka City, along with 5,000 soldiers. They were now one of a handful of meta-liberation army forces he could account for. We lost communications with another cell, the Hosu branch. No response since. She bites her thumb. What could possibly be happening out there? What indeed, Destro mutters. The thought that his dear comrades may be lost brings tears to his eye. A shrill alarm blares throughout the tower. His soldiers whirl, looking to identify the source of the commotion. Sir. Kizuki calls, leaning close at her computer screen, we have visual. Who is it? It's Kizuki's blue skin pales. It's the Japanese military, and with them is Endeavor and All Might. Oh. Enji scoffs, backhanding another so-called meta-liberation soldier. He had been called out to deal with this rabble. 𝐿𝐷era could easily have handled a force this pathetic. Another group charges out from the central tower. Most of them fall to the soldiers' gunfire. Allegedly, the guns weren't lethal, some prototype being developed as riot equipment. In practice, these whelps were being used as live-fire test dummies. He doesn't particularly care. He never saw the point of letting a villain live to strike again. Another way he did a better job than that blonde oaf beside him. Take care of the fodder, he barks to All Might. I'll push through and take Yotsubashi. Endeavor, wait, the almighty idiot bellows, but Enji ignores him. He runs ahead, wreathing his right hand in flames. Once he's close enough to the approaching force, he slams his fist into the ground. Raging assault, hell minefield. The ground erupts from underneath the meta-liberation soldiers. He smirks. With no time to evade, the enemies fly backwards from the blast. His opening created, 𝐿 rushes forward, slamming a burning fist against the occasional enemy. Soon, he finds himself at the base of the central tower. Standing just outside is his target, Yotsubashi Rikia. The CEO glares at 𝐿, but he refuses to be cowed by a mere insect. "It's time I show that fool what a real hero looks like," 𝐿 says, sliding into a battle stance. "With your defeat, I begin the liberation of Japan." Yotsubashi strides forward, loosening his tie. 𝐿 shifts his weight, concentrating the flames on his hand. Flashfire fist, jet burn. He punches forward, a burst of heat blasting forward and engulfing Yotsubashi. 𝐿 keeps the fire going. Underestimating the leader of the revived Meta-Liberation Army could get him killed. The seconds tick by, the roaring heat in front of him pressing his limits. 𝐿 breathes. Forcing a super move so far immediately after using his hell minefield pushed him further than he'd expected. No matter. He'd already won. The flames flicker and die, and 𝐿 grins, expecting to see the downed form of his opponent. Instead, he sees a monster. A black, hulking figure looking down his nose at him. 80% liberation. This is 80% of my stress made into physical power, endeavor. Isn't it glorious? This is my meta ability. The monster swipes an arm at 𝐿, and he barely pulls himself out of the way. Physical force isn't going to slow this thing down. He launches dozens of small fire blasts at the transformed Yotsubashi. The muscle-bound man winces and the fire burns through his clothes, but 𝐿 can tell the man's quirk hasn't increased, only his offense. Probably resists just about everything like that. DMN. 𝐿 ignites his flames again, but before he can react, a wave of flashing black overwhelms him. Stress output burden. The wave smashes into 𝐿, launching him back. He slams into the ground and bounces, rolling further and further away. His careening body smashes straight through wall after wall. He tries to use his fire as propulsion to stop himself, but as out of control as he is, it takes his all just to slow down. Finally, he tumbles to a stop against a wall, deep inside some office building. 𝐿 struggles, pushing himself to his feet. But his body refuses, and he collapses once more. The last thing he sees before fading to black is the rebar sticking through his side. Izuku stares at the television, dumbstruck. His mother, sitting on the couch beside him, pulls him close with a hiccuping sob. A news helicopter flies over Deku City, broadcasting live footage of the battle raging. A reporter's voiceover narrates the video. It's been 10 minutes since All Might and Endeavor arrived in Deku City backed by the Japanese military. There is still no word as to what led the military to call in hero reinforcements, but we have confirmed reports that over the past 2 days, Japanese military forces have launched raids on locations around Japan. On screen, about a dozen people rush out of the tower at the heart of Deku, followed by a dozen more, charging straight towards the heroes and soldiers. The newscaster tries to remain neutral as she watches the newcomers unleash their quirks against the joint forces, but when the soldiers return fire she breaks. And the soldiers are responding with, "Oh God," she trails off as the tower's defenders fall. Endeavor abandons his military SCRT and All Might, charging through the crowd to where, "Isn't that the CEO of that lifestyle support company?" his mother asks. Izuku nods, recognizing him from commercials. Detonarat. Endeavor's flashfire fist does absolutely nothing as the spindly-suited man swells and grows with muscle. And Izuku watches, horrified, as he somehow blasts Endeavor through 2 city blocks, a burning trail in his wake. Toshinori smacks another goon into a wall, eyeing him long enough to know he won't get back up. The ground rumbles, and he looks up in time to see a massive wave of black energy send Endeavor flying. From the corner of his eye, Toshinori sees the soldiers faltering behind him. There's a perfect pause, a moment of calm on the battlefield as everyone gawks. Then a cheer carries on the wind from the Meta-Liberation forces. "Friends and comrades." The crowd cheers again, and Toshinori knows the voice. It's been featured in commercials for years now. Yotsubashi, Toshinori snarls. Forward steps a giant, bound in dark muscle. Toshinori can barely recognize the man he is here to defeat. We are on the back foot now, yes. But now, your Grand Commander Destro has taken to the field himself. Do not lose heart, for this is the era of the Meta Liberation Army. In the name of my father and his ideals. Our true freedom is at hand. Not so. Toshinori roars. Your freedom comes at the price of millions of children around Japan, discarded and destroyed because they have no value to your philosophy. He still sees young Midoriya wailing on a rooftop whenever he closes his eyes. Toshinori takes a step forward, bustling with energy. What would you know about that? Yotsubashi snarls. Have you not heard of Aldera, fiend? All Might calls. Yotsubashi's giant form stiffens. You claim to be for the freedom of quirks, and yet your followers allowed, no, encouraged the abuse of a child because he wasn't born to your standards. Your creed is nothing more than an excuse to further your own power. No child will ever be hurt that way again. The fact an entire school district neglected their duty of care in favor of this man fills Toshinori with incandescent rage. He takes another step, and the Meta Liberation soldiers step back. The tyranny of your so-called true freedom will never come to pass. Why? Toshinori launches himself forward, rearing back his fist as the goons between the two titans scramble out of the way. Because I am here. Izuku can't look away, can't even blink as on the television in front of him All Might trades blows with a towering mass of muscle. Does he have enough time? Izuku swallows. All of Japan is watching, but only he knows about that wound that's steadily draining All Might's strength. Come on, All Might, he mumbles. I'll make tea, his mother declares, slipping off the couch and into the kitchen. The television in the hospital lobby plays the news, and Nemuri is captivated. In her time as a pro-hero, she has never seen a villain who could meet All Might punch for punch. The battle that gave him that injury on his side, was it like this? She doesn't even notice Khan come up behind her until he places a hand on her shoulder. Our new co-worker's really giving it his all, he says quietly. Nemuri can only nod. Deep underground, a man with no eyes listens as his doctor watches the news. It's been a long time since One for All has fought against an organized front, he muses. It's almost nostalgic for the battles he waged against my allies in the years leading up to our duel. Maybe he'll take a blow to the other side, his doctor suggests. Symmetry and all that. All for One laughs at the imagery. Katsuki scowls. The reporter, the extras on the field, even his parents are acting like this is some big deal. Yeah, Big Nose down there has some raw strength, but All Might is the best. Until I surpass him. All Might would never lose to an extra like that. This fight is just a way to showcase how DMN strong Katsuki is gonna be someday. At least he will enjoy watching the villain getting smashed into next week. Nedzu sits in his office, counting the seconds, as the news plays on his computer. Since All Might assumed his muscle form and joined the operation, 6,080 seconds have passed. He's just over his halfway point. Defeating Yotsubashi in time won't be an issue, but will he have enough time for the cleanup? He'll have to call Yagi after the battle and remind him not to go overboard. They both know the wild pussycats are on standby for once the fighting is over. Yagi can leave things to them. But will he? That man can be too stubborn for his own good. He sips his tea. Punch for punch, hit for hit, blow for blow, Yotsubashi is there. Their fists collide with every strike, shockwaves radiating from the two combatants. You would truly go so far for one quirkless. Yotsubashi howls over the clashing. Always. I'm sick of watching heroes like you be praised for your meta abilities when my army is ostracized for the same. Yotsubashi screams, his form increasing still. Stress, 100%. The man's blows come down harder and harder, and Toshinori puts everything he has into intercepting them. Each strike forces him back, his feet sinking through the street. The shock reverberates through his bones. Toshinori grits his teeth, smacking another punch away. Yotsubashi sneers, clutching both fists together and bringing them down on Toshinori's back. He coughs out spittle, barely blocking the follow-up hit to the chest. Toshinori flies back a good 5 meters, skidding against the ground. You called this stress, 100% correct. Toshinori says. This is you at your strongest then. It is indeed. Behold, the full might of the Meta Liberation Army's Grand Commander. So that punch just now, Toshinori surreptitiously wipes the BLD from his chin. That was the best you have. Toshinori glares, signature grin unwavering. Yotsubashi gawks, instinctively taking a step back. Seeing his moment, Toshinori charges once more, landing a clean hit into Yotsubashi's side. The Grand Commander howls but braces himself before he can be knocked back. Toshinori swings a left hook, but Yotsubashi is already moving to block it. Once more, they are matched blow for blow. Black energy swells up from both of Yotsubashi's oversized fists, and Toshinori recognizes the attack that launched Endeavor. He's planning on ending this in the next hit. Stress output burden. Yotsubashi yells, swinging his arms forward in a wide arc, the black energy trailing. My opening. Texas smash. Toshinori surges a right hook straight into Yotsubashi's stomach. Wind roars out, through Yotsubashi and beyond into the Deka Central Tower. The twin black waves erupt out in a V shape, leveling building after building. Skyscrapers fall like chopped trees. Smoke, dust, and debris fog the streets. The silence is heard across Japan. Slowly, the breeze lifts the clouds of dirt. Yotsubashi Rikia is pressed into a crater in the wall of the Deka Central Tower. Slowly, he slips and falls to the ground. Unconscious. And All Might is still standing. He raises a single fist and laughs, the sound echoing across Deka City. The soldiers raise their guns and cheer. The Meta Liberation Forces, those that are still standing, that is, see their leader defeated and turn tail. Toshinori lets them. After all, there are only so many ways in and out of Deka. Their own defenses now trap them. Redestro. How dare you hurt him? Toshinori whirls in time to see a blue-skinned woman fling dozens of graveled rocks at him. He exerted himself more than he would have liked against Yotsubashi. If he dodges, he could lower his time limit again. Caught unaware as he was, amateur mistake, Toshinori, he can't deflect in time. Does he risk the damage? To Toshinori, it's as though everything slows to a crawl. The flying rocks expand, glowing white-hot with heat. Exploding. If he moves, they could go behind him and hit the soldiers, but if he takes it the damage will be extensive. I should have moved sooner. I can't stop them in time. Then, red beams rush past Toshinori from off to his side, enveloping the detonating rocks and beyond. The beams dance, expand, and dissipate, leaving no trace of the attack as Deka Central Tower crumples into countless burning pieces. The blue-skinned MLA member sinks to her knees, and Toshinori sees smoking burnt lines on her skin. Those beams kissed her but deliberately avoided killing her. All Might, you idiot. Endeavor breathes, limping towards him, a raised hand still smoking from his hell spider, other hand over where a reinforced metal bar pierces his side. Never let your guard down on the battlefield. Endeavor. Toshinori dashes over to him, offering a shoulder to support him. Should you be moving like that? He doesn't expect Endeavor to accept. Toshinori knows the man is far too proud, but the flame hero relents, slinging an arm over All Might's neck. Soldiers rush past to apprehend the blue-skinned woman and any MLA fighters still moving. HMPH. That wave attack of his wasn't enough to really hurt me, but it blasted me back a fair bit. He got lucky I hit this rebar, or I'd have been up again in a second. Toshinori gives a relieved sigh. Endeavor is obsessed with strength, but he isn't stupid enough to fight past serious injury unless necessary. And he knows not to undersell damage to healers. Dead men rarely place high on the hero billboard chart. If he says he's all right, Toshinori believes him. Toshinori gives one last look at the ruins of Deka City. The grave of Destro's ideals. The Meta Liberation Army is no more. As Toshinori helps Endeavor to the medical evac point, Nedzu's voice pipes up in his earpiece. Excellent work, Yagi. Remember, there are other heroes who can help with the evacuation. You still have just over an hour of time. Be careful with how much of it you use. Toshinori can't see Nedzu's grin, but he knows it's there. You'll likely be called for the press statement on what happened out there. You should rest while you can. Toshinori groans. Izuku sips his tea carefully, his hands trembling. His mother pulls him into a hug, and he leans into it. He did that for me, Mum, he whispers. He did. You're worth saving. Izuku cries. Press conferences and news releases are definitely Toshinori's least favorite parts of the job. His entire hero persona is based around the old adage, actions speak louder than words. He leaps around the city, defeats the villains, saves the people, retrieves the cat from the tree or what have you, and leads away again, all with his signature smile. His presence makes people feel safer. He's inspiring and hope-inducing. He is the symbol of peace. He is supposed to be out there, reassuring the public with just a passing glance of his trademark red, white, blue, and gold costume. Instead, he is sitting in a folding chair at a cloth-covered table, wearing a suit, waiting for the reporters to take their seats. Nedzu expertly announced before the media could begin wild speculation that All Might and himself would be discussing the Deka City battle of several hours ago at the UA Conference Center. He understands. The Deka City battle was the first time that heroes had officially worked alongside the Japanese military. The Heroics Public Safety Commission had made it very clear early in its inception that heroes were public servants, not soldiers. Technically, heroes couldn't even make arrests, merely detain villains for the police. For him, the number one hero, the symbol of peace, to stand side by side with a platoon of soldiers. It was bound to turn some heads. I will discuss the investigation into Aldera and how we uncovered the connection between the so-called school district with the revived Meta Liberation Army, Nedzu says from the chair to his left. You focus on damage control for being involved in a military operation. Would you like any last-minute pointers? No thank you, Toshinori shakes his head. I have a pretty good idea already of what I want to say. He coughs BLD into his hand. His glad Nedzu reminded him that this was coming. He still has about 45 minutes left, but if the principal hadn't called him after the battle, Toshinori is sure he would have used it pulling people out of the rubble. I will be sure to emphasize the uniqueness of this situation. Soon after, the microphones are on and the cameras are rolling. Nedzu pulls his mounted mic closer. As I have stated, this conference is to discuss the events broadcast earlier today. Specifically, the Japanese military employing all might and endeavor in a combat zone, as well as the nature of the threat they faced. Nedzu pauses. I believe, in this case, it makes the most sense to begin from the end. Yotsubashi Rikiya, CEO of the Detonarat Company, is in fact secretly the Grand Commander of a new Meta Liberation Army. Predictably, the assembled members of the press explode, demanding answers. After a few seconds, Nedzu taps the mic, silencing them. As you are well aware, the original Meta Liberation Army, led by Destro, engaged the Japanese government in armed conflict before their ultimate defeat. As such, we could not treat the new MLA as a simple villain organization, and so we contacted the military. Toshinori sees his cue and takes it. As Nedzu said, Yotsubashi could not be treated as any ordinary villain. During our briefing, it was speculated that his forces numbered above 40,000 people. Toshinori lets that sink in. Personally, I am uncomfortable with heroes and military being deployed as though we are the same. I do not wish to see villains apprehended by soldiers any more than you. However, heroes alone could not face the threat presented by the new MLA alone. Especially when we uncovered several pro-heroes had ties to their group. As such, the official statement of the HPSC is this: heroes can be employed in military operations as support only if it is known that an enemy combatant would be classified as a villain were it not for their supporters, forces, or resources necessitating the involvement of the military. Heroes cannot be deployed beyond the borders of Japan in military operations, even if the above condition is met. I would like to add that the HPSC are aware of the precedent that could be set by allowing heroes into combat zones, and they assure me they will personally look over any future incident to determine whether hero involvement is necessary, Nedzu says. Nedzu talks some more about the legislation being drafted, no doubt at that very moment, to ensure the military would be unable to abuse hero involvement. Toshinori speaks more about the philosophy of using heroes in military operations. Eventually, they begin taking questions from the press. How did you discover Yotsubashi's connection to the MLA? One asks. I am sure you are familiar with the incredibly recent 𝐿𝐷era scandal, Nedzu begins. As one of the investigators on that case, I sought to ensure that each and every person involved be brought to justice. As such, I performed a background check of the legal defense of the district faculty. Strangely, every one of the faculty had a legal defense from the same firm. Even more peculiar is that the 𝐿𝐷era district previously made use of a different legal firm entirely. Attempting to determine the reason, I dug deeper into both these firms and uncovered financial records demonstrably proving the revival of the Meta Liberation Army. Both firms have, of course, since been arrested. Are you saying that the 𝐿𝐷era schools were part of the MLA? I am. The reporters explode once more. Toshinori silences them and explains that since his part of this conference is over, he will be leaving the rest to Nedzu. He's running short on time for the day, which he knows Nedzu knows. He also knows Nedzu will find a way to get back at him for leaving him to answer the press alone, even if Toshinori was not involved in the 𝐿𝐷era case. 3 weeks into his third and final year at junior high and the place is shut down because his teachers are all apparently insurrectionists. Izuku stares at the wall above the television, numb. Everything he's ever been through. It was all because his teachers were part of an extremist quirk supremist group. Being born quirkless wasn't bad enough luck, he had to live by the one school district in Japan being run by terrorists. Perfect. Well, probably the only one. I know the Ministry of Education wants to double-check. Just to be sure. Now, Izuku is just floating. His whole life, apparently, was an elaborate lie. Propaganda. His first, best friend betrayed him, made his life a living hell for 10 years because the Meta Liberation Army wanted to promote some idiotic, social Darwinist bullshit. His mother places a cup of tea on the table in front of him, bless her. She starts, and Izuku already sees tears in her eyes. What happened to you, what your classmates and teachers did? That wasn't your fault, Izuku. You did nothing wrong. I'm sorry you suffered in silence for so long. He pulls her into a hug. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Sunshine. And Mom. I'm going to be a hero. I know, Sunshine. A cult school. A Fing cult school. Katsuki had been attending a cult school his entire life. The BSTRDS. He knew his teachers were butt kissers, but he thought they all scared up to him because they knew he was gonna be the best one day. Not because they wanted him to play second fiddle to their shitty cult leader. They never thought I could be the best. They wanted me as number 2 to that big-nosed F. Minute. He restrains himself to small pops instead of the roaring blasts he wants to let out. His parents could afford to replace anything he burnt, but he'd rather they didn't have another excuse to look disappointed at him. So what he hurt Deku. The BSTRD didn't know his place, under Katsuki's heel. Arrogant prick, meeting up with heroes behind Katsuki's back and not telling him. Laughing behind his back. So what if he hurt him? The little SHT kept going on about being a hero. If he was serious, he should be able to take at least this much. Katsuki scoffs. Of course Deku wasn't serious. He just said that to look down on him. Saying he didn't need a quirk to do what Katsuki could. Couldn't take the heat so he whined until they shut down the Fing school. How pathetic. He ignores the memory of Auntie Inko looking at him with such coldness in her eyes the evening 𝐿𝐷era closed. He ignores the memory of how his mother, a loud, boisterous woman, sobbed quietly when Auntie Inko told her what he'd done, and he didn't deny it. He ignores the memory of his gentle father trembling in anger. Katsuki takes a deep breath. Deku doesn't matter. Once he gets into UA, he'll never see the BSTRD again. After all, those cult BSTRs were right about one thing. Bakugo Katsuki was going to be the best. Such a shame, the doctor says, turning off the television. They had a rather sizable force we could have used. And they didn't even kill most of them. At least if they were dead, I could use their corpses as Numu bases. Indeed, we have lost quite a powerful potential ally, All for One says. But fret not. Not all of Yotsubashi's forces were lost. They have gone to ground now, but if we are patient, I am sure they will come to us. Shigaraki is in need of quality supporters. Behind his respirator, all for one grins ear to ear. And besides, Endeavor was just humiliated live on national television. Perhaps if we are lucky, his wounded pride and ambition will drive him to further our goals on his own. That fight reminded me, Toshinori starts, that I need to be preparing a successor soon. Nedzu looks up from his tea. The two of them are alone in his office, some time after the conference ended. You struggled that much, he says. You hid it well. Toshinori shakes his head. It wasn't Yotsubashi. It was that woman. In my prime, that attack of hers would have been nothing to me. Today it could have killed me. He meets the principal's eyes. I need to offer one for all to young Midoriya. Nedzu sips his tea slowly, then pauses, slowly rotating the cup. Not just yet, Yagi, he says. Midoriya has just learned that his entire life was a carefully constructed lie. Give him time to process. Toshinori slumps, sighing. Nedzu is right, of course. I'll give him until June, then. Predictably, the announcement that not only had the Meta Liberation Army revived, but that All Might and Endeavor had worked alongside the Japanese military, took the internet by storm. The 𝐿DERA scandal went from a localized Mustafu event to international news overnight. On social media, debates over the legality and justice of the joint hero military raid run rampant. Talk shows call in experts to discuss the Hero Public Safety Commission's public statement regarding the use of heroes in armed conflict. Online essays, video or otherwise, sprout like weeds and quickly begin referencing or countering other essays. The Ministry of Education quickly announced they would be going through every school in Japan with a fine-tooth comb. If they missed 𝐿DERA, no one wants to speculate what else they could have missed over the years. Izuku expects that will take quite a bit longer than the 𝐿DERA investigation, now that Nedzu's case is officially resolved and has resumed his normal duties. What Izuku hadn't expected was the communities of people with weak or stereotypically villainous quirks to emerge online praising the complete collapse of the Meta Liberation Army. Izuku even sees some posts from people who listed themselves as quirkless on their profiles. They're all talking about throwing an actual massive party celebrating the MLA's defeat. Only a few days after the brawl between All Might and the leader of the army, and #MLSover party leads the trending section of every major social media site. Ms. Nightlight at Joya Ikari, so my moms and I cleared a pretty decent space on Takoba Beach. Anyone in Mustafu want to swing by May 31st at sundown. We've got snacks. #MLSover party can't see me at Hagakutoru replying to at Joya Hikari, I'll see you there, but you won't see me. #MLSover party Ms. Nightlight at Joyata Hikari replying to at Hagakutoru ominous. I like it. #MLSover party can't see me at Hagakutoru replying to at Joya Hikari, I'll give you a hint. My profile pic is a selfie. #MLSover party I'm melting at Ashidamina replying to at Joya Hikari, oh yeah. I haven't been to a party in forever. #MLSover party mad scientist at Hatsumai replying to at Joya Hikari, ha. Yes. #MLSover party, and so it went. Some digging shows that other cities have similar impromptu celebrations planned online. Izuku knows Kaken won't be caught dead somewhere where the kinds of people he calls extras are hanging out, so he doesn't need to worry about that. May 31st, here. That's a month away. And what a wild April he's had. A week of break from his hell school between second and third year, Kaken's advice and subsequent villain attack. Meeting All Might, then Nedzu and Eraserhead. Then his school got closed because everyone working there was apparently a terrorist, ending with Endeavor getting ragdolled on live TV. Apparently, he'll be out of action for a whole month, and All Might beating up a CEO. Eat the rich. He'll talk to him mom about going to the Takoba Beach party later. Right now, he has to go see Nedzu and keep up with his junior high work. It's strange, being the only middle school student learning at UA. Occasionally one of the high school students stop and ask him if he's supposed to be here. Izuku does look his age. He ends up explaining that he meets with Nedzu daily to 5 different students on his way to the office, dissolving into a stuttering mess every time. Even so, Izuku wouldn't trade this opportunity to learn from Nedzu for the world. Good morning, Midoriya. Nedzu says, opening his office door just before Izuku can knock. Izuku snorts, used to the principal's habits by now. Good morning, Sir. What are we doing today? He slides into his chair, a cup of steaming tea already on the desk for him. Nedzu turns his monitor so 𝐒𝐿 can see it. Quirk analysis, he cheers. 𝐒𝐿 brightens. This is what got him this opportunity in the first place. I'll be showing some archived footage of the sports festival, and I want you to write down as much as you can about the different quirks you see. The principal pulls some blank paper from a drawer and hands it to 𝐒𝐿. Ready. Ready. Nedzu taps his spacebar and the video plays. 𝐒𝐿 recognizes the event as a race, one of the mass elimination events. From the chaos that breaks out instantly, 𝐒𝐿 can see quirk use on other competitors was allowed. His eyes dart between the various competitors. The student in first has a flying quirk. No, he's got something under his arms. He's carrying himself. Telekinesis. Control of a specific material. That student, the one who keeps throwing rocks, it looks like trajectory manipulation, but he keeps hesitating. Trajectory prediction. That girl, anyone she touches freezes over. Where does the ice come from? The water in the air, or her own body? 𝐒𝐿 spots movement ahead of the crowd. His eyes snap ahead, but he can't see anyone. Except, there. A ripple in the air, like heat. Too noticeable for invisibility. Camouflage. 𝐒𝐿 continues voicing his observations like that for the rest of the video. When the final contestant, someone with gills, crosses the line, Nedzu stops the video. Most impressive, Midoriya. I only noticed a few quirks you were wrong about. That student you thought had a weak telepathy quirk in fact possesses a psychometry quirk, among a handful of other similar instances. Of course, by the entrance exam I'll have you analyzing faster and more accurately. Nedzu claps. Now, how would you fight villains who use the quirks you've described? 𝐒𝐿 sets a thumb to the corner of his mouth. The easiest way to beat any of them is with an ambush. If I don't give them a chance to use their quirks, they don't matter. If I was forced into a direct fight, that would change things. The students with contact-based quirks, I'd target their hands. The metal manipulator, I'd try and rust or destroy the metal they brought with them. Maybe use electromagnets. The one who can predict how things move could be tricky. If I ambushed him from range his quirk might alert him, so I'd need to attack from close range, or overwhelm him so it doesn't matter where he dodges. 𝐒𝐿 continues rattling off ways to counter the various quirks Nedzu displayed for him while the principal himself nodded along. I am sure you have noticed I am a firm believer in hand-on experience, Nedzu says when 𝐒𝐿 finishes. So, now that you're warmed up, for your next assignment you will be solving a cold case. 𝐒𝐿 sputters while Nedzu laughs, pulling a large manila folder out from a desk drawer. Not a real cold case, of course. I have written up for you a simulated unsolved crime based on an actual incident that was recently resolved. He slides the folder to 𝐒𝐿, who opens it cautiously. Ready. Ready. Begin. You won't hear those vultures in the media discussing it, but one of the most important aspects of heroics is mobility, Mr. Aizawa says, leading 𝐒𝐿 towards ground beta, where 𝐒𝐿 sees modern buildings rise above the outer wall. If you can't reach people in danger in time, you'll never be able to save them. Mr. Aizawa swipes his faculty ID on the scanner next to the massive gate. The door to the training ground swings wide, and 𝐒𝐿 sees just how large the simulated urban environment truly is. Whole city blocks stretch into the distance, office buildings, apartments, and skyscrapers lining the streets. For how detailed the buildings are, it's empty for a city. No buses, or bikes, or pedestrians. There aren't many quirks well suited to covering long distances quickly, Mr. Aizawa continues as 𝐒� follows him through the gate and into the grounds. Most heroes have to find some other way to compensate. I use a mixture of parkour and my capture scarf. So, you're going to be teaching me parkour. First, I'll be demonstrating. I won't have an amateur running around an actual city until you have the basics down. Aizawa runs at a wall, effortlessly stepping up the flat surface until he can reach a handhold and pull himself up. He springs upward to another handhold and again, jamming his scarf into the wall when he needs to, until he's on the building's roof. Parkour, Mr. Aizawa says, lowering himself back down with his capture scarf, is originally based on military obstacle course training before it expanded into a wider skill set. It is a way of seeing your environment in a different way and interacting with it to move from point A to point B as efficiently as possible. I don't teach free running here. Fancy flips look great on your own time, but they'll get you killed in the field. Mr. Aizawa turns, jerking his head, and Izuku follows. I've got some training obstacles set up around the corner. We'll get you learning the fundamentals, and once you've got those down, then we'll see if you can scale a building. Izuku nods, eyes burning with excitement. He can't keep the smile off his face. I'm home. Izuku calls into the apartment. He's tired and aching but beaming. Welcome back, Izuku, his mother calls. Izuku sets his bag down as she shuffles into the living room and sweeps him into a hug. Izuku helps set the kitchen table for dinner, idly chatting with his mother about their days. Once they are both eating, he brings up the post he saw online. At Takoba Beach, his mother asks, "Isn't that a dump?" The poster said that they cleared a section of it for this, Izuku says. I'll have to swing by and take a look sometime. If it looks safe, then we can go. She smiles softly at him. I want to celebrate too, you know. No one hurts my kid and gets away with it. The day after, she tells him she saw people expanding the clear area. Apparently, seeing members of the community making progress, combined with needing space for the party, inspired some locals to help out. Izuku marks the end of the month on his calendar. Aizawa, as usual, is the last to arrive. Nedzu can't complain too much this time. After all, he's only called a staff meeting, and not another war meeting. Once the underground hero has taken his seat, Nedzu begins. As you know, the Ministry of Education is currently reviewing schools across Japan for potential abuse and negligence. We need to prepare ourselves for the possibility that many children will suddenly find themselves in need of a replacement source of education. Given the tools and support to succeed, these overlooked children may flourish. As we are both a private school and played a not insignificant part in encouraging this nationwide review, I cannot help but feel responsible for the displaced students. It's unfortunate, Yagi says, but for the most part all we can do is suggest they transfer to different districts or attend online schooling. Nedzu wouldn't have called us here if that's all, Majima replies. No, the rat's planning something. Aizawa says. And I get the feeling I'm about to regret not having a class of my own. Nedzu's mouth curls into a grin. Something like that, Aizawa. He pulls a file out from his jacket and places it on the table. I am asking for you to review my plans to institute a temporary new class for students who may have attended UA had they better opportunities. Class said. How will it work? Nemirai asks. A remedial cram course, says the principal. Starting in our second term, Class said will be an intensive course meant to ensure the students are up to speed with their yearmates. Course said will cover fundamentals of all 4 of our courses, and the students will transfer to one of those branches for their second year. Khan looks up, his eyes distant. I may have a recommendation for a student, he says. Her school didn't necessarily mistreat her, but they missed her parents forcing her to suppress her quirk. I must have misheard you, Khan, Nedzu says, voice razor-sharp and cold as ice. Or did you actually tell me that in this day and age someone still practices quirk suppression therapy? Not anymore they don't, Khan spits. You know how I keep an ear to the ground for quirks like mine. Try to keep an eye on villainous quirk discrimination. Nedzu gestures for him to continue. About 6 weeks ago, less than an hour after her middle school graduation, a girl forced to suppress her quirk due to it giving her a BLD fascination reached her limit. She ended up attacking another student, seriously injuring him. She disappeared immediately afterwards. When interviewed, her parents claimed that she was a demon child who was born evil. Nedzu forces his fur back down before anyone can see him bristling. Where is she now? I assume the police are looking for her. Well, Khan says. When Nemirai and I were helping with the MLA raids, she found us. I had Nemirai sedate her, and she's currently in the hero ward of a private hospital, officially under my supervision. Nemirai nods, concern etched all over her face. She was so light, she mutters. Tell me everything, Nedzu says. Alright, Khan begins. Her name is Toga Himiko, and she's 15 years old. The first thing Himiko noticed when she came to was how clear her mind was. She vaguely remembered the graduation ceremony, but her head had been killing her for months by then, and everything after that is fogged over. She thinks she remembers Saito covered in BLD somehow. Then just flashes of blurry city streets. The last thing she remembered was the red man who smelled like BLD and the pretty woman he was with. She wondered if they were all right. If her head was clear, that meant she must have taken BLD again, and she doubted it was a bird this time. Then she noticed she was lying in a bed. Not a great bed, but better than wherever she'd been before, she was sure. There's something beeping off to her side. Everything smelled like the nurse's office. Wait. Himiko looked around properly. She was in a hospital. A hospital. She must have been caught. Now they were gonna throw her in jail forever. Like her parents said she deserved. That's fine. She was tired of pretending to be like other people. She can live a normal life on her own, thank you very much. She reached for the 4 in her arm when the door opened. I wouldn't touch those, said the man in red as a doctor followed him into the room. You're still pretty malnourished. You need those. So, whoever she fed on wasn't that guy then. Himiko moved her hand away from the tubes. Now that the fog in her head has let up, she recognized his outfit as a hero costume. She wasn't going anywhere while he's watching her. Oh Himiko, did you attack a pro hero? Monster, freak, and every other snide remark her parents ever made bounced around Himiko's skull. This is it, she's going to jail. No, Tartarus. Are you feeling better? The hero asked. What a stupid question. It doesn't matter how she feels. Apparently, the hero could see some of that in her face because he sighs. I should introduce myself. I'm Khan Sekijiro, the pro hero Vlad King. He took a seat in the chair beside Himiko's bed. My quirk is called BLD control. Himiko's eyes widened. That's why he smelled like Bill. I got a lot of grief for my quirk growing up. Now that I'm a hero, I try and find kids who are going through what I went through so I can help them. Himiko couldn't help it. She scoffed. Mr. Khan raised an eyebrow. No one wants to help me, Himiko explained quietly. I want BLD. I want other people's BLD. I want to see people covered in their BLD. I don't want to be helped, I don't want to be normal, I'm sick of pretending. Silence hung in the air between them. Normal is pretty subjective, Mr. Khan said at last. That's not what Himiko expected. And you never got a chance to find your normal. What? She'd been normal since her quirk came in and her parents told her how to act, to behave. You've been forcibly suppressing your own quirk, and the parts of your biology it affects, Mr. Khan said. That method of quirk control was outlawed decades ago. It just makes things worse. Your urges, for instance. They're probably more extreme because you've been denying them. What? Mr. Khan wasn't serious, was he? Then, just when Himiko was certain her day couldn't get stranger, the doctor produced a vial of BLD and handed it to her. Drink slowly, the doctor said. Too fast and you'll end up throwing it up again. They actually wanted her to drink BLD. No, this had to be a trick, and then they would call her a demon child and throw her away. But that BLD did look tasty. And if they were going to lock her up anyway, what's the harm? Himiko took the vial and sipped it slowly, keeping her eyes on the hero and the doctor. Good, the doctor said. We'll be giving you some BLD with every meal for the time being. Once you're no longer starved of the stuff, we'll slow down your intake to once a day. I'll look into getting you some BLD-based foods as well. BLD-based foods? Himiko hadn't heard of those. The doctor nodded. There are a handful of options for people who need to regularly consume BLD for their quirk. The most popular is protein bars made with BLD. But, Himiko tried to articulate the storm she's feeling, how everything that's happened since she woke up hadn't made sense. Toga, the hero said. I had your parents arrested. She gasped. Like I said, forcing someone to suppress their quirk is illegal. And just based on how they talked about you I could tell they weren't good parents to you. He slowly moved his hand onto her shoulder, telegraphing his movements. She managed not to flinch, but just barely. What they did to you was wrong, and me and the doctors here do care about you. We aren't going to throw you away because of your quirk. 𝐼𝐼𝐾 doesn't say anything. She never dreamed something like this would happen to her. That was 2 days ago. She's still in the hospital, but the doctor says she's improving rapidly. Apparently, in addition to needing BLD, she gets a bunch of nutrients from it. The doctors are hopeful she'll be discharged in a week or 2. Khan has visited her once a day as well. She'd be more surprised if he hadn't told her about his quirk, or if he hadn't let her look him up on his second visit and learned he was called the BLD hero. 𝐼𝐼𝐾 hears a soft knock at her door and looks up from the old Western cartoons playing on the television. Khan walks in, with a suit-wearing Wolverine perched on his shoulder. "Hello again, Toga," Khan says, and 𝐼𝐼𝐾 winces. Looking back on how her parents treated her and hearing they were arrested for it put a bad taste in her mouth. "Just 𝐼𝐼𝐾." Khan nods. "I have someone who wanted to speak to you." He gestures to the weasel, who hopped down onto the bed. "Am I an otter, a mink, or a martin? It doesn't matter, what's important is that I'm the principal of UA High School. Nedzu. It's a pleasure to meet you, 𝐼𝐼𝐾." She stared at the talking animal for several seconds before realizing he is waiting for a response. "UA High. The hero school. We teach other courses too, but yes, that is what we are primarily known for." The animal chuckles. "You wanted to meet with me?" Indeed, he clapped his paws. "You see, due to the gross negligence of the people expected to take care of you, you are currently behind on your studies. We are almost a month into the school year now." 𝐼𝐼𝐾 nods. She already knew how long she'd been out of it from when Khan lent her his phone before. "And, have you been watching the news lately?" She nods again. They're still talking about some big battle in Deku City that started over some bad school district. Well, as the principal of a school with access to unique resources, I have decided to create a new class for students impacted by schools like Aldera. We are calling it Class Z. It will be an intensive cram course meant to prepare students to transfer to another course at the end of the year, making up for lost time. "Okay." Nedzu and Mr. Khan share a look before Nedzu turns back to her. "Well, 𝐼𝐼𝐾, I am here to offer you a position in Class Z. What? You want to have me at UA?" Nedzu smiles. Lunch Rush and Recovery Girl can both be made aware of your dietary needs. I know Lunch Rush would happily add BLD to your food for you. If you wanted, no other student would have to know. 𝐼𝐼𝐾 gapes. This offer can't be real. No one wants her unless she has her normal mask on, and it's too late for that for everyone in the room. They can't be really offering this to the real 𝐼𝐼𝐾, can they? "It's a big decision," Khan says. "If you need to take some time to think about it, that's okay. UA is a dream come true." She called it a hero school a moment ago, but the principal was right, they teach other things. Even the Gen Ed kids who come out of UA are held to higher standards. "I think I want to try it," she says. "There is the matter of your living arrangements," Khan says thoughtfully. Nedzu hums. "Yes, while UA currently has custody of you, none of our staff are currently in a position to house you until 𝐶EMENTOS finishes our new dorms." Dorms. 𝐼𝐼𝐾 hadn't heard anything about UA being a boarding school. Nedzu chuckles. "You aren't the first student we've had full or partial custody of. Usually, it's international students with nowhere to live locally. We're currently renovating them, unfortunately." 𝐼𝐼𝐾 nods. "I'm sure you have some contacts who could set up a place for her," Khan says. "Of course I do," Nedzu says. "But I don't want 𝐼𝐼𝐾 to move in with complete strangers. She's going through quite a few sudden changes right now as it is. I need someone who can quickly prove themselves trustworthy to you," Nedzu says, suddenly addressing 𝐼𝐼𝐾, but mostly thinking out loud. "Didn't you say that personal student of yours is a quirk enthusiast?" Khan says. "Quirk enthusiast? Who would be enthusiastic about my quirk?" Nedzu looks up, deep in thought. "Potentially imposing on Mrs. Midoriya, depends on their current living space. We would supply the BLD and pay her, of course. Unpredictable, but it may just work." Nedzu pulls a small phone out from his vest. "I'll place the call." Himiko wasn't sure what she expected when she heard the UA principal had a personal student. It certainly wasn't the short green-haired boy with bright eyes and a smile who quietly opens the door, followed by a homely-looking woman too similar in appearance not to be his mother. I apologize for this. I know you aren't a certified foster parent, but her situation is delicate. Legally speaking, we will have custody and you will functionally be sitting her while the dorms are constructed. The woman waves her arm. It's fine. I appreciate your concern, Nedzu, sir, but with Hisoshi overseas, we have plenty of space for her. While they talk, the boy walks up to her bedside, a blinding smile on his face. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. It looks like you may be living with me for a bit. Himiko slides her normal mask into place like an old glove. My name is Toga Himiko. It's a pleasure to meet you. Something flickers across Midoriya's face but vanishes before Himiko can recognize it. What are you watching? He asks, looking at the TV. Some silly old Western cartoons, Himiko giggles. That emotion flashes in Midoriya's eyes again. Not the sports festival. That's today. Midoriya nods. The first year's festival is today. Second year's is tomorrow, and third year's are on Monday. I'm not that into athletics. I always like watching the quirks. We're recording it at home so I can watch it over and over. He watches the TV with a faint smile. You'd think the cat would learn, Midoriya says as the cartoon mouse outmaneuvers his pursuer once again. Himiko laughs. Midoriya waits a moment before turning back to her. You don't have to pretend, you know. Himiko swallows. I don't know what you mean, she says. Midoriya turns back to the TV. He stays silent for a few seconds. I used to do that too, he said. Pretend everything was fine. If I didn't, then the bullies got worse. Because then I was fighting back and didn't know my place. And I pretended at home, too. I didn't want my mom to worry about me or ruin any of her friendships. He locks eyes with Himiko. She sees a story in his eyes. There's pain there, a deep pain. But hiding it didn't make things better. Nedzu told me you have some problems with how people reacted to your quirk. I won't press, but Midoriya closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. I'm quirkless, he says. I'll never judge you for your quirk. Even if it's bad. No such thing. Gross. My childhood best friend sweats nitroglycerine. She snorts. Exactly. I promise, whatever it is, I won't judge. Himiko swallows again. She's not really spoken to many quirkless people, but she has seen the news about old era. If Midoriya went through even a fraction of that, then telling her that his quirkless was a massive show of trust. She should do the same. Her lower lip wobbles. If I drink someone's BLD, I can become them, she whispers. Midoriya hums thoughtfully, a thumb to his lip. Time limit. Probably related to the quantity of BLD she drinks. Could she become someone and then donate BLD, or would it turn back when she does? If she became someone with longer hair, what would happen if we cut it? Can she use someone's quirk while she's them? That would be so useful. He turns to her, eyes practically glowing. Do you have fangs? Most people with BLD quirks have some kind of fang mutation. Himiko doesn't know how to respond to this, so she just opens her mouth and lets him see. Wow! Elongated canines on the top and bottom. Like a cat. You have such a cool quirk, Himiko. That's the first time anyone ever said that to her. You see, Nedzu. Mrs. Midoriya says. She's practically a Midoriya already. What? Himiko croaks out. Midoriya snorts. Mom and I cry a lot. Oh. Himiko hadn't even noticed she was crying. And this is your room. Izuku, he insisted Himiko call him by his first name when she asked him not to use her family name, swung the door open. It wasn't a terribly large bedroom, maybe the size of the open kitchen. Just a bed, desk, and armoire for furniture, with a wall closet across from the bed. The walls were bare but patterned with a lively BLD red wallpaper. Sorry we couldn't get you a bigger closet, Izuku says, rubbing the back of his neck. As if he and his mother hadn't basically created a new bedroom from extra space in their apartment in their free time over the last week. It had been just a week since the Midoriyas had walked into her room at the hospital, and Himiko still couldn't comprehend how they were so nice all the time. Mrs. Midoriya spoke gently. Izuku wore his heart on his sleeve, and neither of them had even told her that her quirk made her weird or bad. They had visited her every day, keeping her posted on how they converted a storage room in their apartment to a third bedroom. Sometimes they brought pictures of things they wanted for her and asked her which was her favorite. When the hospital discharged her a few hours ago, the Midoriyas were ready and waiting to take her home. Izuku practically vibrated with excitement. "It's no trouble, Izuku. I'm grateful you did this much for me," Himiko says. Izuku sighs, his smile falling slightly, and she realizes she slipped into her normal persona on instinct. Whoops, force of habit. "I am glad you and your mom did all this for me though." Izuku smirks. "It's no trouble." Did he just? He lightly bumps a fist into her shoulder. "We'll go clothes shopping tomorrow. Feel free to wander around and just get a feel for the apartment. Knowing Mom, dinner will be in half an hour or so." He steps back down the hall towards the room labeled Izuku. "If you need anything, feel free to knock." Himiko slowly twirls around the center of the room. Her room at her parents' house had been larger, but this one felt different somehow. Happier. Maybe because Izuku spots her normal persona the moment Himiko slips and refused to get anything that Himiko didn't actually want. This is also why she found herself with very few outfits from her old house. He insisted she not keep anything she got to be normal, which left her with maybe enough clothes for a week and the bare bones of school supplies. She sits on the bed. The mattress is soft like she'd asked. They hadn't made her use a futon like her parents, swinging her legs. Izuku liked her quirk. Mrs. Midoriya told her nothing was wrong with her. Mr. Khan said that normal was subjective, and she needed to find her own. Why? Why were they all so kind? She spends the time before dinner padding around the apartment. Himiko sits down at the table, a steaming bowl of beef ramen already at her seat. Izuku beams at her from the seat next to her while Mrs. Midoriya sits herself down. They give thanks for the meal and dive in. Cautiously, she takes a bite. Her eyes widen. "Do you like it?" Mrs. Midoriya says. "It's delicious. Mom's cooking is the best," Izuku says matter-of-factly. "I added a few milliliters of BLD to your broth," Mrs. Midoriya continues. "I hope it's not overpowering." I hadn't noticed," Himiko admits sheepishly. She swallows, setting her chopsticks down. The Midoriyas never stopped being so nice to her, but Himiko still felt herself anticipating the other shoe dropping. "Are you sure? I mean," she tries to find the words. "Please don't burden yourselves on my account." Izuku nudges her. "Ah." Normal slipped again. "I mean, how much did you spend on my room?" "Hisoshi, my husband, I'm sure I've mentioned him. Hisoshi sends us more than enough money to live comfortably here, Mrs. Midoriya says. Having you here would have put a dent in Izuku's future fund at worst. But Nedzu is paying for your things. Dunno where he gets all his money, Izuku says between mouthfuls of ramen, but he has multiple fake cities in UA. I'm pretty sure he can handle some furniture and clothes. We aren't burdening ourselves, either. You're a fine young woman who needed help. I don't need to be a pro-hero to help someone in need. A tightness in Himiko's chest loosens, and she eats the rest of her meal in content quiet. "Himiko." Izuku calls, notebook in his hand. "I'm gonna watch the second year's sports festival. Want to see?" Himiko's instinctive reaction is to say no. Normal girls are proper and care not for sports, her parents had said. She shakes it off. That's not her, just her mask. "Sure." Izuku moves over on the couch, leaving plenty of room. Himiko plops down. I've never watched one of these." Izuku looks scandalized. "What are they like?" "Well, it's the entire year class at UA, so all the second years are participating. There's 3 events, randomly chosen, but there's a pattern." "Pattern?" "Yeah. The first event is a mass elimination round, like a qualifier for the next 2 events. Himiko bites her lip. "Doesn't that ensure only hero students move on?" Izuku nods. "Usually. Sometimes the support students' equipment pulls them through, Or a Gen Ed student that didn't quite make the cut into the hero program moves on too. So, what's the second event? Wildcard, Izuku says. Something that eliminates about half of the remaining competitors. The third event is always a one-on-one tournament of some kind. Himiko nods, and Izuku hits play on the remote. The announcer explains the first event, a maze run. The camera drones look down at a massive labyrinth wrapping around the center of the field. At the heart of the maze is a stage with the referee. The announcer, who introduced himself as Present MIC whoever that is, explains that the goal is to reach the center of the maze as quickly as possible, but that the competitors cannot break the walls or attack each other. As long as they don't leave the maze, anything else is fair game. The announcer gives the word, and the students take off. Himiko stares, transfixed, as about 200 quirks go off at once. Most of the students just run for it, but several demonstrate alternative solutions. A student propels herself with energy blasts while another dissolves into mist and surges ahead. One student stretches their arms several meters and pulls themselves up a wall. But the standout is the tall blonde who jumps through each wall, running in a straight line to the goal. He easily beats the other students to the maze's center, though Himiko wishes he hadn't lost most of his clothes doing it. At least he still had breathes. That guy didn't do too well last year, Izuku says, eyes flicking between his rapid note-taking and the screen. He kept falling through the ground and had to forfeit when he went totally ND. Present MIC gives the student's name, Tagata Mirio. Eventually, everyone finishes or quits, and the referee, Cementos, Izuku called him, declares that the first 48 students who reached the goal moved on to the next event. Each student would be provided a bow staff with bagged ends. The wrappings are covered in highly visible powder. Hitting someone with the powdered ends eliminates them. The maze itself would once more be the arena. The students had 10 minutes to scatter before they could begin tagging, and they did so with gusto. Are they hunting each other for sport? Himiko asks at the explanation of the rules. Yep. Present MIC called time, and the students set to tracking each other. Every few minutes, a competitor ambushes another and a fierce back and forth began. Since it only took a single hit to eliminate, missing the first attack could be catastrophic. At some point, a bunch of competitors got into a massive brawl, all swinging wildly at each other and desperately dodging. Tagata lost his shirt again phasing through an attack. While they were distracted, a particularly stealthy student managed to eliminate 5 of the fighters, including Tagata. Tough luck, Izuku says. He puts a thumb to his lip. Hopefully he'll have a better showing next year. As Izuku said, once the 48 students had been reduced to 24, Present MIC calls the event. While Cementos disassembles the labyrinth, spectators are encouraged to watch the side events and booths. Izuku fast-forwards to the third event. This time, the students would be facing each other in single matches, tournament style. In the end, a student Himiko hadn't been watching during the past 2 events comes out on top. Did you have fun? Izuku asks, beaming. Yeah, she says. I think I did. She knows on some level that this is a horrible idea. But if she's right, and just does nothing. She couldn't bear it. Before she can talk herself out of it, Himiko wraps the back of her hand softly against Izuku's door. Hey, Izuku, he looks up from his notebook at his desk. Can I have some of your BLD? Sure, he says with no hesitation, and Himiko barely masks her shock. But don't we have some in the fridge? Izuku puts a thumb to his lip. I thought, we didn't run out, did we? Himiko shakes her head. It's just, I want your BLD. She shuffles a bit. When I saw Saito's BLD, a kid from my school, he got in a fight, my mask slipped, and then I slipped, and I wondered, you want to see some of my BLD to see if you'll freak out again. She flinches a bit at the bluntness and Izuku immediately starts flailing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, no, you're right. That's exactly what I wanted, Himiko admits. If I lose myself again, hurt you or Mrs. Midoriya, I don't think I'd forgive myself. She raises her head to look at him. But Mr. Khan said my urges got worse when I suppressed them. So, you want a tolerance? Himiko nods. Okay. Let's go do this in the bathroom. I'll get Mom. Mrs. Midoriya was surprisingly okay with supervising her ward drinking the BLD of her son. The three of them crowd into the bathroom. Izuku rinses his left hand and extends it to Himiko. She steps forwards, holding it gingerly, flicking her eyes to Mrs. Midoriya. The woman nods, and Himiko takes a deep breath and bites. Izuku flinches but doesn't make a noise. After a few moments, Himiko loosens her jaw, BLD trickling from the small punctures on the top and bottom of Izuku's hand. She pulls the small sample of BLD on her tongue. It's certainly fresher than the BLD the hospital gave her, but it tastes about the same. She swallows the BLD. The moment it hits her throat, everything blurs. Saito covered in BLD lying on the ground, his uniform in shreds, his bleeding, his dying. She just keeps drinking, it tastes so good, she feels so good. Saito twitches her name on his lips but no sound comes out. He moves his hand and tries to drag himself, KO. The bird is so pretty, she wants the bird, she drinks the bird, she shows the bird to her parents, they scream, they cry, they call her a freak, a monster, a demon, a devil, not their child. Just be normal, put on the smile, ask for the pink things, avoid the boys, talk gossip, talk fashion, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be Miko. Izuku covered in BLD lying on the ground, his clothes in shreds, his bleeding, his dying. She just keeps drinking, it tastes so good, she feels so good. Izuku twitches her name on his lips but no sound comes out. He moves his hand and tries to drag himself, Himiko. Can you hear me? The bird is so pretty, she wants the bird, she drinks the bird, she shows the bird to Mrs. Midoriya, she screams, she cries, she calls her a freak, a monster, a demon, a devil. Just be normal, put on the smile, ask for the pink things, avoid the boys, talk gossip, talk fashion, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be Himiko. Can you breathe for me? Breathe. That sounds easy enough. She nods. All right, follow me. In for 4 seconds, she breathes in while the voice counts. Now hold it for another 4 seconds. She does. Now exhale for 4 seconds. The voice keeps counting, so she keeps breathing. Eventually, her vision clears. She's sitting on the bathroom floor, her back to the wall, curled in on herself. A worried Izuku crouches in front of her, Mrs. Midoriya hovering just behind him. Are you with us, Himiko? Izuku asks, voice wavering. She opens her mouth, BLD dribbles out his BLD. She did this and closes it again. She nods instead. Are you alright? She croaks out, you aren't it. The Midoriyas shake their heads. We're worried, dear. You suddenly stopped responding and started shivering, Mrs. Midoriya says. I told you I'd never judge you for your quirk, Himiko. Izuku says. What happened? I don't know, she responds shakily. I think I'll stick to the bag stuff for now. She forces herself to meet Izuku's big green eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine, he beams. I think your teeth, or maybe your saliva, has some kind of anesthetic effect. I felt pressure, but it didn't even hurt. Didn't hurt. Dear, what you did tonight was very brave of you, Mrs. Midoriya says. Brave. She wasn't the one in danger. As if reading her mind, Mrs. Midoriya continues. You faced a very real fear of yours. You panicked, yes, but you seem more scared that you hurt Izuku, or that we'll hate you for it. Mrs. Midoriya crouches down, gently setting a hand on Himiko's shoulder. You were afraid of yourself, and you did your best to face it. I'm proud of you, Himiko. Himiko shudders and sobs, shoving her face into Mrs. Midoriya's shirt. So, is she a Midoriya yet? She hears Izuku ask. If she keeps crying like this, it won't take long, Mrs. Midoriya responds. Oh. That's what it was. Her room feels like home. Himiko doesn't want to open her eyes. She's afraid. Afraid that when she does, she'll find Mr. Khan, Nedzu, and Class Z, Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku, will all have been a wonderful dream concocted by her brain as she starves in an alley somewhere. But she's in a bed. And it's soft, so it isn't a hospital bed. And she smells something cooking. She dares to look. She's in a mostly empty room with red wallpaper and some furniture. Her room. The room that's going to be full after Mrs. Midoriya takes her and Izuku shopping this evening. It all happened. It was real. There are people who care, even though she shakes the thought away. If the Midoriyas are content to pretend she isn't a monster, who is she to stop them? Himiko. Mrs. Midoriya calls. Eggs and rice are almost done. She sits up, yawns, and stretches. She briefly considers changing into her clothes, but she won't start at Class Z until September, and she's too tired right now. Besides, she isn't going out until later. She can lounge in her pajamas for a while. By the time she drags herself out of her room and across the hall to the table, Izuku is already at his seat, fully dressed. That's right, I remember Mrs. Midoriya mentioning that. He has his special lessons with Nedzu today. She slides into her chair and fumbles with her chopsticks. Not a morning person, Himiko. Izuku says between bites. She makes a noise somewhere between a groan and a hum in response. Mrs. Midoriya laughs. You should get your rest in while you can. I doubt you slept very well recently. That was fairly accurate. The hospital had been a step up from wherever she'd been sleeping on the streets. Those memories were still pretty fuzzy, but hospital beds are not the most comfortable thing Himiko's ever been on. Izuku finishes scarfing down breakfast and kisses his mom on the cheek. Before Himiko can react, he suddenly pulls her into a gentle hug. Bye, Mom. Bye, Himiko. He says, waving, as he jogs down the hall and slips his shoes on. Have fun, sunshine. Mrs. Midoriya calls. I will. Izuku responds as he slips out the door. Himiko eats quietly while Mrs. Midoriya makes her way around the kitchen, cleaning up and humming a soft tune to herself. Izuku joked, but Himiko really did feel sluggish in the morning. As she's finishing her eggs and rice, Mrs. Midoriya sets a small protein bar next to her. Himiko looks at her quizzically. It's important you eat enough in the morning, dear, Mrs. Midoriya explains. You're still a little underweight. And these are that special brand made with BLD. Himiko blinks, then blinks again. Mrs. Midoriya really was too kind. Himiko finishes her home-cooked food and sets to gingerly pulling the wrapper off the bar. The moment it's free, Himiko can smell the BLD. It's faint, not like Saito struggling on the ground trying to escape. She's so happy he tastes so good when someone is hurt, but she can still tell. She takes a cautious nibble from the corner. Her eyes widen, and she quickly shoves the whole bar in her mouth. Careful, dear. Too fast and you'll just throw it all back up. Himiko forces herself to slow her chewing. She manages to eat the bar without making herself sick. With some food, and BLD, in her stomach, Himiko's finally feeling awake. But now what? Izuku won't be back until the afternoon, and she doesn't have a lot to do. Guess it's more TV. She's halfway through an episode of some weird show she'd never heard of when Mrs. Midoriya approaches. Since you'll be getting new clothes this evening, she says, would you like it if I did something with your hair? Himiko says intelligently. She'd only ever worn her hair down, part of her normal mask. I've always thought about buns or braids. Mrs. Midoriya smiles gently. I think that would look lovely. And so Himiko finds herself on the couch sitting with her back to Mrs. Midoriya, feeling her long unkempt hair slowly and deliberately wrapped around and around. Mrs. Midoriya hums to herself while she works. Himiko recognizes it as the same song she had been humming in the kitchen. What song is that? She asks. She feels Mrs. Midoriya pause. An old lullaby my mother used to sing. It got stuck in my head this morning. Himiko opens her mouth to ask if Mrs. Midoriya would teach her before remembering herself and wrenching her mouth closed again. The woman was already showing such open hospitality. Himiko didn't want to overstep and get discarded again. She didn't think she could bear it. Eventually, Mrs. Midoriya finishes weaving her hair. All done, she says. Would you like to see? Himiko nods, and Mrs. Midoriya leads her to the bathroom. Himiko looks at herself in the mirror. I couldn't get all of your hair to cooperate, but I think it looks wonderful. Himiko's mouth hangs slightly open. The girl staring back at her looks brighter than she remembers ever seeing herself. There's color back in her cheeks, the bags under her eyes are fading. And Mrs. Midoriya was right. It looks lovely, I told you it would. Now, I'm afraid what we'll be doing next won't be nearly as much fun. What did that mean? Was she getting kicked out? Was Mrs. Midoriya getting rid of the BLD? Nedzu suggested I help cover some of your core subjects to make sure you have a good handle on them before school starts. Oh. That didn't sound too bad. By the time Izuku came home, she had changed her mind. Algebra is the worst. Mrs. Midoriya, as promised, took Himiko and Izuku to the nearby Zeiton Mall after dinner. A few larger department stores with smaller chain locations in between, spread over 2 levels. It's got nothing on the Kiyashi Ward Mall, Izuku says, but we don't need a whole lot of lifestyle support stuff. Besides, with Detnerats still drowning in investigations, I'm not sure they are stocked. Himiko looks around, starstruck. She'd been to malls before, of course. Hanging out with friends in the mall was normal. But she'd never really been for herself. She doesn't remember the last time she bought something at the mall either, except when she needed it to be normal. So even with Izuku claiming the mall isn't much, Himiko still finds herself blown away. We're starting with clothes. Get yourself some summer clothes, dear. That Fralidaja store is where Izuku shops. Don't worry, Izuku deadpans, looking down at his t-shirt that simply reads shirt. They have more options than my personal choices in fashion. Izuku grabs her hand and leads her into the store, a chuckling Mrs. Midoriya trailing close behind. There are so many options. Everywhere Himiko looks, racks of clothes stand in neat rows and the shelves cover the walls. Mannequins pose with full outfits on them, each sorted by age, sex, and quirk demographics. Himiko bounces around, flitting between different racks like a bee looking at flowers. What do you think, Izuku? Himiko holds up a neon green short CRP shirt, which could not be less Himiko if a committee of designers sat down and purposefully made the least Himiko clothing possible. Think I could rock this? Izuku laughs. Nah, a high, dry voice sounds behind her and Himiko jumps. She turns to see a girl about Izuku's age, wearing some band t-shirt over a skirt and leggings. You'd be great in pastel goth, though. Himiko giggles. Maybe. I'm not really sure what I want to wear yet. Well, not that, the girl says, a cord from her ear gesturing at the shirt Himiko grabbed. Oh, that's so cool. Izuku is beside the new girl in a flash. How strong are they? What happen if they get cut? Do they help you hear better? Oh, they have jacks on the end. Can you plug them into electronics? The new girl says. Himiko snorts. He's a quirk enthusiast. It's fun to watch when you're not the one he's examining. Izuku's face turns red. He stammers out an apology, but the girl quickly cuts him off. It's fine, I just wasn't expecting it. 𝐒𝐬𝐽. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he says sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. Call me Himiko. 𝐒𝐬 raises an eyebrow at the lack of a given family name, but thankfully doesn't press. So, Himiko, trying out a new style. Something like that, she says. I wasn't really allowed to choose my own before. 𝐒𝐬 nods, eyes soft. That a kiss. Glad you're getting to do it now. Let's see. 𝐒𝐬 walks around Himiko, studying her carefully. Here. Dark colors would work on you. Got any preferences? Red. Himiko says. 𝐒𝐬 looks up in thought. I think I got an idea. 𝐒𝐬 leads them around the aisles, grabbing a handful of deep red shirts. Occasionally, she stops and grabs a dark blue or black overshirt or jacket and adds them to the cart Izuku helpfully grabbed. 𝐒𝐬 finishes their run with some dark gray skirts and black briefs. Try one of these on, 𝐒𝐬 says, and Himiko wastes no time grabbing an outfit from the cart and dashing into the changing room. She sways into a red dress shirt, which she tucks into a dark skirt and breathes combo before putting a deep blue jacket over the whole thing. She steps out of the changing room and does a quick twirl for her audience of 2, no, 3, Mrs. Midoriya caught up while she was changing. You look great, dear, Mrs. Midoriya says. Not bad, 𝐒𝐬 says. You were right about red being your color. You going to that Takoba beach party on the 31st? If you are, you better wear something good. I don't want to be associated exclusively with people who dress like this. One of her jacks gestures to Izuku. I am aware my choice in clothing is not runway ready, Izuku grumbles, but I can dress nice if I want to. 𝐒𝐬 snorts. He can, Mrs. Midoriya says. You should see him in a suit. He just doesn't like dressing up. Izuku gestures to his mother, as if saying see. But yeah, Mom and I are gonna be there, Izuku says. Rad. You. Gyro turns to Himiko. It's been a while since I've been with a lot of people. The last time would have been junior high graduation, where yeah. It'll be good practice, Izuku says, but we won't force you to do something you're uncomfortable with. You're handling the crowd here pretty well, Gyro says. I think you should go for it. At the very least, you'll know 3 people there. Himiko hums, thoughtful. Eventually, Himiko had all the clothes she wanted. She and the Midoriyas say their goodbyes to Gyro and move on to the next stop, room decorations. I still think this is too much, Himiko says. To go out of your way for a monster like me, someone who won't be staying with you very long. You'll have to decorate your dorm room somehow, Mrs. Midoriya says. Besides, there's no reason not to decorate your room. We don't know how long you'll be here, you may as well be comfortable. Himiko can't think of an objection to that. Especially with Nedzu paying for everything. Finding decorations that she likes is much easier than clothes shopping. While there are some cute animal posters, Himiko finds herself pulled towards some particularly striking artwork. Vivid images of Gothic locations and people. According to the tag, the artist is local. Himiko takes 5. For her desk, she finds an electronic clock and a small fan. She picks out a nice collection of sheets and blankets. Izuku can't even tease her for only picking red bedding because she grabbed other colors and patterns this time. When she points this out to him, he silently gestures to the bags of clothes with a deadpan expression. With her decorations sorted, Himiko and the Midoriyas check out. Carrying all the bags with them on the train back to the apartment is a hassle, but not terrible. Despite Himiko's protests, her hosts insist on helping her set up. Neither of them place any of her posters. Mrs. Midoriya just folds her clothes while Izuku folds the sheets. They even ask where she'd like them in the closet. By the time Himiko's room is her room, the sun has long set. Izuku and his mother wish her a good night and she settles in. She had a good day. The next few weeks fly by. Izuku watches Himiko slowly come out of her shell around him and his mother. Small things, like letting them to do things for her, which they had noticed she avoided. Shifting from letting Mrs. Midoriya rebraid her hair on occasion to asking her to do so. Small things like that. Himiko also discovered at some point that she craved physical attention and the Midoriyas were happy to oblige. So Izuku wasn't totally surprised when on the morning of the 31st, the day of the beach party, Himiko shyly asked if she could come with them over breakfast. I've been thinking about it, she admits, staring intently into her sausage as she rolls it over the lettuce and fried egg in her breakfast bowl. After Gyro mentioned the crowd at the mall, and I realized that I hadn't even noticed they were there. Himiko swallows. I think I can do this. She raises her eye to meet his mother's, who smiles gently. If it gets too much for you, let me know. The point is to have a good time, Himiko. If you're overwhelmed, we can come back and play games together or something. We'll be with you the whole time, Izuku promises. Once he gets back from his lessons with Nedzu and Mr. Aizawa, Izuku spends a lot of time debating on what to wear to the beach. On one hand, he could dress casually the way he likes. On the other, he could put some effort into it and screw with Gyro if they see her. I guess Nedzu is rubbing off on me. I'm feeling a bit petty today. Izuku adopts a small yet sadistic grin as he slides a nice jacket over his plain shirt. It's a simple look, with his dark breathes and shoes, but it comes together well. He steps out into the hall and sees Himiko chose the outfit she tried on at the mall. He compliments her and pretends not to notice her flush like she does when she receives any praise. Her parents are lucky Mr. Khan had them arrested, or Izuku suspects his mom would have killed them by now. He knows he's tempted. Party doesn't start until sundown, Izuku says. We've got just under 2 hours until then. What do you want to do? Himiko shrugs. Movie. Already ahead of you, Mom calls from the living area. Izuku and Himiko share a glance before making their way over. His mother stands by the TV, holding a classic anime movie about a young witch. She waves it slightly, smirking. What's that? Himiko asks. Izuku gasps in mock horror. You've never seen it. A crime. A travesty. We must correct this. Himiko snorts at his antics and sits down on the couch. His mom inserts the disc and takes her place next to Himiko on the couch. Himiko leans into her, and his mom wraps an arm around her. By the time the credits roll, all three of them are crying. Izuku hears the party before he sees it. The chatter of the crowd carries, and from the sound of it, several partygoers brought their own music. Izuku wonders if Gyro is one of them. The small group round the corner of a trash mountain, and there lies an open stretch of clean sand. Izuku expected there to be a patch of open space, but people must have been motivated, because the garbage dumps is now just on the far ends of the beach. People form small pods of small talk from the sidewalk to the shore. A small pier extends over the water, the attached gazebo similarly filled with guests. Himiko lets out a small whine. It'll be okay, his mom promises her. You won't have to interact with them, or even go near most of them, and if you get overwhelmed, we'll go home. She ushers Izuku and Himiko towards a ring of tables at the outskirts of the cleared section, where two women pass out junk food to passing people. The inside of the ring is packed to the gills with boxes of snack bags and travel coolers. Izuku sees one of the women pull a soda can out of one and hand it to someone who came up to the table. Hello, his mother says to one of the women. My name is Midoriya Inko. Thank you for doing all of this. She bows. 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 Hibana, the woman says, pulling some of her long red hair out of her face. My wife over there is 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 Atataka. Our daughter, Hikari, is over there. She gestures to a place further down the table where a girl covered in glowing floral patterns is arm wrestling a bird made of shadow. This whole thing was her idea, 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 Atataka says, sliding a bowl of chips across to Izuku. Our family doesn't have any powerful quirks, and MLA rhetoric hurt us all over the years. Hikari wanted to meet with other people who've been through the same thing. What are your quirks? Izuku asks. My eyes glow, 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 Hibana says, and they flare up a little in demonstration. What quirk? 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 Atataka responds slyly. Izuku's eyes widen. You're quirkless too. The woman nods. Since you came, you probably faced some real SHT for it. She ignores her wife nudging her and hissing language. Izuku nods. Aldera, is all he says. The women wince. When we heard the news, we were just grateful Hikari didn't go there, 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 Hibana says. I'm sorry. They really didn't like that I want to be a hero, he says. A hero? No SHT. 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 Atataka says. She turns to her daughter and calls, Hey, Hikari. Found another kid who wants to be a hero. Expand your career network. The youngest 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 has since moved from arm wrestling to standing perfectly straight with her arms extended to her sides, while the shadow bird is doing the same. A resigned-looking boy with a raven head desperately tries to stop it. Hell yeah, she calls without breaking her pose. Izuku and Himiko leave his mother to continue chatting with the 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 matriarchs, heading over to where their daughter is locked in a strange standoff with the shadow creature. So, what are you doing? Himiko asks. Asserting dominance, 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 and the shadow creature say simultaneously. The boy with the bird head, who Izuku can now see is connected to the shadow creature, shuffles awkwardly. Tokoyami Fumikage, the boy nods toward the shadow creature. My fellow servant of darkness here is Dark Shadow. Nice to meet YA. Dark Shadow says. Izuku and Himiko introduces themselves in turn. So, you're a sapient quirk. That's pretty rare. Izuku starts, ignoring Himiko snickering into the back of her hand. Did you manifest at his birth or when he was 4? Can you read his mind? Ooh. Can you talk telepathically? Tokoyami blinks several times, causing 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 to finally slip from her pose from laughing. What? Dark Shadow suddenly flies forward, wrapping around Izuku and hugging him, while Tokoyami looks away sheepishly. Few people treat Dark Shadow as their own person, he admits. They tend to get excited about it. They did it to me earlier, 𝐤𝐻𝐼𝐫 laughs, adjusting the band, keeping most of her fiery hair in a spiked ponytail. But they are sapient, Izuku says slowly. It's obvious from a cursory glance. And yet, Dark Shadow says, unwinding from around Izuku. Izuku rubs the back of his neck. I'm just really interested in quirks, he says. Always have been. You're lucky Dark Shadow's here, Himiko stage whispers to 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻. He got distracted before he could jump you about your quirk. But my quirk isn't interesting, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 protests. Izuku's head snaps to her like a wolf smelling fresh steak. You're producing light though. Are those tattoos or natural markings from your quirk? They're glowing red. Is that because that's the light with the longest wavelength? Can you control the wavelengths? Ooh. Can you make it infrared or ultraviolet? How intense can the light be? I see your point, 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 says to Himiko before turning her sky blue eyes back to Izuku. The markings are natural, it's a mutation quirk. I can't get it bright enough to hurt my own eyes, but I inherited some of Mom's light resistance, so that's probably brighter than you'd think. The quirk counselor said I could probably make ultraviolet and infrared light, but I haven't figured it out yet, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 trails off as the markings slowly shift from red to yellow to blue to green and all around. But I have to focus, or they'll go back to red. Izuku jots all of this down in his notebook, muttering theories on how to achieve non-visible light. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 watches with a bemused expression. So, your mom said you wanted to be a hero, too? Izuku says. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nods. Them too, she jerks her thumb at Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. But yeah. I want to be a rescue hero. Oh. The light would make it easy to help people trapped in buildings or collapsed areas. Exactly. What about you, Himiko? Himiko shuffles, looking away and biting her lip. I was offered a place in the new Class Z at UA, she says. I don't know where I'll go from there though. She fidgets. I know that look, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 says. Someone hurt you. For a long time. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 get you too. Himiko shakes her head. The 𝐒𝐻𝐽 didn't do anything, she says, voice wavering, and that's the problem. They said they're all about quirk freedom, but when my parents, do not force yourself. We are. Still unknown to you, Tokoyami says as Dark Shadow nuzzles Himiko. She forces a smile at him. I want to, she says, barely a whisper. My quirk means I need to drink BLD. My parents, they didn't like that. They told me I was a monster. Himiko chokes on a sob. It's hard for me not to believe them. If the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 really believe in quirk freedom, why didn't they save me? Himiko, Izuku says, eyes damp. Tokoyami clears his throat. Many people call Dark Shadow a monster or demon. This is falsehood. The real monsters are those consumed with hatred, such as your despicable parents, as the case may be. Izuku nods. At Aldera, he ignores Tokoyami and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 wince. They told me I was worthless every day. They said I was a waste of space. Useless. They all misread my name to remind me that I meant nothing. He pulls Himiko into a tight hug. And I almost believed them. But Mom, and All Might, and Nedzu, they all said that was wrong. He looks up at Himiko. I'm not worthless, and you are not a monster. He's right, dear, Izuku's mom says. He didn't hear her come up behind him. She must have heard us talking. She brushes a hand down Himiko's cheek. You're a fine young girl who is still looking for herself. Her gaze hardens. The real monsters are your parents, for telling you those things about yourself and making you suppress your quirk for so long. The darkness of the human heart runs deep, Tokoyami says. Do not let it consume you. There are clearly people who care about you, Himiko. Dark Shadow punctuates his point by nuzzling her. Are they in jail? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 asks. When Izuku nods, she snorts. Good. FM. You don't deserve that SHT. Quirks don't define us, Himiko, Izuku says gently. He rubs Himiko's back as she sobs into Mom's shirt. Once Himiko calmed down and rehydrated with some help from the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 snack bar, Izuku starts making his way down the beach, taking stock of the people. There's quite a bit of activity by the shore, people running around or swimming. There's even a floating swimsuit in the shallows. No wait, it's someone invisible. But most people are content just to spend time with other people in similar situations. Izuku had talked with his mom and Himiko, and they agreed that clean beach or not, the water at 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was not clean enough for them to go in. Ahead, Izuku spots a familiar purple-haired girl gesticulating with her earjacks to an excited pink girl and a boy with black hair. "Hey, Gyro," he waves. She turns to see him and slumps. "Midoriya," she says when he jogs over, "the fact that you actually can dress decently means it hurts more that you choose not to." He rubs the back of his neck. "I did tell you." "Hey, men," the boy says. "Kirishima a hero. Super pumped to be here. I'm Ashido Mina." She claps her hands in front of her. "I have been dying to get out and do something lately. Kiss about the MLA still being around though. Greenie here is Midoriya Izuku, and his friend there is Himiko," Gyro says. "Take it easy on her, Ashido. She's apparently new to the whole social interaction thing." Izuku's mildly touched. She remembered that from 3 weeks ago. Ashido bounces on her heels. "Oh, I don't mind, but it's very kind of you," Himiko says with a small, fake, smile. Izuku nudges her and she winces. "You good?" "Yeah, I was just surprised," Himiko whispers back. Gyro frowns. "That what you mean about not being allowed to choose a style? Had to act," she says. Himiko blanches. "Sorry, I tend to hear everything around me. Don't worry about it. I'm not exactly on the moral high ground of teenage rebellion." She gestures to her punk rock t-shirt with one of her jacks. "I won't mention it, don't worry." "What ya whispering about?" Ashido says. Kirishima nudges her. "If they wanted us to know, they wouldn't be whispering, Mina." Ashido laughs. Okay. I'll try and keep my energy down," she says. After that, they drift towards comfortable light conversation, and time drifts by. At some point, Ashido brings up her dancing lessons, and Gyro plays something for her on her phone. Watching Ashido break dance in the sand sends the group into hysterics. Eventually a pink-haired girl rigged some machine to Joyato, using her glowing markings to make a full-on nightclub light show, and Izuku's mother decided it was time to leave before the police arrived. All in all, Izuku had fun tonight, and it looks like Himiko did too. A win in his book. Nedzu packs away his chessboard as Izuku slips out of his office after Aizawa. He had intended on switching to his preferred game, Go, but Midoriya clearly had not slept as well the night before as he usually did, and Nedzu didn't want to introduce such a complex game under those conditions. Nedzu suspects he went to that celebration at the Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Good. He should have more positive social experiences in these formative years. If his time count is correct, Yagi should be nearing the office by now. Glancing at the monitor displaying the camera feed in front of his office door, a simple trick that only a handful had ever actually bothered to realize, confirms Nedzu's suspicions. He slips around the desk and opens it just as Yagi raises his hand to knock. "Come in, Yagi," he ushers the man to a chair he'd already prepared. "Today is the day, yes. Exciting." Yagi nods. "I cannot think of a better candidate," Yagi says. "And yet, over the past few weeks I've found myself wondering whether he'll accept." Nedzu has his own suspicions. If Yagi is bringing this up, they may in fact be on the same page. We'll just have to wait and see once Aizawa's done with him. Izuku wonders whether he'd be doing better if he hadn't gone to the beach party the night before. He can't bring himself to regret it. Technically he was the guest of honor, even if only a handful of people knew that. And it made Himiko feel better. But also Mr. Aizawa is now telling him off for not punching properly. So there's that. "You do not punch with only your arm, Midoriya." Mr. Aizawa drawls from the side. "Use your whole body. Keep light on your feet and pivot your hips." Izuku corrects his stance and hits the sparring dummy again. "Better. Your shoulders, core, hips, and legs are just as important as the arm and fist. You're liable to hurt yourself if you do it wrong. Heroes shouldn't add more casualties." The UA gym at the PE grounds has equipment set up for hand-to-hand training today. Mr. Aizawa alternated equipment day to day. Izuku could be drilling combat one day and parkour the next. After another grueling 30 minutes of drills, Mr. Aizawa calls the lesson and hands him a water bottle. He forces down his urge to simply chug the bottle, taking measured sips so he doesn't make himself sick. "You're making good progress," Mr. Aizawa says while Izuku breathes. I think we'll be ready for a proper spar by the end of the week. Izuku nods, a wary grin splitting his face. Once he's recovered, Izuku follows Mr. Aizawa back to Nedzu's office. As usual, Nedzu opens the door just before Mr. Aizawa can knock. The teacher rolls his eyes in response to the principal's shenanigans, and the weasel laughs. Nedzu sends Mr. Aizawa on his way, the underground hero muttering about being illogical, and gestures for Izuku to enter. He notices All Might, in his gaunt form, almost instantly. The man smiles good-naturedly at Izuku, and he returns the gesture. Nedzu takes his seat across the desk as Izuku sits. Yagi here has a rather unique offer for you, Midoriya, Nedzu says. But remember, it is only an offer. It will help you, yes, in many ways. But neither of us believe this is something you must accept. Indeed, All Might says, then takes a deep breath. What do you know of my quirk, young Midoriya? Well, Izuku thinks about everything he's seen about All Might. People online have speculated about it since your debut, especially since you keep avoiding the topic in interviews. The most common theory is that it's a strength enhancer, but that doesn't explain the sheer power of it. As you said, my quirk is not a strength enhancer. It is a stockpiling quirk, which has been building power since the dawn of quirks. Izuku's head snaps up. How does the energy carry down at BRTH? No other stockpile quirk works that way. Nedzu cackles, but Izuku is focused solely on All Might. You've made a significant incorrect assumption there, young Midoriya, but an understandable one. You see, I was not born with this quirk. What? All Might nods. My quirk is known as One for All, and possesses two functions. The first, as I described, is to stockpile power. The second is that it can be passed on at the will of the user. Izuku reels. This changes just about everything he knows about quirk theory. He'll have to go through all his notebooks and see how transferable quirks change his assumptions and deductions. The implications on quirk factor alone, much less other biological quirk functions. Young Midoriya, All Might pulls him out of his thoughts, chuckling. The unique offer that Nedzu mentioned. Would you like to be the next bearer of One for All? What? As I told you before, I can only use my quirk for so long each day, and that time is dwindling. I am currently looking for a successor. When Izuku swallows, when we met on the rooftop. Did you want me then? Is that why? All Might shakes his head. On that day, I said you could be a hero because of your mind. He pokes Izuku's forehead, then lowers the finger to Izuku's chest, and your heart. You said you wanted to be a hero to save people, and you put so much work into analyzing quirks so that you could have a fighting chance at that. It was not that conversation that convinced me you were worthy. Then what was? Izuku asks. All Might laughs, wiping a trace of BLD from his lip. Why, when you charged in to save your classmate from the villain I carelessly let escape. I showed you my injury, you knew the risks, and you improvised a plan and charged in anyway. That was when I knew you had the spirit of heroism I was looking for. All Might chuckles, scratching the back of his head. Actually, I intended on offering you my quirk that day, but you told me how proud you were to have been a hero without a quirk, so I held off. Then everything with the MLA happened. Izuku sags in relief. He takes a deep breath, slowly raising his head to meet All Might's gaze. I'm honored you've trusted me with this secret, and that you consider me worthy, but, he swallows. If I say yes, if I take your quirk, I'd be saying that my teachers, the MLA, that they were right. That I needed a quirk to be anything. I'm sorry, All Might, but my answer is no. Izuku's eyes sharpen. I've lived my whole life being controlled by them. I want to experience what it really means to be quirkless, to be me. And I can't do that with One for All. To his surprise, All Might only smiles wider. I suspected that would be your answer, he admits. I as well, Nedzu pipes up. Yagi and I discussed it briefly while we waited for you. And I assure you, this changes nothing about your lessons from me and Aizawa. A quirkless hero is something we've sorely lacked. I look forward to seeing you become one. Yagi! Izuku asks. All Might chuckles nervously before a coughing fit interrupts him. Did I never tell you? My name is Yagi Toshinori. Holy. SHT. He just learned. All Might's name. All Might, Yagi, laughs boisterously. I guess I neglected to mention it. My apologies, young Midoriya. Call me Yagi while I'm in my, smaller form. Izuku nods. I suppose, since I have told you this much, I can tell you this as well. I, too, was born quirkless, young Midoriya, All Might says. Izuku seeks in a breath. It made sense in hindsight, given the explanation of One for All and why he only ever used that, but the thought that the number one hero was like him leaves him stunned. All Might coughs. What I went through is very different from you, but I too had no one believe in my ambition of heroism. Until Shimura Nana, my predecessor, found me worthy to hold One for All. He places a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Speaking with you that day in April reminded me of just how much I let myself forget about myself and my past. Izuku sniffles, wiping his face with his palm. It was a lot to take in, and a part of Izuku was afraid that Nedzu and Mr. Aizawa only taught him as preparation for One for All. Having 6 weeks of external validation from people outside his immediate family helped, but his 10 years at Aldera had taken their toll. But now what? Izuku doesn't want One for All, but that doesn't change the fact that All Might's time is dwindling. Did he have anyone else in mind? He didn't make any plans dependent on Izuku saying yes, did he? He'll still find someone in time, right? Don't feel guilty that Yagi hasn't found a successor yet, Midoriya, Nedzu says as if reading his mind. He will be keeping an eye on our hero students here at UA, including the upcoming year. Your choice has not inconvenienced us any. The principal takes a sip of tea. One more thing. I didn't wish to force too many changes on you at once, but I believe it would do well to talk with Inui during some of your free time here about what you went through in Aldera. He's the counselor, right? Izuku says. You think I need therapy? Almost every hero I've ever worked with has a therapist, young Midoriya, says Mr. Yagi. Including me. Heroes ease the burden on civilians, says Nedzu, but who eases the burdens of heroes? Izuku blinks. He'd never really thought of it that way. He thought heroes just shrugged off that kind of stuff. I'll talk to him, Izuku says slowly. I do believe we are out of time, unfortunately, Nedzu interjects. Get some rest, Midoriya. Tomorrow I'll be teaching you a new game. Shouter trudges into the conference room and slumps into his chair. The rat called another faculty meeting, in what was rapidly becoming a trend. Not that Shouter blames him after the MLA discovery. Glad to see you could join us. Nedzu says. After all, I think you're the one most invested in the news I have to share. Shouter PPS an eyebrow. What's the rat planning now? Found another conspiracy. Khan asks. The rat chortles. No. Good news this time. Nedzu rubs his paws together. I secured permission from the board to continue our changes to the sports festival that we began this year, as well as permission to improve our entrance exam. Shouter sits up. The board barely approved adding rescue points. How'd you convince them to let in more applicants with less traditional quirks? The rat grins predatorially. In previous years, I could not accuse the board of acting sympathetic to insurrectionists. Shouter snorts, hiding a smile in his capture scarf. Koyama and Hisashi don't bother to restrain themselves, both of them full-body laughing in their seats. I know we changed the sports festival events this year to prioritize skill over power, Khan says. How are we doing things next year? I'm glad you asked, the rat says, pulling out 2 thick folders. These contain my proposals for next year's entrance exam and sports festival, respectively. Do look them over and offer feedback. I notice Yagi isn't here, Shouter says. Nedzu nods. I'm afraid he's too inexperienced for this sort of thing. I have a solution in mind for that, but in the meantime most of these planning decisions will be made without him, Nedzu explains. Shouter nods. When Nedzu announced All Might would be joining the staff starting next year, he'd been apprehensive. All Might may be the #1 hero, but he hasn't stepped foot in a classroom since he graduated UA. Shouter's glad to hear Nedzu has some idea for how to help with that. I take it he'll be helping with class Z. Shouter drawls. It's the only logical answer. Quite so. He won't be teaching in any official capacity, merely a recurring guest speaker of sorts. That should neatly take care of the legal side of things while letting him learn from you all. After a moment of silence proves no one else has any questions, Nedzu continues, pulling out packets from one of his folders. Let's begin with the entrance exam. My proposed changes are simple, but I believe them effective. Becoming a quirkless pro hero is going to be an uphill battle. Toshinori knows that better than anyone, except maybe young Midoriya himself. And that means that the boy needs allies. The UA staff are all on his side. How could they not be? The boy is a walking ball of sunshine. One for all or not, he'll make an amazing symbol for the next generation. But he'll also need equipment. Maijima is good, but he'll likely be focused on teaching, and it wouldn't be fair to ask him to play favorites to someone trying out for a different course entirely. But Toshinori has someone else in mind. It's been a long time. We really should have caught up sooner. Toshinori still remembers the phone number off the top of his head and dials. He hears the line pick up on the 6th or 7th ring. Toshi! God, how long's it been? His old friend says. Too long. I'm sorry I haven't been calling as much lately. No, I remember you telling me you had something to do that might take you a while. Toshinori laughs. Had he really been that vague about finding a successor? I'm afraid that I'm still working on that, he says, but Nedzu is helping now, so I'll have much more time to catch up. But I met someone very interesting. Oh. Yes, Toshinori laughs. A young boy with a sharp mind. He wants to take the hero exam next year and get into UA. Sounds like he's grown on you, Toshi. He has, Toshinori admits freely. But I think Melissa would like to meet him. You sound like you know something, David Shield says. What's this about? Well, Toshinori says. I thought, if Melissa transferred to UA for her 3rd year, she would be here to personally help the first quirkless hero herself while he was in school. There's silence on the line for several seconds as Dave processes. Well, I'll be DM'd, he whispers at last. I think you're right, she probably would love to meet him. I know she loves it here at the I-Island Academy, so I can't make any promises, but I bet I wouldn't have to try very hard to convince her to visit. I'll keep my schedule open. Toshinori promises. 6 weeks passed quickly for Izuku. His lessons with Nedzu picked up not long after the principal introduced Izuku to his favorite board game, Go. The principal's lessons often covered both philosophy and practical applications of information gathering and analysis. Izuku is confident that by the entrance exam he'd have the skill to destroy Aldera himself had Nedzu not already done so. Nedzu wasn't the only one who picked up the pace of his training. Mr. Aizawa, true to his prediction, started sparring with Izuku. The first few fights lasted a few seconds, but now Izuku can almost hold his own. Sometimes Mr. Aizawa would bring in UA students as sparring partners, just to make sure Izuku didn't develop habits from fighting only him. Izuku was hesitant at first to take time away from actual students, but Mr. Aizawa assured him that Nedzu, or the Rat, as Mr. Aizawa called him, offered extra credit to anyone who sparred with Izuku. One of the most frequent students to take up that offer was Tagata, who Izuku remembered from the second year's sports festival. Tagata had improved in leaps and bounds since then. By mid-July, Izuku had a decent shot against several of the first-year hero students, and even the second years weren't instantly destroying him. Very few third years ever joined him, which is fair, Izuku figures. He can't exactly give them a good fight. You're doing good, kid, Mr. Aizawa says, and Izuku flushes with pride. I'm home, he calls, slipping his shoes off at the apartment entrance. Aizu! Himiko calls, bounding down the hall to pull him into a quick hug. I know I said it this morning, but happy birthday. How was your day, sunshine? His mother asks from the kitchen. Izuku smells her katsudon and his grin widens. He follows Himiko over to where his mom is cooking. Mom. Izuku says, that's a lot of katsudon for just the 3 of us. His mom laughs. I got a call about a week ago while you were at UA, she says. Mr. Yagi asked if he could come by with 2 of his friends. Izuku perks up. All Might is visiting for his birthday. Yeah, only he knows that, but still. Did he say who his friends were? Izuku asks. Nope. Himiko says. Just that it's going to be a surprise. Will you be alright, he says. She's doing much better since she first moved in back at the start of May, but Himiko still struggles around strangers sometimes. Mrs. Midoriya already asked. I'll be okay. Izuku nods, carefully choosing to ignore Himiko's slip. His mother shoots him a knowing glance. Himiko's own birthday is just over 3 weeks away, and from the sounds of it, their planned surprise is a guaranteed success. Izuku steps back out from his room into the main halls. He just changed out of his unofficial school clothes into something more comfortable. He doesn't really have a uniform since he wasn't officially a UA student. Yet. Hopefully. He makes his way to the table, where Himiko and his mom finish setting up for 6. Do you know when Mr. Yagi and his friends will get here, he asks. It should be soon, Mom says. Sometime in the next half hour or so. Naturally, it was that very moment someone knocked on the door. His mom ushers him and Himiko to their seats before hurrying down the hall. Izuku cranes to see who's at the door, but at his angle he won't be able to see anyone until they're halfway to the table. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yagi, his mom echoes down the hall. The pleasure is mine, All Might, Mr. Yagi says. I wish we had met sooner. Izuku hears more voices, but he can't make out what they are saying. They must still be in the hallway outside the apartment. His mother returns, followed by Mr. Yagi and David Shield. You know this guy? Himiko whispers. Izuku nods, mouth hanging. A ringing laugh draws him out of his stupor. See, Papa. You have a fan, says a tall, blonde girl as she moves her bangs out from in front of her glasses. Izuku hadn't noticed her come in. She must be the other guest. Mr. Shield laughs. I did tell you young Midoriya was quite knowledgeable, Mr. Yagi says, before turning to Himiko. Hello, young Himiko. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting yet. I'm Yagi Toshinori. I'm acquainted with several members of staff at UA. Himiko nods and Mr. Yagi gestures for his guests to introduce themselves. As Midoriya said, I'm David Shield. I'm a scientist at I-Island. This is my daughter, Melissa. The younger Shield reaches out a hand as Izuku goes to bow, both halting at the same time. Himiko giggles. Traitor. It's nice to meet you, Miss Shield, Izuku says, accepting the handshake. Midoriya Izuku. Please, just Melissa is fine, Melissa says. Call me Himiko. Yagi, you never told me your friends were so famous, his mother says. Mr. Yagi chuckles. I hope you didn't go too out of your way. Not at all, Mr. Shield says. Toshi is a longtime family friend. I'm just glad we managed to get time off this week to meet Midoriya for his birthday. He's practically my uncle, Melissa chimes. Young Midoriya is truly something else, Mr. Yagi says, taking his seat. The Shields follow his example, and his mom sets to serving katsudon. Papa says you want to be a pro hero, Melissa says after everyone's finished eating. Izuku nods. I know being a quirkless hero is going to be hard, but it's always been my dream. Melissa smiles wistfully. I was afraid I'd have to give up my dream when the doctor told me I was quirkless. Izuku freezes. But Uncle told me that I could be someone's hero through my support equipment, the way Papa is for All Might. Melissa's blue eyes meet Izuku's green. If you're going to do this, you need gear. I wouldn't want to impose, Izuku says, but Melissa shakes her head. It's your birthday. Besides, she leans in slightly as though sharing a secret. We quirkless need to stick together. So, what can I do for you? Izuku places a thumb to his lip and thinks. Mr. Aizawa told me that mobility is one of the most important parts of heroism. I also like his capture scarf as a way to apprehend targets, but I'm not sure that's the right tool for me. Melissa lights up. Papa! What about the cat's cradle, right? Mr. Shield says. Melissa nods enthusiastically. Cat's cradle. Himiko asks. Like the string game. Exactly. Mr. Shield pulls out a small metal disc from his pocket and sets it on the table. He types something on his phone, and the disc lights up, projecting a hologram of some kind of gauntlet. It's something I designed, Melissa says excitedly. It's still in the prototype stage. The concept is a pair of gauntlets which house special cables you manipulate with your hands. You can use them to maneuver, restrain, or any number of things. It sounds perfect. Izuku breathes. Mr. Shield hums thoughtfully. Wouldn't they pair well with the jet boots? Oh! Melissa claps. That's brilliant, Papa. She turns back to Izuku. The jet boots use bursts of compressed air to launch you. We hope to have a gliding function someday. Well, happy birthday, Midoriya, Mr. Shield says. We'll get to work on your first set of gear within the week. A stunned silence falls on the family. But I'm not licensed, Izuku protests. I'm not even in a hero school yet. I can't go around with a costume and support items. Perhaps not, Mr. Yagi says. But you would be allowed to use them at UA. Izuku's eyes water. Thank you all so much. After dinner, Himiko and his mother gave Izuku their gifts, a new notebook and a DVD of the sports festival, respectively, and the Shields and Mr. Yagi took their leave. Izuku settles onto the couch, and Himiko sits next to him a moment later. Izu, she says. Is this what birthdays are supposed to be like? And oh, how Izuku hurts. Yeah, he says, your family and sometimes your friends get together and you just have a good day with them. Oh. Izuku is glad Himiko's parents were arrested. It would be difficult to get into UA if he were arrested for double homicide. Well, your birthday is just over 3 weeks away, right? We'll just have to make sure it's the best birthday you've ever had. That reminds me, Mom says, coming up behind them. Nedzu asked to host your party at UA so that the staff could attend. You haven't met them all yet. She places 2 cups of tea on the coffee table in front of Izuku and Himiko before sitting down herself. Can you tell me about them? The teachers? Himiko asks. Izuku brightens. Hero information is his specialty. Well, there's Nedzu, the principal, you already met him. There's Mr. Aizawa, or Eraserhead. He's underground, so he's not super well known. He can be pretty stern, but it's because he doesn't want people getting hurt. There's Ectoplasm. He can be intense, but he's nice. Power Loader teaches the support courses. Izuku puts a thumb to the corner of his mouth. Present MIC, the one with the radio show. He teaches English. Cementos teaches literature. Midnight teaches modern art history, and she specializes in hero art. I think I met her, Himiko says. Back when I was, out of it. Izuku nods, taking a sip of his tea. You also met Vlad King. There's Snipe, and Hound Dog is a counselor. Recovery Girl is the school nurse, and there's 13 and Lunch Rush, Izuku finishes. And Himiko swallows. They won't hate me because of my quirk. Izuku shakes his head. I think all of them faced some kind of quirk discrimination. I think all of them were told at one point that they couldn't be heroes because of their quirk or appearance, even species. Izuku pulls Himiko in gently. They all know what it's like. They won't hate you. Himiko sobs quietly for a few minutes before composing herself again. Mr. Nedzu offered me that opportunity, but I feel like I'm squandering it, she murmurs, sniffling. I'm going to UA, but I don't know what I'm doing there. What do you want to do? Asks his mom. I just want to be. I want to live without having to hide parts of myself. I don't want people to think I'm weird, or different, or, she sniffles. Izuku holds her, sitting quietly for a minute. You should be a hero, he says. Himiko starts, looking at him. If you're a hero, people will see your quirk saving lives, and they'll think it's cool. Himiko shifts her gaze to the floor, contemplating. I'd never heard of Vlad King before he found me, Himiko says at last. If someone like me had been a hero, had been popular when I was young, my parents, they would've. Those people are not your parents, dear, his mom chimes in. They should have cared for you and loved you, and they didn't. They lost the right to be called your parents a long time ago. I I'll think about it, Himiko says. I see you've re-enrolled half of your class now, Nedzu says, glancing up from the paperwork Aizawa handed him. The man grunts. They've learned the lesson I wanted them to. I'm holding out hope for the other 10, but they haven't made much progress yet, and it's almost the end of the term. Indeed. Nedzu sets the paper to the side, resolving to finalize the class transfer as soon as the meeting ends. This does raise a concern though. I had rather hoped you would still be free to teach not only Midoriya, but Class Z as well. This lot had some potential, he says. It happens. I should still be available for Midoriya though. Now that he's sparring, I can have him participate in some of the heroics lessons. An elegant solution. Be careful not to overwhelm him. I'm more concerned I'll overprepare him. That kid really lives up to Plus Ultra. At this rate, he'd be able to pass the previous year's entrance exam. Probably win the whole free-for-all. Imagine how powerful he'd be if he'd been properly supported, Nedzu muses, mostly to himself. Guess that's our job, here. Yes, it certainly is. Nedzu stands, arms folded behind his back. Seeing as you'll be teaching your 1A, I suppose there's only one person left to handle Class Z. Aizawa stares. You're sure? You've upped your duties already this year. It was my idea, I'll see it through to the end, Nedzu says. For Class Z, I'll teach homeroom once more. Izuku retracts the cable, barely pulling himself along out the way of Tagata's attack. The blonde laughs, disappearing under the streets of ground beta yet again as Izuku flips upward and lands. For the past week, Mr. Aizawa wanted Izuku to use the new gear from the shields. Today's exercise is fighting a team comprised of UA students working together to take him down. Mr. Aizawa had saved this team for last. Amajiki, Heido, and Tagata. All three had versatile quirks and trained extensively to MSTR them. Izuku had personally watched Tagata's improvement from their sparring sessions. This was Amajiki's first time joining one of Izuku's sessions, and he suspects Heido dragged him. She's extroverted like that. Speaking of Heido, Izuku hears a blast of her wave motion slam into a nearby building, sending chunks flying. Izuku proved he could dodge her direct attacks, so Heido swayed up her strategies. Izuku whirls, whipping the cables from the cat's cradle on his wrist, and a single flick carves them through the rubble. Small rocks and pebbles rain down on Izuku. He raises an arm in front of his face to block the dust. Izuku sidesteps a punch from Amajiki, briefly noticing the student's fist encased in some kind of shell, and grabs his arm and flips him. Too long since Tagata's last attack. Izuku launches to the side with a burst from the jet boots just in time for Tagata to fly through where he'd been standing, vanishing once again. One-on-one, I might be able to outlast him, but I definitely can't when I'm outnumbered. Izuku aborts an attack at a still prone Amajiki to dodge another blast of wave motion. He's too focused on her energy blast to notice Tagata's hand reach through the ground and grab his ankle. Izuku stumbles and hits the ground. That's enough, Mr. Aizawa calls, walking towards where the four catch their breath. Melissa trails close behind him. She's only in Japan for a few more days and wanted to personally make sure the new gear held up. Midoriya, your endurance and reflexes have improved. Keep it up. Izuku flushes at the praise. Amajiki, invest in longer range options, but otherwise you did good. The boy nods, hiding his face. Heido, try to keep property damage to a minimum. My bad. Tagata, good improvement on your quirk control. Yes, sir. Do some cooldown stretches and we'll call it a day, Mr. Aizawa says, walking off. Izuku removes his gear. He takes a swig of water from his water bottle before following Mr. Aizawa's instructions and stretching. It looks like you've got the basic functionality down, Melissa says, examining the cat's cradle. I can't wait to see how you'll use it by the time next year rolls around. Thanks, Melissa. She smiles and grabs his equipment, taking it back to the support labs for a more thorough examination. You're getting pretty good, Midoriya. Tagata says. You're one to talk, you've improved so much since the sports festival. Izuku replies. I've got a long way to go. You saw that, heh? Tagata laughs. Yeah, After that 𝐂𝐚𝐼 scouted me for internships. He's helped me a ton these last few months. Without him I'd still be falling out of my clothes. He sure would. Did you see our first sports festival? He got disqualified for it. Heido gushes. Izuku laughs. I remember. They had to censor the footage. Yup. It's a miracle I got into UA at all. Tagata says. So, your mentor is 𝐂𝐚𝐼. Like, All Might's old sidekick 𝐂𝐚𝐼. He's great. Tagata says. He's got a real sense of humor, too. I'd love to meet him. Izuku says. He's one of my inspirations. A hero with a non-physical quirk, and he managed to be All Might's sidekick. Ooh. Tagata. Tell him. Heido cheers. Tagata chuckles. Yeah, sir is actually here right now. He is. Izuku barely manages to avoid losing his balance mid-stretch. Yup. He's in the teacher's lounge right now. I think he's here to check on sending me another work-study offer. I'll introduce you. Thank you so much. Tagata opens the door to the teacher's lounge, gesturing. Izuku walks in, tailed by the second-year student. A tall man with a grey suit stands in the center of the room, observing the door. Hello, sir. What did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet? 𝐂𝐚𝐼, the 𝐂𝐚𝐼, chuckles. I don't know, what did the janitor say? Supplies. 𝐂𝐚𝐼 gives a small chortle, which gives way to uproarious laughter. Tagata joins in, Izuku not far behind. The second year has an infectious laugh. This is Midoriya Izuku. The middle schooler I told you about. Wait, he talked about me to 𝐂𝐚𝐼. He's a big fan. Sadly, I have to get to class. See you next time, bud. Tagata waves before hurrying down the corridor, leaving Izuku alone with 𝐂𝐚𝐼. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku bows. The hero stands there, staring, unmoving. So, you're Midoriya, says 𝐂𝐚𝐼. I've heard much about you. There's an intensity in the air. Something about the hero's posture has Izuku immediately on the back foot. Yes, sir, he swallows. I've always looked up to. I watched your training exercise earlier, 𝐂𝐚𝐼 says. In every sense of the word, you are mediocre. I respect All Might a great deal, but on this matter, I cannot fathom what he was thinking. What? Izuku steps back. What's he talking about? When Tagata told me you were here at UA training for the hero exam, I was surprised. To think UA would bend over backwards for someone like you. You have none of his presence, his inspiring qualities. You cannot become the next All Might, the next symbol of peace. Of course not, Izuku says, thinking back to what All Might told him on that rooftop. That he should be a hero like himself. I'm not All Might. Precisely. You should never have been chosen for One for All. Izuku reels. It makes sense for him to know. All Might and 𝐂𝐚𝐼 partnered for a long time. 𝐚𝐼 was his strategist. Of course All Might told him about One for All. But what does 𝐚𝐼 mean about him being chosen? He turned it down. Did no one tell him? Unheeding the thoughts swirling in Izuku's mind, 𝐚𝐼 continues. Tagata Mirio. He is the superior candidate. He should be. The one to use One for All. You want me to give it to him? Izuku says slowly. Did 𝐚𝐼 not know? Izuku doesn't even have the DMN quirk. The sooner the better, the hero says. He needs to MSTR it as quickly as, fu. I beg your pardon. 𝐚𝐼 adjusts his tie, glaring down at Izuku's trembling form. Izuku spent 10 years in Aldera. 10 years being told he was an unevolved dying breed, not worth the trees cut down to make the paper in his notebooks. And he took it. He took it and said nothing. But that was then. His teachers were wrong. They were wrong, and they were arrested. And Izuku is done. He spent 10 years being quiet. He's not going to turn the other cheek. Not this time. I'm sorry, was your head so far up but you couldn't hear me? I told you to go F yourself. Izuku clenches his fists so tightly it hurts. His throat burns, tears sting his eyes. You sound just like them. And I'm sick of taking that as a them. Who's them? My teachers, Izuku spits, from Aldera. Night Eye flinches. Yeah, maybe you've heard of them. The ones who were arrested for being in a quirk supremist cult. You sound just like them. Telling me I'm not worth the air I breathe because I'm not the expectation you had. How dare you accuse me of what? Izuku yells. Telling me I'm worthless. Trying to tear me down. I threw myself into training to be a hero. All I want is to help people. He moves a finger at Night Eye. And people like you, like them, come along and tell me I'm wrong to try. Nedzu, Eraserhead, All Might, they all said I can do it, I don't need you. He takes a deep breath. I admired you. You were proof that you didn't need a physical quirk to be a great hero. The All Might sidekick didn't have a flashy quirk. If you could do it, so could I. Izuku clicks his tongue. But if this is how controlling you are, I can see why All Might stopped working with you. Izuku spins on his heel and storms to the door. One more thing, sir. Night Eye says nothing, his expression somewhere between confusion and horror. I don't have one for all. I turned it down. The door slams behind him. Izuku wipes his eyes with his sleeve. DMN. I'll have to talk to Mr. Inui about this. Nedzu makes himself known before Sasaki has a chance to collect himself. Good afternoon, Sasaki, he says cheerfully, dropping from his hiding place in the vents. I certainly hope you had a good reason to verbally abuse a traumatized child. Sasaki flinches. Mirio should have, and what gives you the right to decide who gets one for all? Nedzu's false cheer doesn't so much as waver. As his sidekick and strategist, I know what the next symbol of peace needs to be. So, the decision of who inherits the quirk, a quirk you have never had yourself, falls to you. And in pursuit of that goal, you would discard a child based on your own assumptions. You didn't give him a chance to prove himself to you. You never even confirmed he possessed the quirk. I have no excuse, Sasaki says. Good. There's still hope for him. But, the next symbol of peace, they cannot be chosen on a whim. They must have the right characteristics. And young Tagata has these qualities. Of course. But Midoriya doesn't. Silence. You know, Yagi came to me in April saying he found a heroic child who wanted to save people for the sake of saving people. And this boy, he said, was a cunning analyst for his age. I met with him and was impressed. More so when I learned what his school did to him. The fact that he still wants to be a hero speaks to a strength of will I have never seen before. I see. How did you discern that Tagata was the best candidate? Nedzu asks, clambering up onto the counter to reach the teapot. Here's my intern. Indeed. And he has grown much under your care. I'm grateful. Nedzu pours tea into a cup. But why did you choose to send him an internship offer? He didn't even reach the final event of this year's sports festival, and his grades have never been much higher than average. Before you started teaching him, his control of his quirk was subpar. Bluntly, there were better candidates for you to choose. Nedzu sips his tea while Sasaki searches for the words. It's clear he'd good-natured. He's kind and optimistic. He can inspire people. Nedzu nods. All of that is true. And that is why you offered him an internship. Yes. You've never offered internships before. I haven't. And you're sure this internship offer you gave him was not just because All Might told he planned to offer one for all to a quirkless middle schooler around that same time? Sasaki steps back. You're certain you didn't choose Tagata because of his obvious physical similarities to All Might? Because he reminds you of the persona Yagi uses as a hero? Tell me, Sasaki Mirai, did you reach out to one of my students with the sole intent of grooming him to receive one for all? It would be a shame to have to mark your agency as one we will not accept internship or work-study offers from. Of course I didn't. Sasaki towers over Nedzu, but it has been a long time since a human intimidated him. Then why are you so adamant he receives the quirk? I'm not suggesting you're wrong, Tagata is an excellent candidate. But why are you invested to the point of demanding Midoriya give up the quirk? He is the one who will be the next symbol of peace. Oh. Nedzu takes another sip from his tea. I don't need foresight to know that you're wrong about that, Sasaki. Excuse me. All Might will retire long before Togato reaches the level of influence he wields. Sasaki flinches at the word retire. Interesting. One of his prophesies, perhaps. And when he does, Japan will be left with Endeavor as the #1 hero, and with no symbol of peace. Yagi is a pillar, and even he cannot bear the weight. When he collapses, what are you suggesting, Nedzu? Japan will have to change how we handle our heroics industry, or die, he answers easily. He's given it much thought, lately, after Yagi confessed to how close the last-ditch attack from the Meta Liberation Army came to seriously injuring or even killing him. Sasaki paces, arms folded behind his back. Contemplation clear on his face. You're saying All Might will be the only symbol of peace? The only individual to bear that title, yes. Sasaki blanches, turning to look out the window. He does not move for several minutes. Eventually, Sasaki excuses himself to return to his agency. Nedzu calls out, one last thing to say. In the future, when you question whether someone is worthy to uphold the legacy Yagi created, remember he too was once a quirkless middle schooler. Sasaki freezes. I will keep that in mind. And Sasaki is gone. It's strange. Despite being a ward of UA for several months, this is Himiko's first time actually visiting the school. The 4 buildings tower overhead. Izuku nudges her gently. You get used to it, he says, grinning cheekily. She nudges him back. You'd know. With how much time you spend here, I'm surprised Nedzu hasn't adopted you yet. If I did, he'd likely end up still living with you too, seeing as the dorm renovations aren't yet complete. Himiko shrieks as Nedzu appears on top of the outer wall by the gate. The principal laughs warmly, and Izuku and his mother join in, the traitors. It's a pleasure to see you again, Himiko. Happy birthday. She nods, and Nedzu slips back down on the other side of the wall. Izuku scans his pass and moves through the gate with practiced ease. His mother and Himiko both take a few swipes to get the card to read. Izuku and the principal are standing side by side in the courtyard, waiting. Himiko jogs lightly over to them. We'll be celebrating in the cafeteria today, Nedzu says, taking the lead into the building. The staff, alongside Yagi, are already there. The Shields send their regards but weren't able to finish your present before they had to return to Island. I've been assured Melissa is enthusiastic about completing the project for you. Project? Himiko asks. I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. She can't see Nedzu's face from behind him, but she just knows he's grinning. But I suppose I could describe it as a machine which produces items to support your quirk without giving anything away. Naturally, Izuku immediately puts a thumb to his lip and begins muttering about possible support items for transform. Careful, sunshine, his mom says. You're probably going to figure it out. Izuku jumps, then sheepishly rubs the back of his neck. Izuku had never told Himiko what the cafeteria looked like. The room stretched, fitting a dozen rows of tables, separated by small walls with foliage on top. The kitchen connected directly to the cafeteria, with a counter separating the servers from students. Seeing such a large room empty except for maybe a dozen people was surreal. UA after hours felt deserted. Izuku waves as their small group approaches the assembled teachers. A blond man waves back while another man in dark baggy clothes rolls his eyes. Good to see everyone is here. Nedzu says, scampering up onto the shoulders of the man in dark clothes. This, as you no doubt know, is Himiko. Would those of you who have not yet made her acquaintance introduce yourselves? Sure thing. I'm Yamada Hisashi, the blond man says. His voice is familiar. Present MIC. Himiko asks. Ah, a listener, he winks. I'm Ishiyama Ken, says a man with a flat, grey face. Aizawa Shouter, the black-clad man drawls. Hey, kid. I'm glad to see you've got some meat on your bones again. Call me Kiyama, says the woman Himiko vaguely remembers. Himiko nods. She does look much healthier, says a short woman. Call me Chio, dear. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, says the cowboy. I'm Snipe. I am Ectoplasm, a pleasure. says the ghost man. My 𝐂𝐸𝐽, says the man with red hair covering his face. I teach the support kids. Call me Inu, barks the dog man. UA has a dog man. Wait, didn't Izuku says one of the heroes here was called Hound Dog? Was that literal? And I'm 13, said the astronaut. UA sure had a diverse staff. And you already know Yagi, Khan, and me. Nedzu claps his paws together. Well then. I do believe it is almost time for Himiko's special dinner. Have you ever had gyukatsu before? She shakes her head. Ah. It's an interesting dish. It's a beef cutlet, covered in a breadcrumb batter and fried quickly. This leaves the inside of the cutlet rare, so that you can cook it to your liking on a hot plate. Himiko made sure her mouth was still closed. It would have been embarrassing if anyone saw her drooling. A man dressed in a full chef's outfit, but with the hat on, is that a respirator? Covering his face emerges from the kitchen pushing a cart covered in stone hot plates, bowls of rice and vegetables, and plates of breaded beef. Let me, Mrs. Kiyama says, helping set the dishes out at the table. Himiko slid into her chair, Izuku next to her and Mom Izuku's mom across from her. Soon, everyone was seated, delicately lifting the slices of meat onto the hot plates. Himiko cautiously picked up one of her slices and took a bite. Oh, that was good. Lunch Rush wasn't a food-themed hero for nothing, it seems. You like rare meat? Mr. Yamada asks. Himiko grins, showing off her fangs. Right, should have guessed, he laughs. I'm glad you're enjoying the meal, Nedzu says. Himiko notes that he's also eating his cutlets rare. I rather thought it would be to your tastes. It's so good. All right. I think it's time Present MIC got the little listeners' presents. Mr. Yamada cheers. Mr. Aizawa winces from the noise. That pun was awful, he says. But you love me. Unfortunately. Mr. Aizawa sighs, pushing off against the table and rising to his feet. I'll help. You couldn't carry them all yourself. Mrs. Kiyama and the chef clear the dishes away as the table turns to idle chatter. Eventually the two return with stacks of boxes. Mr. Yamada sets his pile on the table in front of Mrs. Midoriya, just across from Himiko. Mr. Aizawa slides another set of boxes next to them. You guys all really went plus ultra for her, he drawls. It's her first birthday in our care instead of her previous guardians, Nedzu give a chipper reply. It has to be special. Mr. Aizawa's mouth stretches into a wide grin. You're right, he says, it's only logical. He pulls a final box out from behind him and sets it on the table. Himiko glances over to Izuku, who rolls his eyes. Right, Izuku told her that Mr. Aizawa was secretly a softie. I believe it would be best to start with mine, for reasons I will explain, Nedzu says, taking a smaller box from the pile and passing it to Himiko. She unwraps the package and slides the lid up and off the box. Inside rests a long knife. Himiko gingerly removes the weapon, examining it. The blade is covered in a strange pattern almost like rippling water. I'm afraid you won't be allowed to take that off campus, Nedzu says. But with your quirk, having a bladed weapon is exceptionally useful. She nods. Isn't that, Mr. Aizawa starts. Neo-Damascus steel, yes. Nedzu says. Izuku perks up. That's the really durable metal made from quirks and based on that really old special steel, right? Indeed. Nedzu laughs. That knife is the closest thing to indestructible humans have even made, with weaponry, at least. It's incredibly sharp, do be careful, and it's hard to dull. Wow, Himiko breathes. Can I have this in class said? Nedzu smiles softly. Of course. My 𝐂𝐸𝐽. I'll have something for it in the costume design by the time her second year starts, the engineer says. Ooh. Me next. Mrs. Kiyama calls, gesturing to one of the boxes, a rectangular box 5 centimeters tall. Himiko snorts and takes the box, pulling of the wrapping paper. Inside is a cardboard box with the Fralidaja department store logo. Clothes. She opens it. Clothes. Cute clothes. In the same red shirt, dark blue overshirt style she loves. Gyro really knew what she was talking about. These are adorable. Himiko says. Oh, dear. It seems we had the same idea, Mrs. 𝐂𝐻𝐽 says. I suppose you should open mine next then, keep on theme. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 carefully closes the magnetically clasped box again and sets it off to the side. Nedzu hands Mrs. Midoriya several large gift bags and the woman starts placing her opened gifts inside. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 takes the gift from Mrs. 𝐂𝐻𝐽, another box from 𝐓𝐿𝐴. Oh! 𝐒𝐭�𝐚𝐲 says, I didn't think to get winter clothes yet. The box contained several sweaters of various patterns, all adorable. 𝐒𝐭�𝐚𝐲 loves them. The next gift turns out to be from Mr. Mijima. It's a series of reference images and pictures of pro-heroes with unorthodox quirks, as well as some vampire concept art. You do need to submit a costume for Class Z, he reminds her. She nods. Mr. Yamada got her a signed album from one of the musical guests on his show. That guest had been one of her favorites. Mr. Inui got her a cookbook he'd apparently assembled, compiling various recipes from around the world. The book is filled with BLD sausages, BLD soups, and BLD curds among other similar meals, none of which she'd heard of before she lived with Mrs. Midoriya. We'll have to try these, Mrs. Midoriya says. Eventually, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 makes her way through the pile of gifts. Mr. Aizawa is the only staff member whose gift she hasn't yet opened. She tears the wrapping paper off to find a plastic-sealed cardboard box, covered in brand names and numbers she doesn't really get, but the large central picture of a laptop certainly makes sense to her. Izuku starts, isn't that the Inspiration 4750? The best computer currently on the market. It's only logical, he says. It will help her study, as well as socialize more. He's grinning the whole time. Of course. Your only reasons, I'm sure. Izuku says. Careful, brat. I still help determine whether you pass the entrance exams. And it would look bad if you trained me for almost a year and I still didn't get in, Izuku replies without hesitating, wearing a shd grin. Besides, it would make Himi sad. Mr. Aizawa barked out a short laugh, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grinned. Finally, only the Midoriyas are left. Izuku hands a cardboard tube to her. Here, he says. She takes it from him and pulls the cap off. Inside is a rolled-up piece of paper. It feels glossy like a poster under her fingers. She gingerly pulls it out. Oh, she recognizes this style. The poster is an illustration of a cloaked figure standing over an ominous castle. It's the same artist who drew the posters she got for her room way back when. You remembered, she says. Izuku rubs the back of his neck. I thought, since you like the ones you had so much, I could expand your collection. She pulls him into a quick hug. Thank you, Aizu. Happy birthday, Himi. Mrs. Midoriya stands and moves around the table to stand next to her. She opens her purse and retrieves a large manila envelope, which she hands carefully to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. She can see Mrs. Midoriya is already close to tears. Cautiously, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 opens the envelope, pulling out a small stack of papers. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 skims over the text. Paperwork. Why would Mrs. Midoriya get her paperwork as a present? What's this first heading? Consent to adoption. What? Wait. Are these? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 chokes out. Is this what I think it is? We've already signed everything we need to, Nedzu says. Give the word, and you'll officially be part of the family, Izuku says, wiping the corner of his eyes. You really want me, she whispers. Mrs. Midoriya pulls her into a tight embrace. Of course, we do, dear. I told you we wouldn't throw you away. Over these past few months, I've been delighted to watch you come out of your shell. What about your husband? Hisoshi. We already asked him, Mrs. Midoriya says. We always wanted a larger family, but his job meant we never really got the chance. He's sorry he couldn't be here for this. Can, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 starts, barely audible. Can I have your family name? Of course, dear. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sobs loudly, crying into Mrs. Midoriya mom's shirt. She feels Izuku, her brother, rubbing her back. Once they've calmed down enough, Nedzu helps mom fill out the rest of the paperwork. Once she's done, he takes the papers from her, promising to get everything filed. Congratulations. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, Nedzu pauses, grinning impishly, or should I say, Midoriya. Midoriya 𝐒𝐿𝐴. It rings like music in her ears. The staff bow and wish her well, and Himiko follows her family, her brother, her mom back to her apartment. This is it. The rest of her life will forever be downhill. Because this has to be the best day of her life. Chapter 20. Midoriya Himiko's birthday. 16 years old Himiko walks through the UA gate, her brother right beside her. It's the start of September, and with it the second term. That means it's finally her first day in class said. She glances over at Izuku. Nedzu had informed them that he would be preoccupied during the week for a while, and that Izuku would be completing his middle school lessons through self-study, with Nedzu supervising when possible. Himiko wonders what Nedzu's doing instead. Given how rare it was for him to take a personal student, or so she'd been told, it seemed weird that something would distract him from that. Have a good day at class, Himi. Izuku hugs her before they have to split ways. Don't forget to tell me about their quirks. As if I could forget, she laughs. Class Z is in a spare classroom. Izuku was right, Nedzu does have more money than I could possibly spend. Himiko stares at the door, which has to be at least 6 meters tall. A red letter Z has been painted onto the door, so there's no way it's the wrong room. Are there quirks that need doors like this? Aizu would know. Himiko takes a deep breath and slides the door open. A boy looks up from rearranging his pencils to look at Himiko with dusty red eyes. He gives a small smile and waves slightly. Himiko grins and returns the gesture. Heyo! A light voice cheers. Himiko turns to see someone unwrap and reform themselves in front of her. I'm Ekitai Naga, they say. Their long, pastel blue hair elongates in front of Himiko's eyes. I'm using female pronouns right now. Nice to meet YA. Ekitai sticks out a hand and Himiko takes it. The hand feels almost like thick pudding, but she chooses not to comment. Presumably, it's part of her quirk. Midoriya Himiko, right back at you, she says. Ekitai grins. I'm so pumped. I can't believe I got into UA. Didn't even have to take the entrance exam. None of us did, comes a somewhat gruff voice. Himiko follows it to where a tall girl is leaning back on her desk. The green-black scales are the first thing Himiko notices, her skin is covered in them. We all got recommended for this class because of the remember? There's no malice in her voice, just a subtle softness suggesting the question is genuine. A tail flicks behind the girl. Sup. I'm Wani Numachi. She grins, and Himiko notices for the first time that Wani has a short snout. And also, many sharp fangs. Well, yeah, Ekitai whines, but we still get to be here. True enough. Before any more conversation can follow, the warning bell rings and Himiko quickly moves over to her seat. Who do you think is our homeroom teacher? She whisper shouts at the kid in front of her desk, a tan girl with bright turquoise hair. Probably someone cool, she says wistfully. I'd like to think so. Himiko knew that voice. That faux cheer, that pitch. That little suit-wearing animal who she swears wasn't on the teacher's podium a few seconds ago. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? It doesn't matter, what's important is that I'm the principal. Nedzu cheers. And the homeroom teacher of class said. This is why you aren't with Aizu. Himiko can't stop herself from gawking. Indeed, Himiko. Or would you prefer Midoriya? Himiko's fine, she says, still stunned. The girl in front of her mouths Aizu at Himiko, but she doesn't have time to answer. Well, students, I'm glad to see you all networking. In any industry, having connections is vital. However, we are attempting to cram 4 Year 1 courses into 2 terms, and therefore have little time to dawdle. Onward. Go get changed into your gym uniforms. To the PE field. Nedzu hops down from the desk and marches out of the room cackling. So, who's this Aizu? The girl who sits in front of Himiko, she introduced herself as Inazuma Rakurai, asks, unbuttoning the last button on her normal uniform. Ekitai had chosen to change in a gender-neutral changing room, so it's just Himiko, Inazuma, Wani, and the other girls she hadn't spoken with yet. My brother, Himiko says, pulling a gym uniform over her head. He loves quirks, analyzes them all the time. Nedzu was impressed by his work and has been tutoring him since April. Impressive, Inazuma replies. Ah, that's why he was so familiar with you, Another girl said, as her blonde hair forms together into a hand and places her normal uniform in her locker. I'm Heikiru-san, it's my pleasure. Well, that and he was my legal guardian for a while, Himiko replies. UA took temporary custody of me before I was adopted. I've been a Midoriya for less than a month. You lived with the principal. Wani says, adjusting her custom gym breathes to accommodate her tale. Nope. The dorms for kids in UA custody are being renovated. I stayed with the people who ended up adopting me. I'm glad things worked out for you, Inazuma says. But let's shelve this conversation for now. We shouldn't keep the principal waiting. We'll be starting with a series of physical assessments, Nedzu says. However, you are allowed and encouraged to use your quirks to improve your scores. A quirk apprehension test, if you will. A quirk apprehension test. That seems a bit much. They've barely started the day. It's important to understand everyone's baseline physical fitness and quirk control. I am aware that many of you may not wish to enter the hero course, but these tests are about creativity and control. Useful no matter your chosen course, Nedzu explains. Okay, this is fine. Himiko can just transform into whoever does the best in each test. Izuku theorized she might be able to use people's quirks while transformed, seems like as good a time as any to find out. She stills. She doesn't have anyone's BLD. She needs to drink BLD directly to transform. She's safe from her classmates. Opinions, Nedzu wouldn't let anything like the togas happen to her here. But last time she took BLD directly, she ended up freaking out on the floor of her bathroom. She shakes her head. Izuku told her that she has an anesthetic effect. She couldn't hurt anyone. She'd had some BLD today with breakfast. Things were different now. Himiko assumed the 50-meter dash would be easy. One of these people had to have a speed quirk, right? Well, sort of. Ekitai's quirk apparently lets her turn into water or something, and she surges ahead of her paired partner, Ikeji Narime. He isn't too upset about it though. Having a better sense of smell wasn't going to help me anyways, he says, walking off the track. Himiko decides that testing if her shapeshifting can mimic another shapeshifting quirk is a test for another day. She runs the dashes herself. Nedzu announces the second test is grip strength. She's practically spoiled for choice here. Most of her classmates are visibly muscular. She'll just see which of them is strongest and then, a faint light catches her eye. A pale boy with wavy blue hair produces a needle and thread from seemingly nowhere and starts stitching his grip device closed. Aizu would love that quirk. Hey, this is a bit awkward to ask, she says, walking up to the boy. But can I have some of your BLD? He eyes her. Which? Fair. My quirk lets me become other people if I have their BLD. Aizu, my brother, thinks I might be able to mimic quirks like that, and your idea looks good so. The boy suddenly pricks his arm with the needle. That enough, he looks at her expectantly. She wasn't expecting that. I have to drink it. The boy nods. Get me one of those water bottles, he says. Himiko runs over to where Nedzu has a box of disposable water bottles for them and quickly brings one back. The boy unscrews and sets it under the puncture wound so the BLD drips into the bottle. After a few seconds, he hands it to her. BLD watered down tastes awful, Himiko decides, but she also isn't freaking out on the floor, so there's that going for her. Is it because I didn't bite him or because he watered it down? Questions for later. Her gray slime wraps around her body, molding into a perfect duplicate of the boy, complete with his uniform. That is not how I expected that to look, the boy says. Harry Nwem, by the way. Midoriya, right? Himiko's fine, she says in Harry's voice. He blinks. How does your quirk work? I feel this energy in the air, and I mold it into the needle and thread. I'm betting it feels a lot like your quirk, but I'm limited to the needle and thread. They're unbreakable though. Himiko nods, focusing on the air on her skin. She can feel something. A sort of faint static buzzing at the edge of her awareness. She concentrates on molding it, like she does with her slime, but nothing happens. It's weird, she says. I can feel the energy, at least I think I can, but I can't manipulate it. If you could feel it, you would know, Harry says, finishing stitching his measuring device closed as the device reads 800 kilograms. It's not subtle. She says. Well, at least you're stronger than me. She flexes her arm, showing off Harry's muscles. He snorts. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wasn't sure what she expected people to do on the standing long jump, but she wasn't expecting a rose-haired boy to summon medieval shields under his feet to jump off of and keep going. Nedzu called him 𝐒𝐿, and he easily gets the best score on that event. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 recognizes the boy stepping up to the lines marking the repeated side steps as the one who waved at her when she first entered the classroom. Nedzu calls him 𝐒𝐿. He brushes the wavy brown hair out of his face and takes a deep breath. He jumps to the side and blurs. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 can't tell what's happening. It's like he's vibrating in place for a moment, then he touches the ground and springs off again into another blur. The principal calls time and marks down 1,652 jumps. He what? Wani says. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gulps. She's still wary of drinking BLD again. She was fine after drinking Harry's, but, well, she doesn't know why she was fine. She's not willing to push herself further. Not here in front of everyone. At least it isn't a competition, she says weakly. The distance run is an endurance challenge. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 isn't planning on using her quirk anymore for these tests, but she probably wouldn't want to on this one anyway. She doesn't know where anyone else stands endurance-wise. It isn't until Wani outlasts everyone else that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 realizes she was the obvious choice. At least 𝐒𝐭𝐴 does the best at the seated toe touch. She's always been flexible. The more muscular members of Class Z soon turned the sit-ups into a contest. Inazuma, Wani, 𝐒𝐿, and surprisingly 𝐒𝐽𝐻, who used her quirk to quickly reposition her body, lasted the longest. Eventually, 𝐒𝐽𝐻's quirk pushed her ahead of the others. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 assumes the final test, the ball throw, will be dominated by 𝐒𝐿 the same way he did the standing long jump. She's surprised when he instead fires a dagger out of his palm at high speed, the ball stabbed into the end. Nedzu holds up a 134-meter score. The next student the principal calls, Haguruma, doesn't look physically impressive to 𝐒𝐭𝐴. She's reminded a little of Mom, actually. Then the ball rises from Haguruma's hand and launches. 𝐒𝐿's mouth gapes until Nedzu shows her score, 488 meters, and she regains her composure. Well, that was exciting. Nedzu says once everyone finishes the ball throw. I saw a lot of creative quirk use today, and I want you all to continue cultivating that. I know I said it before, but it bears repeating. Even those of you aiming for courses outside of our hero track will find a deep understanding of your quirk vital. This should conclude our first PRD, which means we're moving to our support lessons. Don't bother showering or changing just yet, there will be oil and grease where we're going. By the end of the day, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 is exhausted. Mentally and physically. Before dismissing the class, Nedzu has one last announcement. He gestures to a grid of 20 boxes he's drawn on the classroom whiteboard. Everyone, please write your name and what your course of choice is here. No judgment. We do not tolerate that here. And don't forget to look into our clubs and extracurriculars if you want more time with your future course. Nedzu places a box of dry erase markers on the table. A pause. Then students scramble to the front of the room. Eventually, 𝐒𝐿 snags a marker and gleefully adds her own entry to the table. Midoriya 𝐒𝐿, hero she smiles. As 𝐒𝐿 leaves, 𝐒𝐽𝐻 and Heikiru run up to her and Inazuma. Wanna walk to the station together, asks 𝐒𝐽𝐻. Sorry, I have to go grab my brother first. 𝐒𝐿 says. I have an appointment with Hound Dog, Inazuma admits. 𝐒𝐽𝐻 jokingly pouts while Heikiru nods. The two set off, and 𝐒𝐿 falls in step behind Inazuma. You're heading to Mr. Inui's office, right? 𝐒𝐿 says. Yeah. Inazuma sighs. Everyone heard about Aldera raising good MLA soldiers for UA, but Tasnia, the school by Shiketsu, it didn't get much national coverage. 𝐒𝐿 winces. Your school was MLA, she says. Inazuma nods, clenching her fists. Like, run by actual MLA sympathizers, she nods again. 𝐒𝐿 swallows. I think, she starts, voice raw, I think the worst part is that I have a strong quirk. They didn't hurt me, not like they hurt everyone else in Class Z. Inazuma shudders. They wanted me to be a hero and spread their stupid mantra. I ended up at the district high school, decided Shiketsu wasn't a good fit for me, so I'd go through a mentorship program. She looks at Himiko with wet eyes. But I don't know how much of that was me and how much of that was them. Himiko doesn't know what to do. She never had to comfort anyone before, not without her normal mask. What would mom do? She cautiously wraps a hand around Inazuma's shoulder and pulls the girl in. So, you have appointments with Mr. Inui about what you went through, she whispers. Inazuma nods. I want to unlearn whatever they taught me. How can I save people if I act like they do? Like some people aren't worth saving. Himiko thinks to Inazuma's name scrawled on the whiteboard next to the word hero. She nods. I think you're doing better than you think, Himiko says at last. You're scared of yourself, but you're facing it. It's what mom told her all those months ago. Inazuma nods but doesn't get the chance to say more before they arrive at Mr. Inui's office. Goodbye, Mr. Inu, she hears Izuku say as the door opens. See you next week. Hey Aizu, she calls. Her brother turns to her and beams. Hey Himi. Making friends already. Inazuma bows. My name is Inazuma Rakurai. It's a pleasure to meet you. Himiko told us a lot about you. Izuku laughs. Did she now? Ah, Inazuma. Come in. Hound Dog calls. He must have heard them talking. Inazuma smiles at the siblings and slips into the office. Izuku takes the lead and Himiko happily follows him to the front entrance. So, did you see any cool quirks? Izuku asks. She nudges him. You think all quirks are cool. But yes. Today I'll be discussing an interesting opportunity for you all, Nedzu says at the start of homeroom. You see, there is a middle school student on campus most days of the week being tutored on account of his previous school being meticulously obliterated because of a freak accident. That's one way to put it. Though her classmates seem more than a little confused about what he's getting at. Why he didn't just tell them that Izuku went to Aldera is anyone's guess. Actually, now that she's thinking about it, it's probably to avoid discussing his quirk. Kakubyoga raises their hand. How does this student relate to an extra credit opportunity, they ask. Kakubyoga is going into management, and has one of the most interesting quirks in class said. They can literally write or draw on thin air with their finger, leaving lines of light behind. During your 6th PRD free study, you may choose to spar with this student, Nedzu explains. You receive a number of points determined by Aizawa or myself based on your performance, and there is a limit to how many times you may receive points for doing this per month. We're already so busy in 6th PRD keeping up with 4 courses worth of work. Ekitai groans. Who's the kid? Wani asks, her head tilted. Nedzu chuckles and Himiko realizes suddenly that she is about to be the center of attention. She hides a snicker behind her hand. His name is Midoriya Izuku. He may also join you for practical hero lessons occasionally. In fact, I believe today is such a day. The entire class turns to look at Himiko. Considering how she mostly goes by her first name now, a habit from after her parents were arrested, she's almost impressed they made the connection. Almost. She talks about Izuku enough. Himiko leans back in her seat, not bothering to hide her sassy grin. Nedzu and Mr. Aizawa gives extra credit to anyone in the hero course who spars with him, she says. Apparently, he's quite popular with some of the second years. From the look on her classmates' faces, Himiko can already tell several of them are planning on fighting Izuku this afternoon. Her smile widens. She sits up towards her desk, resting her chin in her hands. Are we allowed to use quirks? Utsuya asks, fingers lightly drumming on his desk. Nedzu smiles unkindly. Not only are you allowed, I have yet to see him lose to a student who held back against him, Nedzu says. The principal places a paw against his chin. Except perhaps the third years. The difference in experience is simply too great. Himiko spots it instantly. The furrowed brows, the narrowed lips. Disbelief. They don't think Izuku is as good as Nedzu claims. That's fine. She knows Izuku will prove them wrong. Besides, some of her classmates see Nedzu's words for the challenge they are. Heikiru and Wani fidget in their seats, excitement mounting. The support classes are some of Himiko's favorites. Ironic, considering she's planning on being a hero, but it's true. Don't get her wrong, the hero classes are great. She loves them. Management and general education have a lot of overlap outside of the economics, and, well, managing people. But there's just something meditative about tinkering with support items, even if what they're making is still relatively simplistic. And Himiko couldn't picture herself making something like the cat's cradle Izuku uses. Maybe his jet boots. Harry and Haguruma, of course, are both far ahead of anyone else in class with support items. No big surprise, they were the two who declared their intent to go into support. Harry's needle quirk could sew things together that were otherwise impossible to attach. Haguruma's quirk only let them control small amounts of metal, but that's perfect for making minute interior adjustments. Himiko quietly hums Mom's lullaby to herself, fiddling with a screwdriver. She's working on a bow staff with additional functions. Mr. Maijima mentioned earlier that these are one of the most common projects in support, but Himiko doesn't mind. Integrating a taser into the ends of the staff was easy, but she finds her current modification, making the bow staff separate into a screamer sticks with a magnetic lock, much harder. Leaning back and wiping the sweat from her forehead, Himiko takes a quick glance at her classmates' projects. Harry threads his needle with a special thread he'd requested from Mr. Maijima. He's working on a prototype fabric that mimics the mutation quirk of whoever wears it. Haguruma fiddles with the circuitry on her visor. She hopes it will be able to instantly map the surrounding area even as the terrain changes from combat. Most of the hero kids build equipment that complements their quirks. Personally, Himiko is impressed by Inazuma's miniature capacitors. Fumin's amplifiers aren't shabby either. Taking a break? Ekitai asks, leaning onto the workbench. Himiko glances up and notices they shape-shifted their hair shorter. Ekitai had told her about this. A visual indicator, so to speak. Yep. Himiko chimes. Male pronouns right now, right? Ekitai winks with a grin, and Himiko can't help grinning too. Can't get the maglocks to work. How's your project? Ekitai shrugs. Something in the formula isn't working right. The foam doesn't expand properly. Right now, it won't capture anyone taller than, say, 30 centimeters, he says. Gotta say, I really dig Wani's claw guards though. It was a project Nedzu suggested to her. Heroes with mutation quirks frequently use support items to protect the parts of their body they use most frequently in combat. Wani's working on guards that not only maintain the sharpness of her real claws but are thinner than any other guard on the market without compromising durability. Across the room, Wani slips. One of the guards hits the ground and cracks. That last part was still a work in progress. Himiko. Mr. Maijima calls, putting his phone away. Recovery girl wants to see you in her office. Roger that, sir. Himiko opens the door to Recovery Girl's office and steps inside. Mrs. Chiyo sits in her chair, typing away on her computer. Himiko raps her knuckles against the door behind her, and Mrs. Chiyo looks up. Himiko dear. A pleasure to see you. The woman hops down from her chair, grabbing her needle cane and coming over to Himiko. I'm sure Nedzu told you back on your birthday that the shields were working on something for you. Himiko nods, and Mrs. Chiyo gestures for her to follow. The woman leads her to a strange device, about the size of a coffee machine, sitting out on one of the tables. There are cylindrical slots on the top, and the front has a slope leading into a small tray. What's this? Himiko asks. Mrs. Chiyo retrieves a vial of BLD from her coat pocket and places it into one of the slots. The woman turns it on and the BLD drains from the vial. The machine shakes in place, and Himiko takes an instinctive step back. Then the machine dings, and a small red pill falls into the tray. She says. Mrs. Chiyo picks up the red pill and hands it to Himiko. Try it, dear. Himiko eyes the pill warily. It is Mrs. Chiyo telling me to take it. The nurse should be trustworthy about my health. Himiko slips the pill into her mouth and swallows. Oh, that was the BLD. That was so much BLD Himiko doesn't even notice the clay-like slime coat her body and reshaping it around her. That was so much BLD at once. It was heavenly. A BLD condenser, She cuts off, realizing she's speaking in Mrs. Kiyoma's voice, and takes a look at herself. "Oh, I didn't realize," Mrs. Qiyo chuckles. "Perhaps you should work on not getting so caught up in the taste, then." Yes, that's enough BLD for a whole hour of your quirk's use, condensed into a small, easily transported pill. Taking BLD from your enemies on the battlefield will still be tricky, but you can use this to have your allies' forms on hand. "The shields made this for me," she says. Mrs. Qiyo nods. "Yes. I hear Melissa was particularly excited to design this. Perhaps you made a good impression on her." Himiko feels her face heat up. Remembering that she's still one of her teachers only makes her blush harder. Mrs. Qiyo has to hold herself up with her cane, she's laughing so hard. "It's not that funny," Himiko mutters. "No, dear," Mrs. Qiyo says, wheezing. "It's that Kiyoma hasn't looked flustered in her life." Seeing her face like that, and Himiko snorts, then joins Mrs. Chiyo's laughter. Once they've recovered, Mrs. Qiyo concludes her explanation of the new device. "So, to reiterate, you can ask your friends to donate a BLD sample here and carry it around for easy use." The woman reaches around behind the device. Himiko hears a soft click and Mrs. Qiyo pulls back with a small clear box. Himiko can see places for her to place up to 20 of the compressed BLD capsules. Carry this on your costume, and you'll find yourself with many more options. "I might just keep this on me normally. How long does the BLD last?" Himiko asks. She hadn't been aware that BLD spoiled before her new life. BLD was a taboo in her old house. Those shields are truly something else. The compressor uses some crazy method of preserving the BLD. Mrs. Qiyo rubs her chin. "I believe they said the BLD remains safely usable for 3 months. Of course, that's assuming you need the nitric oxide in the BLD for your quirk." Himiko had never tried drinking BLD that wasn't fresh, something she considered wise. She bets Izuku would love to know how important that is. Mrs. Qiyo makes a shooing motion with her hand. "I won't take up any more of your time, go back to class, dear." Himiko forgets to release her transformation until she walks by an amused Mrs. Kiyoma on the way to the labs. Today's practical hero lesson will be rather exciting. Nedzu says, clapping his paws together, Izuku standing awkwardly next to him. Nedzu set up their lesson at the PE grounds. "This will be your introduction to the use of weapons." "Ah, Utsuwa accepted, of course." The boy snorts, spinning one of his created daggers between his fingers. Nedzu gestures to a table, on which rest a variety of training melee weapons. Bow staffs, tunfas, nunchucks, eskrima sticks, and of course, swords and knives. None of them could actually seriously injure someone. UA didn't hand out real weapons to untrained high schoolers. "You will each choose a weapon and perform a basic stance and a few attacks with it," says Nedzu. "If you are not satisfied, come back and choose another." Given her support project, Himiko is tempted by the staff and eskrima sticks, but decides to go with a knife. "It would be rude of me to not learn how to use that wonderful knife Nedzu got me." She takes one of the blades of the table, experimenting with how she wants to hold it. "Ah, excellent choice, you too," Nedzu says. Himiko starts, only just realizing Izuku is beside her, having picked up a knife as well. There are a number of grip variants for knives, each with their own advantages and disadvantages. First, do you prefer the forward grip or the reverse grip? Himiko and Izuku step over to the training dummies and start trying the different stances Nedzu walks them through. Himiko starts with a reverse grip, keeping the blade facing out, and slashes at the dummy. It just doesn't feel right. She rotates the blade into a forward blade and tries again. This time, she finds her footwork more natural, the movements almost instinctual. "Bravo, you two. I see you've taken to knives like a fish to water." Himiko looks up, blinking, and sees Izuku moving gracefully around his own training dummy, knife held in the reverse grip Himiko decided against. Izuku relaxes his stance, flicking his eyes over to Himiko. "Oh, wow, forward grip. I couldn't get the hang of it," he says, scratching the back of his neck with his free hand. "Well, don't simply watch them," Nedzu laughs, "you all have your own weapons to try." Himiko begins her stretches on the field with several of her classmates. It's 6th PRD, Free study to catch up on any subject, from core subjects to specialized course loads, which means it's their first chance to spar with Izuku. Himiko can't help but grin. She gets to see her brother in action. Ah, quite the selection today. Nedzu calls, approaching the group with Mr. Yagi behind him. Himiko, Wani, Heikiru, and Utsuwa. You've chosen to test yourselves against Midoriya here. A brave choice. Who's the stick? Wani asks. Hello, young Wani. I am Yagi Toshinori, Mr. Yagi says. I'll be observing classes from time to time. He moves over to the bleachers to sit while Nedzu finishes setting up the sparring ring. I would like to go first, Heikiru says, eyes gleaming with determination. Izuku steps into the ring, stretching his arms. The rules are simple, Nedzu says. If a combatant is incapacitated, surrenders, or leaves the circle, they lose. Quirk use is allowed, but I will call the match if I see excessive force. Izuku and Heikiru both nod as the blonde girl steps into the ring across from Izuku. Nedzu counts down. The moment he says begin, Heikiru moves. She directs a punch straight at Izuku's face. He sidesteps at the last moment, grabbing her wrist and pulling her further. Heikiru barely stops her momentum from carrying her out of the ring. Her hair writhes into a fist, striking out at Izuku again, but he dodges. With a simple kick, he forces her out of bounds. Nedzu blows his whistle, pointing to Izuku. Not bad, Utsuwa murmurs next to Himiko. You should have moved once you recovered, Izuku says. Staying still was just asking to get hit. He offers his hand to the downed girl. Were you aware of my quirk? Heikiru asks, accepting it and letting him help her up. Izuku scratches the back of his neck with his free hand. Yeah, Himiko told me all about everyone's quirks. His eyes gleam. I have so many questions. Are you controlling your individual hairs? Do they have to make a hand like that? Can you control your hair once it's been cut? Do you have to wash it in a special way? Oh, Heikiru says. I guess being smart and cute are just Midoriya family traits, Wani says nonchalantly, ignoring how both Izuku and Himiko turn bright red. Izuku would deny making a noise like a tea kettle. Himiko would not. The alligator girl stretches her arms above her head and steps into the ring. All right, Pipsqueak. Show me what you're made of, she says, grinning. He obliges. Himiko swells with pride when in the end none of them manage to beat Izuku. Izuku settles into a routine not long after the start of the second term. On weekdays, he self-studies in Nedzu's office with the occasional assignment or test from the principal himself. Mr. Aizawa pushed his limits further in physical training. He still spars with UA students, but now his usual crowd had a lower priority than sparring with Class Z or joining the occasional practical lesson. Nedzu always ensures his present for their weapon training. He and Himiko lead the class, just behind Utsuwa, of course, in weapon use. Izuku is always amazed by Himiko's natural talent with knives. He knows he wouldn't be nearly as good as he is without Mr. Aizawa's training. His weekly meetings with Mr. Inui are going well. He's starting to accept that the things he went through were wrong. There's a difference between knowing something and knowing something. He's gaining muscle. He's not going to win any bodybuilding competitions, but he's noticeably more athletic than he was before. The first time he crossed a whole ground beater city block jumping from roof to roof, Mr. Aizawa smiled proudly. Izuku was sure he would die on the spot. Mr. Aizawa isn't the only instructor he's impressed. Nedzu happily informed him that his analysis could now be used to seriously injure or kill the entire top 100 pro heroes. This absolutely terrifying compliment served as a segue into encryption, codes, and ciphers. Luckily, the whole point of this was for Izuku to learn and improve. None of his existing notebooks are quite at the national threat level yet. He'd hate having to burn those. But Izuku isn't the only one UA is pushing hard. If Himiko is any indication, Nedzu is quite gleefully dragging Class Z through hell. Not that Himiko seems to mind. She's usually exhausted by the time they get home, crashing in her room until dinner, eating dinner, and going to sleep. But every morning she's not just cheerful again, but ecstatic to go back. Himiko tells him all about her time in Class Z. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 pulling pranks by making themselves look like their classmates, sometimes alongside 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐽 herself for extra confusion. Fumin playing music after class. Wani and Utsua's friendly but fierce rivalry. And of course, All Might comes by for guest lectures occasionally. According to Himiko, he struggled quite a lot with the whole teaching thing at first. Izuku brought it up to Mr. Aizawa once and the man just sighed deeply and muttered something about teaching licenses. Izuku doesn't know how Himiko would react if she ever finds out All Might was at both their birthday parties. Not only that, his sister spends most weekends hanging with friends from school. Izuku doesn't want to say anything, but he was worried. He was afraid she might slip back into her normal persona while he or mom weren't around. Nedzu assures him this isn't the case. It seems Class Z became somewhat tight-knit. Izuku just knows somehow Nedzu calculated exactly how much each student could take so he could maximize how much he can teach in the 2 terms he had to prepare Class Z for their second year. It's not like Izuku can argue with the results. When Himiko meets him at Nedzu's office after school late into January, just weeks away from the end of the school year, she seems perkier than usual. She's bouncing up and down, her grin showing off her fangs. "Good day of class, here," he asks. "Did you know Mr. Aizawa expelled his entire heroics class this year?" she says. Izuku blinks. He had not known that. "I guess that's why he had the free time to teach me." He steps in line beside her, and the siblings make their way towards the exit. It turns out he expels people as some kind of learning experience. He just sends them to Gen Ed for a bit. "And what's this got to do with your good mood?" Izuku asks. Himiko grins wider somehow. He decided only half of them learned their lesson and re-enrolled them. She leans in close to stage whisper, "The other 10 are gonna be from Class Z. Half your class is getting into the hero course," Izuku says. Himiko giggles, nodding rapidly. "We all said what course we wanted to be in, and we have exactly 10 hero kids." "That's amazing, Himi." "Mim. So, when you get into the hero course, I'll be a whole year ahead of you." Izuku stops. He and mom hadn't pressed what course she was aiming for. He didn't want to pressure her with his own hero fanboying. But is she saying, "That's right, Aizu. Nedzu just confirmed our next year classes today. I'm gonna be in 2A." It takes Izuku several embarrassingly long seconds to process the statement. The instant he does, he launches himself at his sister, embracing her. "You're going to be the best hero, Himiko." She laughs, running a hand through his hair. "But that's your job." "Our final lesson with me as your tutor," Nedzu says. Izuku looks up from his work. "It has been a rather remarkable year, has it not?" "It's definitely not what I was expecting at the start of last April," Izuku agrees. If you told him a year ago his school was run by a quirk supremacist movement planning to take over Japan to enforce their philosophy, actually, he probably would have believed that. He would not have believed that Nedzu himself would offer to prepare Izuku for the UA entrance exam. Quite. Nedzu turns away from the window to look at Izuku. "You understand that my pride as an educator, not to mention my position as a member of UA staff, prevents me from discussing the details of the upcoming exam." Izuku nods. Nedzu's smile grows into a predatorial grin. "However, I feel that Aizawa and I have prepared you as best we could. I have complete faith that you will pass the exam with flying colors." That is a lot of pressure. But Izuku can rise to the challenge. He nods, determination blazing in his eyes. "Midoriya, I need you to understand something. Whatever happens, I am impressed by your drive and how much you've grown over these past 10 months. I am proud of you. And I expect to see you in here from time to time. I haven't had such a good challenge in Go in years." You can't just say things like that, Nedzu," Izuku says, wiping his eyes on his sleeve. "You know I cry easy." Nedzu chuckles softly. "And it's good to see you express your emotions instead of repressing them. Forcing yourself to hide how you feel for the sake of societal expectation is a common unhealthy habit. Now then." Nedzu claps his paws together. "Let's continue. The best plans are simple and flexible." "Indeed. Now, let's use your lessons on strategic thinking to destroy the career of a crime boss." The entrance exam took its DMN time getting here. Online school was even more boring than listening to his butt-kissing teachers at Aldera. At least those weren't trying to get him to join some DMN cult run by an old man cessed that his dad died of failure trying to overthrow the government. Katsuki rubs a thumb over his palm. Feels like he's built up enough sweat that he'll be able to fight, despite the February chill. He's bundled more than he frankly needs. He runs hot, just like his dad. But the extra clothing helps ready his quirk. He walks past the extras crowding the UA entrance. I know it's a general exam, but can't UA screen better? Come on, these extras have no chance. Too nervous, she'll freeze up in combat. Too rigid, he'll start out strong but collapse when something unexpected happens. That guy doesn't even look like he wants to be here. He'll throw his fight. Katsuki rolls his eyes. He didn't expect any decent competition. He's going to be the best, after all. A flash of green ahead catches his eye. Holy SHT, is that Deku? He barely recognizes him at first. Deku always used to cower, hunch over. Make himself as small as he should be. Now he's standing tall, making confident strides towards the UA entrance like he's done it hundreds of times, a duffel bag slung over one shoulder. The DMN nerd put on some muscle. Katsuki can tell even with his winter clothing. Took the BSTRD long enough. Not like it'll help. Move aside, Deku. He calls ahead. Get out of my way or you'll kill me, right? The tone sends a chill up Katsuki's spine. Deku stops moving. He turns his head so he can see Katsuki over his shoulder. Deku's eyes were always filled with warm hope, idiotic optimism, and awe. Now, directed at Katsuki is cold apathy. He's reminded of how Auntie Inko looked when she and his parents talked to him about how he treated Deku. Hypocrites, the lot of them. If they cared, they'd have brought it up a decade ago. It's been a while, Deku says. The two stay in their bizarre silent standoff for a few seconds before Deku huffs and turns away to keep walking. Katsuki snarls. Don't turn your back on me, you BSC. He shoves his way past Deku and struts into the auditorium where the applicants are waiting. It seems his old friend hasn't changed much. Izuku takes a deep breath to calm himself. Well, that wasn't very heroic of him. A chiming voice rings from behind him. Izuku turns to see a girl with short brown hair. Her plaid scarf covers her chin. This is nerve-wracking enough as it is. Izuku sighs with a sad smile. He's always been like that, unfortunately. She laughs. Sounds like a history. Well, good luck to both of us. She runs ahead with a small wave which he returns. Izuku hopes she passes. She seems kind. Izuku takes his assigned seat, right next to Bakugo. He sighs quietly. Keep your mouth shut, Deku, Bakugo says through his teeth. Izuku rolls his eyes. You could always deafen yourself with your explosions if you don't want to listen to me thinking aloud. Hello, listeners. Izuku snaps to attention. At the podium on the large stage is Mr. Yamada. No, he's on the clock. He's the voice hero. Present. MIC. Everybody, say hey. Silence. Everyone must be too nervous. That's cool, listeners. I understand exam jitters. I'm here to present the rules of your practical. Are you ready? Yeah. Silence. Izuku idly wonders if he's ever been in a more awkward call and response. Probably not. Present. MIC clears his throat. So, here's how the test goes, listeners. He gestures to the screen behind him, which displays a simple diagram of 7 different exam sites branching off of the main building. You'll be performing a mock villain cityscape attack. You're allowed to bring anything with you, provided you get it approved. After this presentation, you'll each head on over to your assigned testing location. Izuku looks at his exam card. Ground Beta Site B, it reads. That's basically cheating. I know the whole city. Unless they rearranged it. Nedzu would pull something like that. Bakugo elbows him. He must have been muttering. Tisich probably want to separate kids from the same middle schools. You get to live another day, Deku. Izuku doesn't bother reading Bakugo's card. He just told him all he needed to know. They're at different sites. Each site is filled with a variety of faux villains. Taking them down awards you with points according to their respective difficulties. Use your quirks to disable the foe villains and earn points. Present Mic pauses dramatically for effect before holding a finger in front of his face like he's telling a secret. But there's a catch. These foe villains are robots unleashed by an evil mastermind. If your team can stop the mastermind, you automatically end your exam. That being said, the mastermind is an optional villain. The screen behind him shows silhouettes of various robots and their point values with a shadowy human figure posed dramatically, arms wide, behind them. May I ask a question? A broad-shouldered student asks, standing up. He points to his handout. You have only presented 3 of the foe villains, but this handout features 4. Such an error would be unbecoming of the top academy in Japan. Furthermore, you declared we would be in teams but have not explained anything further on the matter. He suddenly turns to point at Izuku. And you, with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's very distracting. If you cannot bring yourself to focus on this exam, please leave. Izuku clenches his fist and stands up himself. I'm more distracted by you standing up and shouting questions. He probably just hasn't gotten to that information yet. If you can't handle waiting and can't focus if someone nearby is thinking aloud, how do you expect to keep your cool in a fight? Bakugo looks at him with something akin to surprise on his face. Izuku ignores him, maintaining his glare at the other boy, who flushes under Izuku's accusations. All right. Take a deep breath, listeners. Examinee 7111, you are correct. I haven't talked much about the other villain or the teams. Examinee 12645, you're also correct. I was just getting to those. Izuku nods and sits back down. The other boy bows at a perfect 90 degrees. Thank you, sir. I apologize for the interruption. The 4th foe villain is the mastermind's ace in the hole. There's only 1 per sight, but it rampages at close quarters. It's worth 0 points, so you're better off avoiding it. There's more to it than that. Nedzu would never introduce an obstacle just for the sake of there being an obstacle. As for teams, you'll be grouped up, with up to 4 other examinees randomly chosen from your exam site. Your team will take the practical together. Working together is encouraged, but you each pass or fail as individuals. That's all from me. I'll leave you listeners with our school motto. Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life." In whatever shape they may challenge us to combat, Izuku whispers the rest of the quote under his breath. Plus ultra. Break a leg, everyone. The looming cityscapes of ground beta tower over the examinees. Izuku hears other examinees awestruck discussions of UACE resources. You get used to it. From on top of the observation tower, present MIC calls out a series of examinee numbers. The 5 examinees step out from the crowd and take their positions in front of the city. Izuku watches the group run into the city the moment they're given the go-ahead, barely sharing a glance. He clicks his tongue. They hadn't said a word in the few minutes they had before present MIC told them they could begin. He's not surprised that not everyone wants to play along with the teamwork aspect of the test, especially when present MIC announced that you pass or fail as individuals, but it's no less disappointing. Eventually, he hears his own number called and steps up next to, wait, did he call 7111 as part of my team? He did. The tall boy strides out from the crowd next to him. Great. He doesn't know how, but his certain Nedzu is responsible for this. Oh, he has engines on his leg. Must be related to Ingenium. A familiar voice draws him from his thoughts. Wow. We're on the same team. Oh, the girl from the entrance. Izuku says. She smiles. What's in the bag, Kero, says another member of his team. Her posture's a bit weird, and she has green hair like him, but straight, long, and tied. My support gear, Izuku says, pulling the cat's cradle gauntlets out of the bag. I hope you got it approved. It would be unfortunate if you were disqualified for a simple oversight. Of course, Ida, here. Izuku pulls the paperwork from the bag as well and hands it to him. Did I tell you my name? No, but your quirk is too similar to the head of Team Idayton to be a coincidence, Izuku replies. I was banking on you sharing the name. He fits the gauntlets on and moves to his jet boots. "Oh, you're from a hero family?" asks the girl from the entrance. "I don't want to be treated differently for it," Ida says. "That's a lot of gear," drawls a tired voice. Izuku looks up at the purple-haired boy. "Must be the last team member. Wish I thought of that. Are you rested enough for this exam, 𝐬𝐬𝐽?" "Insomnia is all," he says. "Present MIC said we could bring anything we get approved. I probably could have shown up in a tank," Izuku replies. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. It'll be easier to plan if we know what we can all do. What are your quirks?" "Asui Tsuyu, call me Tsuyu, 𝐬𝐬𝐽. My quirk is frog. I can do anything a frog can. My kicks are really strong. My name is Ida Tenya. As you observed, I have engines in my legs that help me move faster. I'm Uraraka Ochiko." She holds up her hands so Izuku can see the pink pads on her fingertips. "If I touch something with all 5 fingers, I remove its gravity." The purple-haired boy rubs the back of his neck. "Shinsu Hitoshi." Shinsu pauses, biting his lip and looking away. "What's your quirk?" "Oh, I don't have one," Izuku says, fitting the jet boots on. Shinsu starts and Ida takes a step back. "But I've always loved analyzing quirks. Fair warning, it's taking all of my willpower not to start theorizing about your quirks." He pulls the boot on and moves to the other one. "The boots let me launch myself around, and the gauntlets house special cables I can manipulate." "Oh," Shinsu says. I had some bad experiences with classmates at my middle school. They thought they were hot SHT because of their quirks." Izuku asks. Yeah," he says sheepishly. "My quirk, it's not very heroic. Or useful to this test. Mental quirk. Could be useful against the mastermind." Izuku says. Shinsu sighs. "It's brainwashing. If someone responds to me, I can make them do what I say. Not great against robots." "That sounds useful, 𝐬𝐬𝐽," says Tsuyu. "If the mastermind is a person, you could defeat them instantly." Ida nods. "Also," Izuku says, "I'm suing your quirk counselor." Shinsu's eyes widen. "What? Why?" Brainwashing involves altering someone's way of thinking, usually over a long time. Your quirk is more like hypnosis, or, more accurately, possession, he says. Tsuyu puts a finger to her lip. "Calling it brainwashing does have some pretty negative connotations, 𝐬𝐬𝐽. Is that why you didn't get along with your classmates? Bullying someone because of their quirk is reprehensible." Ida says. Izuku snorts, barely suppressing a full laughing fit. "This is no laughing matter, Midoriya. You remember I'm quirkless, right?" he says. "I've seen quirk discrimination my whole life. It SCKS." Ida flushes. "So, plan. We're probably on a time limit against the villains. At the very least, they don't want to have to completely repair the city after each team, so they'll probably call the test if enough buildings get destroyed. Early on, our focus should be the robots. They did say that catching the mastermind ended the test early. You're planning on finding them, 𝐬𝐬𝐽?" Tsuyu says. "It isn't a question." He nods anyway. "If the mastermind is controlling the robots, then we can narrow down their position by observing how they move." He puts a thumb to the corner of his lip. "Tsuyu, Ida. You two will be our primary combatants. Uraraka, support them. I'll locate the mastermind and help where I can. Shinsu will take the mastermind." He looks up. "Is everyone okay with that? Won't that mean only Tsuyu and Ida pass?" Uraraka asks. "They did say we pass or fail on our own merits," Tsuyu adds. "Not quite. They said we pass or fail as individuals, but that teamwork was encouraged. Additionally, they never said that the points we earn from robots are our pass condition, or at least the only condition." Izuku explains. "So, you think there's more to the test than they are telling us," Shinsu says. "And you want us to treat it like a real emergency?" Uraraka concludes. Izuku smiles. "Exactly. Before they can discuss it further, present MIC's voice rings from the observation tower. Begin. There are no countdowns in real life. Go." The moment present MIC declares its open season on the robots, Katsuki propels himself forward, light and heat bursting from his palms. He swings around in midair, blasting a gun robot on a motorcycle, a one-pointer, into oblivion before shooting to a scorpion robot worth 2 points, then another robot. "Hey, man! Slow down. Leave some for your team," shouts the shark teeth guy with a grin. Katsuki scoffs, detonating another turtle tank three-pointer. "What team? They said he passes by himself. Who cares about the other 4 extras? Dead weight." Katsuki doesn't pay them enough attention to see the boy with a tape quirk grabbing rubble before it can crash into the surroundings. He doesn't see the shark tooth boy harden his skin to pummel robots on his own. He doesn't pay any attention to the others. Not until a bolt of electricity fries an entire block of robots. What the hell was that? He whps his head to see the blonde dunce being supported by a large, blocky kid. He looks out of it, his hands still sparking faintly. That guy. His quirk looks like it takes a lot out of him, but that's just extra training. In terms of raw power, is he stronger than Katsuki? Sharktooth says something to the blonde, or maybe the blocky kid, Katsuki can't tell from here, and runs off, smashing straight through a robot with his hardened skin. An explosion wouldn't even faze him, Katsuki mutters. He grits his teeth, but his snarl rises into a feral grin. Seems there's some actual competition after all. There's no point to being the best if he doesn't have to fight for it. Hikari begins to wonder if she was born under an evil star or something, because this purple midget is absolutely a demon from hell sent to torture her. The moment Hikari mentioned recognizing 2 of her teammates from the beach party, he started salivating at the idea of them in swimsuits. Well, Hikari and the girl with 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐿. The other girl on their team is invisible, and he'd already been weird about that too. Hikari hadn't interacted with either of them at the party, but they all introduced themselves when they were announced as a team. Currently, the grape 𝐵𝐺 is trying to get close to Gyro's skirt. It's winter, it's not like she isn't wearing breathes, too. She sighs, taking a step closer in case she decides physical force is necessary. "Hey, man." They are clearly uncomfortable. "Knock it off," the tailed boy, Ojiro, she thinks, says. "You're right," says 𝐵𝐺, but Hikari doesn't get her hopes up. "I'll have prettier babes once I'm accepted. If I wasn't sure it would fail me on the spot, I would track down that gimmick robot and use you to clog its gears," Hikari says. The purple boy pales. "I did not watch a quirk supremist cult get dissembled last summer to be secularly harassed at the UA entrance exam," Gyro says. "Come on, guys. We gotta focus," says 𝐒𝐻𝐿, swing her arms wide. As if to prove her point, 2 robots slide in from side streets, weapons aiming straight at them. Gyro responds first, blasting a sound wave from her phone at the closest one, shredding it. Hikari runs past, grabbing a thin bit of metal from the scrap and stabbing the second robot as Ojiro attacks it from above. Izuku isn't sure if there are more robots than he expected or less. He wraps his cables around a 3-pointer, crashing it into a 2-pointer. The robots fall into a heap of scrap, their flailing damaging each other further. Tsuyu rockets past him, slamming her legs into the head of a 1-pointer aiming a gun at Shinsu. "Hey, Shinsu!" Izuku calls, grabbing a long piece of scrap metal with a cable. "You wanted a weapon, right?" He pulls it to him, then tosses the improvised bludgeon to his teammate. "Appreciate it, Captain," he responds with a sly grin. Izuku snorts. He glances around. He needs a building with enough height for him to get vantage. Too short, that one. Office building, 4 stories. Should be enough to get a look at the immediate area. He silently thanks Mr. Aizawa for the training as he effortlessly pulls himself from handhold to handhold, reaching the rooftop in seconds. Izuku surveys what he can see, a few blocks in every direction. The robots are swarming everywhere, but that doesn't mean their presence is uniform. To his right, closer to the center of the site, there are more robots than the streets to his left. They are being flanked, then. Are they coming from the center or the far side taking the center streets? The far side takes longer to reach, and you can't approach it from behind, so that would be ideal, he says. But depending on how the robots are being monitored, it would be harder to keep track of them from a distance. It's probably the far side. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks, which are largely hypothetical. 𝐸𝐫 he calls as the speedster lands a devastating kick on a two-pointer, piercing straight through its carapace. Have you determined our goal? 𝐸𝐫 calls. The robots are coming from the other side of the city. I'll inform the others. We'll regroup there. 𝐸𝐫 takes off in the direction of where Uraraka is using a weightless robot as a club. Izuku shoves off, running forward and leaping. It's nowhere near far enough to reach the building across the street, but Izuku has gear for that. He fires a burst of air from the boot, launching all 10 cables of the cat's cradle to grab the target rooftop. As soon as he feels them connect, he retracts, pulling himself in. At the last moment, he releases the cables, slingshotting past the rooftop and onto the next. Izuku tucks himself in and rolls, landing just how Mr. Aizawa taught him to safely distribute his momentum, and turns the roll into another run. Like that, it only takes him about a minute to reach a building a few blocks from the far wall of the site. Now where are you all coming from? He murmurs, eyes flicking between robots. Katsuki breathes, surrounded by rubble. He's lost count of how many DMN robots he's trashed. The corners of his mouth rise in a smirk. There's no way any of them can keep up with my score now. He wipes his mouth on his arm. Back to work. He takes a step forward and falters as the entire ground starts to shake. He WHPs around looking for the source when he hears it. Whirring rotors and crushing metal. The gimmick robot. It's taller than the buildings. Massive, rib-like sections line the thing's spine. The two treads it has for legs are as big as several buses stacked together. Katsuki can't see any weapons except for its arms, but it doesn't need more than that. Worth no points, Katsuki murmurs. No reason to wear myself out killing it. Smaller robots swarm around the giant monstrosity. Those he'll take. Free points. No one would be stupid enough to fight close to the zero-pointer, so they're his for the taking. Katsuki launches himself into the fray, metal and shrapnel flying everywhere as he detonates blast after blast. Thanks for the cover, bro. Sharktooth says, running past with hardened skin. The F is he going? Whatever. Not Katsuki's problem if he runs in and gets himself killed. A robot behind him suddenly spasms and collapses, sparking. The electric blonde stands there, looking dazed. I'm nearly at my limit, but I should be good for a few more blasts, he calls. Another kid swings overhead on. What the F are his elbows? That's some uncanny valley SHT right there, tape strands, looping around behind the zero-pointer and out of sight. Katsuki must have broken all the other robots and forced them to get close to the murder machine. Speaking of which, the zero-pointer suddenly swings its arm down. Katsuki barely has time to fire a quick blast in front of him to force the debris back. The impact combined with his own attack send him rolling back, but he's largely unscathed. You alright? Yells someone. Katsuki thinks it's elbows. I'm fine. He launches back into the crowd of robots, but before he can kill any more, he hears Present MIC yell out. The mastermind in Site G has been captured. Please return to the entrance. DMN it, he yells. He wasn't done scrapping their DMN robots. Hey, Coda, he hears Sharktooth call. He was right where you said he'd be. Sharktooth waves at the blocky kid, who shyly raises a hand in a rough approximation of a wave. Katsuki clicks his tongue, shoving his hands in his pockets and stomping off to the entrance. Sharktooth runs up next to him. It was pretty manly how you took down all those robots. Katsuki snorts. Yeah, I'm gonna be the best. Hikari jabs the improvised metal spear into the join of another two-pointer. The scorpion robot writhes and collapses. She breathes, wiping sweat from her brow. How many of these DMN things are there? Too many, Ojiro says, landing a strong hit from his tail against a one-pointer, toppling it. At this rate, we'll be overwhelmed. It's so annoying. Hagekyu says with a dramatic swoon. I have to open their control panels and turn them off. At least you guys can hit 'em hard enough. Why don't you use a weapon like me? Hikari says between breaths. I tried. It let them see me. I still haven't heard the mastermind, Gyro says, jogging over to the rest of the group. She's just as run ragged as the rest of the team, sans BSTRD. Her clothes are scuffed and lightly torn. Bruises line her visible skin, and Hikari sees she's favoring her left side. Hikari tears another metal bar from the two-pointer she just took down and hands it to her. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 smiles gratefully, putting her weight on it like a cane. Looks like there's a lull in them right now, Hikari says, dropping down to sit. Let's take a breather for a minute. The others similarly flop down, groaning. We've scoured most of the city now, 𝐒𝐼 says, still propped against her makeshift cane even sitting. So there's only so many places left that the mastermind could be hiding. Ojiro nods. We're in no shape to keep fighting our way through. Is there a stealthier way we can move? The interiors are pretty detailed. We could probably find a roof access or something, 𝐔𝐻𝐽 says. Then the ground starts shaking. And Hikari sees the zero-pointer. A massive robot towering over them, surrounded by a small army of the normal robots. Oh, what the F is that? She yells as the group scrambles to their feet again. My phone speakers aren't gonna be enough to take that down, says 𝐒𝐼. Ojiro grimaces, probably considering his own chances of beating that thing. Hikari turns and runs for it. These things are vision-based, she can probably lose it if she makes it into an alleyway or something. 𝐒𝐼, what are you doing? She hears 𝐔𝐻𝐽 yell. Hikari risks a glance behind her. 𝐒𝐼 isn't moving from the middle of the street, leaning against her cane. I can hear it. A heartbeat. Hikari stumbles and stops. It's not the grape BSC, is it? She calls. 𝐒𝐼 shakes her head. His heartbeat is different. I found the mastermind. Midoriya, he hears Iida call. Izuku grabs the edge of the roof with his cables and rappels down. The speedster is there, with the other 3 members of his team behind him. What's the plan, Captain? Shinsu drawls. The robots are definitely coming from around here, but I haven't spotted their base yet, Izuku says. The mastermind has to be close. It is unfortunate, but we may have no choice but to search each building. The sudden shaking of the ground cuts Iida off. An absurdly large robot rounds the corner, swarmed by its smaller compatriots. Oh, hell, Shinsu says. Move! Midoriya yells as the robot's fist dislodges chunks of nearby buildings, raining debris down on the group. He doesn't need to say it twice. Iida and Tsuyu waste no time 𝐿 past him. Izuku's about to follow when he hears a cry behind him. He whirls. Some of the rubble hit Uraraka. She hit the ground. From the looks of it, she's pinned. SHT Uraraka. He charges toward her, eyeing the skyscraper robot. It's rearing a fist back. SHT. He won't be able to get her clear in time. Which means he has to stop the robot. The streetlight. Izuku flings his hand out, wrapping his cables around the robot's arm and pulls them around the post. A simple pulley. Come on, stupid physics, he grunts. The arm stalls, suspended in the air by his wires and determination. His arms are on fire. He digs his heels in, trying to stop himself from being dragged. Midoriya, Uraraka is barely a whisper. SHT. Is she okay? He can't check from here. A green form blurs to her body. Tsuyu. I've got you, Kero, she says, pulling Uraraka free. The moment they are clear, Izuku releases the cables and the robot's fist slams down into the ground. Izuku uses his other hand to tether himself to the ground. Then he hears the click of many guns. Oh right. The robot surrounding the zero-pointer. But now that his teammates are clear, Izuku has another idea. Cat's cradle, diamond, he mutters, forming a net around an exposed joint in the zero-pointer's arm, still pressed into the ground, and constricts. The metal groans as the joint tears and severs. The massive appendage falls, crushing several robots and blocking line of sight of the others. Here. Why does such a massive robot need an SCRT? Unless. That's exactly the kind of thing Nedzu would do, Izuku says, turning to regroup with the others. Izuku rounds the corner where his 4 teammates are huddling. Uraraka smiles weakly at him from where she's lying, Iida checking over her leg. Frankly speaking, they look awful. All of them are exhausted, bruised, and battered. And Izuku is the bringer of bad news. I think I know where the mastermind is, he says, breathing. Shinsu looks up, eyes wide. Where? Inside the 0-point robot, he says. His teammates look at him with an expression akin to betrayal. Think about it. The mastermind and the 0-pointer are both optional villains. The 0-pointer is supposed to be the mastermind's trump card. And why does it need all those robots protecting it, unless there was something important that needed extra guards? Kero, Tsuyu finishes. Izuku nods. Exactly. So, Captain, Shinsu drawls. How do you intend to get me in that thing? Carefully, Izuku responds. He takes stock of his 4 teammates again. Okay. Ida and Tsuyu, you two are still in fighting condition. Ida, your quirk isn't suited to big brawls where you can't build up speed, so stay here and help Uraraka. Tsuyu, you and I are going to cover Shinsu. I can still fight. Uraraka declares, her eyes alight with determination. If you got hurt because of a plan I made, I'd never forgive myself. Izuku responds and Uraraka deflates. He puts a thumb to the corner of his mouth. But there might be something you can do. Here. The 0-pointer has treads for legs. I doubt there's any easy access point from the ground. Uraraka lights up in understanding. Are you up for it? Yeah, she says. And that's how Izuku finds himself weightlessly flying towards the head of the giant robot, Shinsu on his back. He speeds up with a quick burst from his jet boots. On the ground, he spots several 1-pointers taking aim at him when Tsuyu crashes into them. Gunfire erupts in the streets, the robots shooting each other in their efforts to catch a Tsuyu who's just too fast for them. Then he sees it. The 0-pointer rearing up to swat them with its remaining arm. Shinsu, he says, I'm going to throw you. What? The boy yells. No, 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 no. Don't you dare. Izuku throws him. The throw forces Izuku back just as much as it launches Shinsu, sending them both clear of the swiping metal arm. Izuku spins, whipping his cables around into another net centered on the robot's exposed elbow. A quick glance at Shinsu confirms he grabbed onto the robot's head. Uraraka. Now. Izuku yells. There's a brief lull and then he feels his weight return. He falls. Izuku pulls the cables taut and the robot's arm falls with him. 2 for 2 on robot amputation. Kicking off the falling appendage with his jet boots, Izuku rockets up toward Shinsu, pulling himself the rest of the way with his cables. You are insane, Midoriya, Shinsu tells him as he pulls himself onto the top of the giant machine. If it's stupid and it works, Izuku replies. Now let's go take down a mastermind. He and Shinsu make their way to the rooftop hatch. A quick cable from Izuku easily peels it open, and the two drop inside. Machinery and electronics line the walls around a central control console, the display above showing what the robot is looking at. At the console sits a man covering a black jumpsuit with a long trench coat. Ectoplasm, Izuku says. You truly believe you've bested me just by reaching me? Ectoplasm turns to look at the boys over his shoulder. No. I will crush you here and now. With practiced ease, Ectoplasm vaults out of the chair and throws himself at them. Izuku barely has time to react before the teacher plants a kick into his side and sends him flying. What the hell? Isn't this just a test? Shinsu says. And I told you I would crush. Ectoplasm stops, straightening with a blank expression. Izuku presses a hand to his side as he sits up, groaning. He hears intercoms crackling to life, and Present MIC's voice rings out. The mastermind in Site B has been captured. Please return to the entrance. Izuku turns to Shinsu, grinning. Told you this was the job for you. All in a day's work, Captain. You guys were all so cool. Uraraka says on the stretcher bot. You were all BAM. POW. Woo. She tries to mime punches, but winces. You did well too, Kero, Tsuyu says. You fought just as hard as any of us, and you never gave up. Without you, Shinsu and Midoriya could never have reached the mastermind. She's right, Izuku says. But you held the robot's arm back to protect me like a valiant knight. Uraraka pretends to swoon. And then you cut it off. The whole arm. Twice. I was lucky enough to have these. Izuku taps one of his gauntlets, and enough practice to use them. Besides, the robots are made to be destroyed. A real robot would have held up better. Ah, there you are, dear. Calls an older voice Izuku recognizes as Recovery Girl. She makes her way over to Uraraka and kisses her arm. Uraraka lets out a smaller and her eyes flutter before she falls asleep on the stretcher. Will she? Shinsu says. She'll be fine, dear. She's just exhausted. Mrs. Chio pulls out a bag of gummies and passes them out. These will give you some of your energy back. From what I can tell, most of your injuries only need a shower and a good night's rest. Are there any more serious wounds? Izuku raises a hand. Ectoplasm landed a solid kick to my chest, he says. Mrs. Chio tuts, muttering something about going too far for a test, as Izuku lifts his shirt so she can see. The bruising is bad, but not severe. Have you had a gummy yet? When Izuku nods, she kisses his chest and the discolored area quickly fades. Thank you. Be more careful in the future, dear. I know you couldn't do anything about that kick, but heroics is a marathon, not a sprint. Don't wear yourselves out and crash in the field. Izuku and his team eat lunch together at UA, thanks to Lunch Rush. He comes home with 4 new numbers in his phone. Good thing, too. He forgot to ask about their quirks. Izuku sets his phone down on his desk. He just finished sending questions to Tsuyu about how her mutation quirk expresses itself, having noticed her facial features and slightly larger hands already. So far, all he'd received in response was a single frog emoji. He smiles. He has friends now. Friends. His own age. Who know his quirkless and don't hate him. Get fed, MLA. Having friends that he can talk to helps in other ways, too. For one thing, it's been almost a week since the entrance exam, and his nerves are getting to him. He knows it takes time to grade every applicant's test, but the longer he waits, the more he risks spiraling into self-doubt. If I misjudged the test, I dragged my entire team down with me. He shakes his head. He can't think like that. And since his lessons from Nedzu are now officially over, he hasn't been able to see Mr. Inui. Not that he would right now. It feels weird to consider swinging by UA for personal reasons before the results of the entrance exam come in. And of course, the explosive elephant in the room. Izuku sighs. Bakugo was there at the entrance exam. Izuku knew he would be. They've only ever had their sights on UA since the two of them were toddlers. But seeing him again still hurts. It's not just all the insults and bruises, though there is that. It's remembering Kaken, his best friend as a child, who left him behind to become something ugly. And Bakugo passed too. Izuku's certain of that. There are 3 constants in life: death, taxes, and Bakugo wins. Izuku feels bile in his chest. He steadies his breathing until he calms down. It doesn't matter that Bakugo will be there. UA is different. There is no secret cult backing him this time. He can't touch Izuku anymore. Besides, Bakugo isn't the only student he knows at UA. Aizu, his sister, calls, bouncing on her heels outside his room. Mom made dinner. Katsudon. Your favorite. Thanks, Himi. Izuku hops out of his chair and pulls her into a quick hug. The two set off down the hall to the kitchen. He's finishing his meal when he sees Himiko flash a conspiratorial grin at their mom, which she returns. Katsudon for dinner, and now I see you two planning something. What are you hiding? He asks. Himiko and Mom both blush at being caught. Should have known he'd notice, Himiko giggles. Mom chuckles softly, pulling out a wax-sealed envelope and passing it to him. Izuku feels a thin disc inside the envelope. Interesting. Who still uses wax seals, he murmurs, looking at the symbol. He freezes. Apparently, Nedzu, Himiko says. It's the UA school crest. It's his exam results. Open it, dear, Mom says with a smile. Izuku breaks the seal. He pulls out the small metal disc and a single sheet of paper. He set the paper to the side for now, focusing on the disc. What is it? Himiko asks. Some kind of toy. It looks like that projector Mr. Shield had, Izuku notes idly, tapping the disc with his finger. The disc lights up, and all 3 Midoriyas jump. The device projects a holographic screen, which flickers to life. On screen, All Might stands proud, fists on his waist. I am here. As a projection. The All Might recording declares. Isn't this from UA? Izuku says. Yes, your eyes have not deceived you. All Might continues. In fact, we shall be seeing each other quite often now, for I am proud to finally announce that I am the newest staff member at UA High School. Oh. That's why he kept showing up for guest lectures. Himiko says. Shush. You did quite well on the written test, young Midoriya. You scored within the top 10% of examinees, guaranteeing a place in general education. You should be proud. But that's not all. You also took our heroics entrance exam. The displayed All Might gestures to a TV screen behind him, which begins cutting between clips of Izuku and his team fighting robots. A smile forms on Izuku's lips. They worked well together. You scored a grand total of 63 villain points. An impressive sum. The screen behind All Might changes to show Izuku Midoriya, 63. But that alone is not what we were looking for. You and your allies worked together expertly. Your ability to work alongside others in the field has earned you an additional 43 cooperation points. The numbers in 63-foot rotate as though on the side of a wheel, counting up to 106. That's a lot of points, Mom says. He earned them. Himiko says, nudging Izuku with her shoulder. And, of course, what kind of heroes would we be teaching if they did not save others? The screen changes again. This time to a recording of Izuku holding the zero-pointer's arm up with his cat's cradle while Tsuyu carries Uraraka to safety, then flicking to Izuku throwing Shinsu out of the way of the zero-pointer. Your refusal to abandon people in need, and your ability to save them from harm, has earned you a whopping 60 rescue points. The screen changes back to his score, increasing to congratulations, young Midoriya. You are the top scorer in our hero exam. I look forward to seeing you in the hero course this year. This is your hero academia. Tears streak down Izuku's face. He wipes them away with his palm, but they just keep coming. Himiko pulls him into a tight embrace. I'm so proud of you, Aizu. My little brother is all grown up. I'm barely a year younger than you, Himi, he chokes out as his mom wraps around them. They're crying just as badly as he is. Still younger. She hugs him tighter. I told you that you were going to be the greatest hero ever. Once the Midoriyas had calmed down again, Izuku picks up the letter, quickly reading it over. Most of it is fairly standard. What supplies he needs, when the first day is, that sort of thing. Also, UA apparently is shipping him his uniforms. Here. And, of course, his class. I'm in Class 1A, he announced. So you really will be just behind me, Himiko says, running a hand through his hair. I'm proud of you, both of you, Mom says, pulling them into another hug. You've both endured so much more than any child should. And you're both still so kind. You'll both be amazing heroes one day. Izuku slips back into his room and picks up his phone. He has unread messages from his private texts with Tsuyu and from the group chat. He opens Tsuyu's texts first. Tsuyu, sorry I didn't answer your questions, Tsuyu. I know you wouldn't judge me for my quirk, Tsuyu, but I'm not totally comfortable talking about it, Tsuyu. Kiro. Izuku's face falls. He's not surprised by her confession. Mutant quirks are up there with so-called villainous quirks in terms of discrimination. Technically illegal, but only if reported instances are taken seriously. If they're reported at all. It's fairly easy to have an excuse to cover up discrimination. It's sadly not hard for him to imagine that she's hiding aspects of her quirk because people used to bully her about them. Izuku, don't worry about it. Izuku, you should never share something if you don't want to. Izuku sways over to the group chat. There are enough messages he has to quickly scroll up and read back through. Ida, I suggest you all check your mail. Ida, my results arrived today. Shinsu, pray for me. Uraraka, it's here. Tsuyu, my results are here too. The timestamps indicate a few minutes passed without any messages. Ida, I am in Class 1A. Uraraka, me too. Tsuyu, I'm also in 1A. Shinsu, passed by the skin of my teeth. Shinsu, apparently taking down the mastermind got me rescue points cause Midoriya got kicked. Shinsu, Class 1A. Uraraka, wow, 4 of us. What are the odds? Izuku smiles. All his friends are in his class. He slides his thumb over the keyboard. Izuku, I'm in class 1A2 Izuku. I bet they kept teams together on purpose. Tsuyu, that makes sense. Uraraka, we're all gonna be in class together. Do you have everything? Pencils? Notebooks? Folders? Mom fusses. Yep. Himiko says with a small hop and salute. I packed last night, Izuku says, glancing at his phone. They're running low on time. He and his sister pull their shoes on and throw the door open. Himiko, do you have your knives? Of course. Since Nedzu won't let me take my special one around, Izuku, Himiko, Mom says. Yeah. I love you. Love you too, Mom. Himiko says. See you this afternoon, Mom. Love you. His sister's class is on a different floor from him, so they can't walk together for very long. Izuku hurries down the hall. He knows where he's going, luckily. All the time he spent at UA over the last year helped with that. But they left the apartment later than he would have liked. He's only got a few minutes until the bell. Finally, Izuku comes to a stop in front of the door labeled 1A. It's just as large as Himiko told him it would be. Probably for people with mutation quirks. If Bakugo could be in 1B, that would be great, he murmurs, sliding the door open. He scans the room for the loud, obnoxious blonde-haired boy who's probably screaming at someone over something stupid. But there's no yelling. Just quiet chatter. And none of the three blondes in class are the one Izuku expects to find. Here. No Bakugo. Izuku must have finally lucked out. He's been in the same class as Bakugo for as long as he can remember. Having some distance from him puts Izuku a little more at ease. He sends a silent prayer to the poor students in class 1B. Most of his classmates are already in their seats. He recognizes a surprising number of them. Tsuyu and Shinsu from his team, Mina, Gyro, hey, Midoriya, is that you? A girl calls. Izuku glances over to see a girl covered in glowing markings waving at him from the back corner. My fated nemesis are here too, she gestures to an exasperated Tokoyami and a giddy Dark Shadow. Juyato. Tokoyami. Dark Shadow. He waves back. Ah, Midoriya. Ida says, striding over. I never got the chance to apologize for calling you out in the auditorium. It's fine, Ida. Izuku scratches the back of his neck. I was probably too harsh, too. Oh, Midoriya. Uraraka's voice rings out behind him. He turns to see her beaming at him. I guess I'm the last one here. Izuku chuckles. No, that'd be our teacher behind you. Ay. Uraraka turns to look while Ida and several of his classmates crane their necks to look out into the hallway, but there's no one there. Izuku quickly slips over into his desk, right in front of where Shinsu is trying to sleep. He nudges the insomniac, gesturing to the door when the boy looks up at him. What's that, Kiro? Tsuyu says, having finally noticed the yellow sleeping bag Izuku had spotted on the floor. A deep suffering sigh echoes through the classroom as the tired-looking man emerges from the bag. It took you all 8 seconds to notice me, Mr. Aizawa drawls, massaging his neck. Illogical. Only Midoriya over there has any situational awareness. I'm Aizawa Shouter, your homeroom teacher. He reaches into the yellow bag and pulls out gym uniforms. Put these on and meet me at the PE grounds. Izuku reaches the field first. He knows where it is, after all, and years of hiding from other kids at Aldera taught him how to change clothes in a hurry. Mr. Aizawa doesn't seem at all surprised to see him on the field so soon. The both of them stand in comfortable silence watching the other 19 students trickle out towards the field. That took a total of 14 minutes, 39 seconds, Mr. Aizawa drawls. In that time, hundreds of civilians would have died. The chatter from his classmates dies. Mr. Aizawa rolls his eyes. We're doing a quirk apprehension test, he says. What about the opening ceremonies? The guidance counselor. Uraraka cries. You're here to learn how to be heroes. You only have 3 years to do it. We don't have time to waste on frivolities. He pauses. Inui, our counselor, keeps his door open unless he's in a meeting with a student. Mr. Aizawa goes on to explain the basics of the quirk apprehension test. The same exercises he had Izuku do once a week during their training, but everyone is allowed to use their quirks. Get as a higher score as you can through creative use of your quirk. Nedzu, how far could you throw a softball in middle school? Their teacher says, tossing one to a girl with a black ponytail. Around 35 to 40 meters, sir, she responds. You're a recommendation student. Throw it as far as you can, but with your quirk this time. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Nedzu hands something to Gyro, headphones, and moves to the center of the ring drawn on the ground. She takes a deep breath and pulls a 15th century cannon out of her abdomen, tearing her uniform in the process. That may be the single coolest quirk Izuku has ever seen. No, second coolest. Himiko's is cooler. But what are her limits? What can she make? What can't she make? Don't worry about the uniform, Mr. Aizawa says when she looks to him. I'll see about getting ones made with your quirks in mind. She nods and loads the ball into the weapon before firing it into the distance with a loud bang. Mr. Aizawa stares at the device in his hand for a few seconds before holding it up so the class can see the 16184. 56M displayed on the screen. Whoa! We really get to use our quirks. This looks like fun. Izuku cringes. He knows Mr. Aizawa enough to see where this is going. Fun, you say? Mr. Aizawa's glare could probably kill a man. I'm sorry, I thought I was training heroes, not taking children out to the playground. So, let's up the stakes a little since this is a game. Whoever places last will be deemed hopeless and expelled. There's a moment of silence before everyone starts yelling at once. You can't do that. It's our first day. That's not fair. Unfair, you say. Natural disasters are unfair. Villains are unfair. Accidents are unfair. It is the job of heroes to correct unfairness, says Mr. Aizawa. He expelled his entire class last year, Izuku says nonchalantly. My sister's in the second year, she told me about it. Nedzu pales, while several other students look ill. Izuku could also mention that expulsion means being sent to Gen Ed, and that he re-enrolls the students who've learned their lessons from the experience, but he doesn't want to ruin his teacher's fun. Izuku's been training this whole past year, and has been doing these particular tests once a week. He's fairly confident in his ability compared to his classmates. Only Nedzu and Todoroki seem exceptional at every test. Everyone else is either only barely affecting their results or excelling at only one particular kind of test. Shinsu seems to struggle. Izuku noted he wasn't exactly the most physically fit back at the entrance exam. Something that's now coming back to bite him. Izuku grimaces. He should have put more effort into body training. The invisible girl, 𝐒𝐲, could have done more in that department too, but Izuku can tell she's at least put some effort into it. Mostly her flexibility. Maybe she was a cheerleader. Shinsu does at least use his quirk on Uraraka to do the ball throw, so he has one good score. He and Uraraka both got infinity. Weird that the device measures for that. In the end, Izuku places 15th, right above Joyato. Shinsu came dead last and looks incredibly relieved when Mr. Aizawa declares it was a logical ruse to encourage them to work their hardest. You said he expelled his whole class. Ashido groans. I did, Mr. Aizawa interjects. None of them took things seriously enough. Shinsu used his quirk despite his clear dislike of doing so. I deemed he has potential, so he stays. Shinsu promptly falls to the dirt and groans. Izuku walks over and sits next to him. That's a compliment from him, just so you know. You seem awfully familiar with him, Shinsu says, turning his head to meet Izuku's gaze. Izuku shrugs. I told you my sister goes here, didn't I? Izuku rubs the back of his neck, grinning. A true statement that doesn't actually answer the question. Nedzu would be proud. You mentioned it, yeah. If you're done socializing, Mr. Aizawa calls out over his shoulder as he walks off, your syllabi are on your desks in the classroom. Read them over. Inui's office is marked on the map on the last page. I'll see you all in class for the first day tomorrow. Izuku slips his syllabus into his backpack and slings it over his shoulder. Himiko's probably almost done with the orientation by now, he'll go wait near 2A for her. I didn't know Himiko was your sister, Gyro says, twirling one of her jacks around her finger. She's waiting around his desk with Ida, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Shinsu. Izuku lets out a low chuckle. At the time, she wasn't. Not officially, anyway. Mom adopted Himiko back in August. Gyro raises an eyebrow. Here. Good for her. I noticed earlier but there wasn't enough time to ask. You know each other. Ida says. Met him and Himiko at the mall last year. Saw each other once or twice after that, Gyro explains. I don't think you mentioned a sister at the entrance exam, Kero. Tsuyu places a finger to her chin. Izuku shakes his head. She didn't really come up. She was in class said, that special cram class Nedzu made. She's in 2A now. I was about to swing by and wait for her, if you want to meet her. So Izuku finds himself with a small group of friends. In school. Imagine. Outside the door to the classroom of Class 2A, Wani walks out of the room, looking back and waving to someone inside. Later, fewer. Wani calls. She almost bumps into the group but catches herself at the last second. Oh, the little Midoriya, she says. Himiko's in there waiting for you. Her eyes flick to the others. Gotta say, didn't expect you to work so fast, but with your looks, I'm not surprised. She waltzes of cackling as Izuku turns bright red. Tsuyu keeps her eyes trained on the girl until she rounds a corner and vanishes. Well, that was something, Gyro says, breaking the tension. Izuku sighs. That's Wani Numachi. She's a notorious flirt but doesn't actually mean anything by it. The others nod, digesting that information. I don't often see others with such strongly expressed mutation quirks, Kero, Tsuyu says quietly. He shoots her a reassuring grin and herds his gang of friends into the room. Indeed. It is quite uncommon, Ida notes. Sometimes Izuku forgets his engines are a mutation quirk. Hey, Himi. How was it? Himiko looks up from the syllabus she's reading at her desk. When she sees him, she breaks out into a wide grin, showing off her fangs. Aizu. She vaults out of the desk and quickly moves in front of him, bouncing giddily. It was fun. Well, Nedzu's speech was long, but I got to see all my friends again. You see them almost every weekend. Oh. Gyro. Himiko finally registers who's with Izuku. You got in. And you became a hero kid. Good to see you looking better. And you must be Aizu's team from the entrance exam. I'm Midoriya Himiko, but I went without a family name for a while, so I'm used to going by Himiko. She moves down the line, eyes alight. You must be Uraraka. With the fun gravity quirk. You Ida. Shinsu. You're like me. She points to her fangs. And that leaves Asui. Call me Tsuyu, Kero. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya. Ida says. Fun. Uraraka mutters, confused. Shinsu shoots a quick glance at Izuku. When you said, I'm like you mean, Himiko's face falls for a moment. Izuku surreptitiously takes her hand and gives it a gentle squeeze. Did Izuku tell you I'm adopted? She asks quietly. When the group nods, she continues. There's a reason I'm not with the people who gave 𝐒𝐲𝐷 to me. They all wince, Ida sking in a breath. I got lucky, Shinsu says. Good parents. All right teachers. Just bad classmates. Sadly, that is lucky. There aren't many quirks considered villainous on their own, but any mind-altering quirk will inherently come with a stigma. Well, I have good parents now. Himiko says, her cheer returned. And a brother. A pretty good deal. Sadly, they couldn't stay and talk forever. Trains have schedules to keep, and his friends have to go their separate ways. He and Himiko wave goodbye to Ida and Uraraka, the two who use the same train station. Once it's just the two of them, Himiko nudges him. Are all your classmates that attractive? You should see Todoroki, Izuku chuckles. I think they used a photo of him in the dictionary for pretty boy. He doesn't talk much though. Himiko whistles. Those girls you were with, Tsuyu and Uraraka. They are pretty cute. Izuku blushes. Oh, you noticed. Don't make me start ribbing you about Wani or Inazuma. Wani could snap me like a twig over her knee and I would thank her. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Alright, listen up, Mr. Aizawa drawls from the front of the room. Heroics as an industry is usually simplified into a few distinct fields. You should all be familiar with limelight heroics, or spotlight if you prefer. These are the heroes who go out in public, visibly patrolling cities and dealing with situations as they arise, or as they are called in. Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻 writes limelight on the board. Then there's underground, like what I do. We patrol at night, generally dealing with street crime. We're also more likely to get involved with vigilantes or investigations compared to limelights. He writes underground on the board under limelight. Anyone know any others? Several hands raise, but none as fast as 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐳𝐻. Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻 raises an eyebrow but gestures for her to speak. Rescue heroics, 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐳𝐻 says with a self-satisfied grin. Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻 turns and adds it to the board. Rescue is as the name would suggest. They focus on disaster relief or minimizing collateral from particularly dangerous villains. There are also heroes who specialize in acquiring and distributing information. You're likely to know Sir Knight Eye, who was All Might's sidekick for a while. Izuku holds himself back from flinching at the thought of the hero, as well as our principal. These investigation heroes are likely to lead, you guessed it, investigations, as well as deciding which heroes to bring onto cases or raids. Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻 finishes adding investigation to the board and turns back to the class. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm talking about something so basic, he says. I mean, a little, Kaminari says. One of Gyro's jacks pokes him. As first years, you aren't expected to know how you intend to specialize just yet. Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻's gaze passes over the room. I'm sure many of you already have some idea of what you want. Probably shaped by your quirk. I'm here to tell you that just because your quirk has obvious implications for one set of heroics does not mean you will be happy there. I know for a fact Maruko had to fight tooth and nail not to be thrown into rescue heroics. The thought of the rabbit hero doing anything other than bashing in villain faces makes Izuku's head spin. She's done rescue work before, every hero has at some point. But it's clearly not her calling as a hero. Foundational heroics has two purposes, Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻 continues. First, you learn the absolute basics of the industry, gain experience, etc. Second, you get hands-on experience with each kind of heroics and can make an informed decision of how you want to specialize. This week, we'll be doing a variety of exercises based on each field. Today is Limelight. And we have a special guest for this activity, so I'll see myself out. Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻 picks up his sleeping bag, tucks his folders under one arm, and leaves down the hall. Mood, Shinsu whispers. There's a moment of uneasy quiet before the class begins chatting amongst themselves. So, Midoriya. Uraraka says, who do you think our guest is? Definitely a pro hero, Izuku says without hesitation. Almost certainly Limelight, given Mr. 𝐼𝐳𝐻 told us that's what we're doing. It has to be someone the school could feasibly call in, so probably someone in Mustafu. Any further and they might interfere with patrol. That's still a lot of heroes, Kiro, Tsuyu points out. Izuku nods, placing a thumb to the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I can think of 30 off the top of my head. Before anyone can discuss further, a deep booming laugh echoes through the room. A very familiar laugh. No way. I am here. No way. The door slides open as All Might leans through the doorway, wearing one of his classic costumes. Coming through the door like a normal person. Diamond, he's even more buff in person, 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐳𝐻 mutters. Alright, you youngsters. All Might strides to the teacher's podium. Normally I teach heroics to the third years, but we decided to make your first fundamental heroics lesson extra special. So to ensure that, I will be your teacher today. He clears his throat before continuing. As 𝐼𝐳𝐻 said, I'm here to give your introduction to the world of spotlight heroics. And while the heroics industry may be highly competitive, the ability to work with others is imperative. As you all saw during the entrance exam. Therefore, today we will be performing team battles. All Might gestures to the wall as 4 long panels pull in and racks holding numbered cases slide out. And what's more, we've prepared the costumes you've submitted. Get changed and gather at ground beta. Izuku smiles as he pulls on his gloves. He, Mom, and Himiko had all worked together to design his costume. He'd borrowed a few ideas from Himiko's design as well, even if she hasn't worn hers yet. Or maybe she is right now. She's probably in her heroics class right now. His costume is a green reinforced jumpsuit with armor on his chest, shoulders, and knees. Around his waist is a sort of half-cloak, open in the front and secured by his belt. His belt, naturally, carries pouches for him to keep any gadgets or support items he ends up adding to his gear. Izuku clicks his neck guard into place. He reaches up and slides on his red mouth guard and his visor. Adjusting his cat's cradle, he moves to join his classmates emerging from the locker room. Outstanding! All Might bellows. You all truly look the part of heroes. Sir. Ida says. This is the same area as the entrance exam. Will we be conducting more cityscape battles? In a manner of speaking. Now, can anyone tell me where most battles between heroes and villains take place? Out on the street, right? Kaminari says. Not so. However, those fights receive the most media attention, All Might says. It's inside, Yorozu says. Most dangerous villains will have some form of hideout for themselves and their minions or supplies. That is correct, young Yorozu. All Might laughs. And as such, today's exercise will be indoor battle training. What about basic training? Tsuyu asks, tilting her head. You are all at very different levels, All Might replies. Part of the reason behind starting with the exercise is so I can observe where you all are. Not to worry, young Asui, I will be on hand to prevent any accidents. Tsuyu nods, a little hesitantly. Her eyes flick to Uraraka for a moment. Izuku wonders if she's remembering the same thing he is, her trapped under the rubble with the zero-pointer almost on top of her. The scenario is this: a defense team has an objective. They will hide inside a designated building. Their goal is to protect the objective until time runs out. The other team is the assault team, who must enter the building and secure the objective. If the defense team captures both members of the assault team, or the time limit expires, the defense team wins. If the assault team successfully makes contact with the objective, they win. What is this objective? Yorozu asks. Are you going to threaten to expel us? Uraraka says. How are teams determined? Ida says. Isn't my cape magnificent? All Might laughs. Not all at once, or I won't be able to answer. Let's see, the objective is represented using a prop bomb, although it could hypothetically represent any number of things. No, I will not threaten expulsion for anything less than disciplinary reasons. Your cape is superb, young Aomar. And lastly, we shall determine teams through random lots. Is there not a better way? Ida sputters. It's pretty common for pros to not know who they'll be working with ahead of time, Izuku says. It's usually just whoever's closest, unless a full raid team is being assembled. Young Midoriya is correct. All Might says. But I have another reason as well. I have yet to see how you all perform with or against each other, outside of the entrance exam of course. As such, pairing you myself would be indistinguishable from random lottery. Another part of this lesson is working with those you may not have worked with before. All Might produces a small white box labeled lots and places it on a table he must have set up for this purpose. Pay attention, I'll only announce your teammates once. Team A, Aomar and Uraraka Team B, Asui and Koda Team C, Kaminari and Todoroki Team D, Ashido and Siro Team E, Soto and Shinsu Team F, Hagakure and Shoji Team G, Ojiro and Yorozu Team H, Joyato and Midoriya Team I, Ida and Tokoyami Team J, Gyro and Kirishima. Before we begin, there is one last important thing I need to tell you. How many of you have ever used your quirk on another person? Only a few hands go up. Uraraka, Todoroki, Shinsu, Kirishima and Siro. That's fewer than he expected. He was there for 2 of those 5. As I thought. Proper training is expensive, so many of you train your quirks on your own. This exercise today is the first time you've ever truly fought another person. If you go all out right from the start, you will quickly find your classmates may not be as durable as you expect. A single mishap could cause serious injury. Possibly worse. The entire room pales. Izuku doesn't have a quirk, but he's seen his cat's cradle shear through concrete and metal like a hot knife through butter. He knows Melissa made it safe to use on people, but that's entirely based around how he uses it. Their quirks are the same. He clenches his fist to stop it from trembling. However, All Might yells. Quirks are extensions of ourselves. It is how we use them that matters. Do you think I use all of my strength every time I smash a villain? Of course not. Today, no, for the first few weeks, restrain yourselves. Hold back. Try your best to avoid serious injury. If I tell you to stop, you stop. I said earlier I would only threaten expulsion as a disciplinary action. Ignoring orders and risking the lives of yourselves and your classmates is one of the few cases where I would do so. Everyone nods emphatically. Our first round. All Might dramatically shoves his hands into two boxes, labeled Assault and Defense. Team B will be our assault team, and our defenders are Team H. Take your communicators. Defenders have 5 minutes to prepare. Izuku makes eye contact with Joyato. She nods with a fierce grin. They'll do this. The 5-story building turns out to be a maze on the inside. Izuku wonders if actual villains deliberately make maze-like lairs or if this is a way UA trains for unexpected circumstances. That's some neat gear you got there, Midoriya, Joyato says, leaning in close to his gauntlets. He smiles. Yeah, they're pretty versatile. Where do we want to hide the bomb? He says. Joyato shrugs. The top floor, I guess. Then they'd have to go up 4 floors to find it. She says, looking up and down the building. That seems a bit too obvious, and Tsuyu's quirk lets her jump high and stick to walls. She could enter from the top floor that way, and we'd be in trouble. Joyato blinks. You know her quirk, she says. Izuku rubs the back of his neck, or at least tries to with the neck guard in the way. Yeah, she was in my entrance exam team. Her quirk is an animal mutation, frog. What about Koda? Not my team. Didn't really figure out what he did during the apprehension test either. He seems pretty timid though, Joyato hums. Think he'll actually be up for a fight. It'd be great if he weren't. 2-on-1 gives us a real advantage. But we shouldn't count him out yet. He places a thumb at the edge of his lip. It all comes down to how they intend to breach. If they separate, Tsuyu from the top and Koda from the bottom, keeping the bomb on the 3rd floor makes the most sense. But if they both come in from the bottom, the top floor is best. But that runs the risk she'll just reach it. Right. We'll have to go with the 3rd floor. It doesn't have any inherent risk like the other two. But it also means they'll reach it sooner. While Joyato sets up, Izuku heads to the 4th floor to watch the assault team through the windows. If he gets spotted, they'll assume the bomb is on the floor he's on. Tsuyu and Koda are still standing around, keeping an eye on the building. Izuku leans so it looks like he's trying to remain out of sight without actually hiding himself. It may not make a difference, but it's worth something at least. The preparation time is over. Assault team is cleared to enter. They don't. The two of them move closer to the building but stop just outside. I don't like this. Joyato, something's up. They aren't coming in. How are things on your end? Nothing here. The bomb's in position. I haven't seen, hold on, never mind. Just a rat. Here. Izuku doesn't like this. He's working with unknown variables. Koda's quirk could be anything. They must have a plan already. There's no other reason for the delay. They're either gathering information or they're waiting for an opportunity. The latter is unlikely, unless they intend to draw him and Joyato out through boredom. But that plan only works if the defenders need to move, which is not the case. So they're collecting information somehow. And the fact that neither of them have moved bothers him. They must have a remote means of information gathering so they don't have to waste time checking individual rooms. Something moves. Izuku snaps to it. A small creature scurries out from somewhere towards Tsuyu and Koda. A rat. It stops in front of them. Seconds pass. Then Tsuyu crouches like she's prepping a jump. Wait. A rat. SHT Joyato, they know. Izuku takes off at a sprint. His earpiece buzzes. What? How? Koda can talk to rats. He rounds the corner and takes the stairs down 2 at a time. SHT. Glass shatters on the third floor. Tsuyu. Izuku barrels out of the stairwell and sees his friend crouching on the ground, surrounded by glass shards. He takes stock of her outfit, a green bodysuit with tan gloves, long black boots with frog-like toes on the ends of her feet. That last detail sticks out to him. Izuku files that away for later. Now, he has a fight to win. 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻, I have visual. I'm engaging, he says. Izuku doesn't hear if 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 responds. He flicks his wrist, sending a single cable shooting towards Tsuyu. She bounces out of the way, rapidly switching between the floor, walls, and ceiling. She darts forward in a tackle. Izuku sidesteps with a burst from his jet boots and moves to pin her. Tsuyu spins, kicking him back with her heel. Tsuyu hops backwards and turns to run. She's prioritizing the bomb. Izuku runs after her. 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻, she's moving to your position. She doesn't respond. Izuku swallows. Hopefully, she's alright. He gets his answer a second later. 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 bursts out of a room just before Tsuyu can pass it, clotheslining the girl. Tsuyu rolls, trying to correct herself. Izuku boosts himself over her head, spinning in midair. His cables straighten him out, and he lands just beyond Tsuyu. She's now stuck between him and 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻. Tsuyu fights hard, but with Izuku limiting her movements with his cables, and 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 rushing in close, she can't keep up with both of them at once. 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 pins her, and Izuku wraps her wrists in capture tape. Asui has been captured. Half the time limit remains. All Might bellows. Neither of you are hurt, right? Izuku asks. I'm fine, just a little winded, 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 says. She's breathing hard, but not breathing. She nurses a bruise on her side. You're a kind person, Kero, Tsuyu says. Hey. You always care about people around you. Even back at the entrance exam. You're not as fast as me or Ida, but you were the person who helped Uraraka first, Kero. Thank you, Tsuyu, Izuku says. Where's Koda? 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 says. Oh yeah, the exercise. That. Koda has chosen to surrender. The defenders win. All Might suddenly announces. Tsuyu croaks sadly, hanging her head. He said he doesn't like fighting, but I hoped he would at least try. Izuku helps her up, loosening the tape he had just put on her. You did pretty well, Asui, 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 says. I figured it was over once we were both here together, but you made us work for it. Call me Tsuyu, Kero. And thank you. 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 chooses not to see Recovery Girl after the fight. She says the injury isn't that bad since she's just watching for the rest of class anyway. All Might accepts this, but makes her promise to see her afterwards, to which 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻 agrees. The next battle is Team E as the assault team and Team I defending. Izuku wonders if Ida will tell Tokoyami about Shinsu's quirk. Ida's pretty straight-laced. Izuku could see him deciding not to out of a sense of fairness. It becomes apparent quickly that a sense of camaraderie with his teammate outweighs any previous obligation. Tokoyami very clearly doesn't speak when Shinsu approaches. Izuku remembers Tokoyami being quite verbose at the beach party, so he must know how Shinsu's quirk works. His one use of it the day before wasn't likely to tip off the activation condition. With Shinsu unable to brainwash Tokoyami, Soto quickly consumes a few packs of sugar and engages Dark Shadow head-on. The shadowy bird grapples the hulking classmate. Izuku can't tell which one is stronger. Then Ida joins the fray. Shinsu tries his best to avoid getting hit while trying to get a rise out of someone. Something he says gets a response out of Ida, but Izuku is only watching the screens. He can't hear how he did it. With Ida under his control, it takes a single order for Dark Shadow and Tokoyami to be knocked off balance, and Soto quickly overpowers the duo. Assault team wins. How'd you get Ida? Izuku asks when Shinsu comes back to the observation room. Remembered you mentioned his connection to Ida 10 and insulted his family. Shinsu awkwardly rubs the back of his neck. I only did it for a response, but it still feels shitty. Did you apologize? Yeah, and he wasn't mad. He knows why I did it, but Shinsu trails off. Izuku nods. Uraraka and AMR are the third defense team. Their opponents, Shoji and Hagekure, Make for an interesting pair. Izuku's very curious about both of their quirks. Then Izuku sees the defense team's plan. He smiles. An interesting strategy. How will they deal with it? The bomb floats, suspended in the air high above the building. To get the bomb, they'd have to force Uraraka to release her quirk, or wait out her limit. Which is exactly what she wants. Unfortunately, the match is called a draw when 𝐂𝐻𝐼 hits 𝐔𝐸𝐽 with his laser, and the beam refracts, splitting into smaller blasts in every direction. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 insists that she's fine, but All Might takes her to Recovery Girl for an examination, just in case. That was a good plan with the bomb. Izuku tells Uraraka when she joins him again in the observation room. She laughs. I thought, what would Midoriya have me do, and remembered how you and Shinsu dealt with the 0-pointer. I can't really take credit, she scratches her cheek sheepishly. Nonsense. You observed and applied an idea from another source. This is the basis of all improvement. Ida says. Midoriya was not born knowing strategy either. They're right, Kiro. It was a smart move. Tsuyu says. Uraraka blushes under all the praise, letting out an awkward laugh. Eventually, All Might returns, and the lesson resumes. The next round has Todoroki and Kaminari on the defense, with Kirishima and Gyro on assault. I saw Todoroki at the recommendation exams, Yorozu says. What he did yesterday at the quirk apprehension test seems to be his modus operandi. Ah. Overwhelming force. Okay. So Izuku can't say he's too surprised when the moment All Might declares the preparation time has begun, the entire building freezes over. Izuku flicks his eyes between the cameras. There are new walls of ice in addition to the frozen walls already present. Oh geez. Here's one already. Ashido MMMS. I don't think so, Izuku says slowly, remembering Gyro and Kirishima's quirks. He's already seen what Gyro can do with her quirk. And yesterday, he saw Kirishima's quirk up close during the apprehension test. And Todoroki is breathing, frosted breath coming from the exposed half of his mouth. Why does his costume cover half his body in ice? Is he already at his limit? Yorozu caught it too. I think it's based on his temperature. He supercooled the building, he's trapped all the heat outside, and with half his body already frozen. He can't keep that up, Shinsu finishes. Ice doesn't conduct well, says Uraraka. Kaminari's quirk won't work as well. When she sees several classmates staring at her, Uraraka flushes. I just like physics, she murmurs. You're right, says Izuku. That's the other thing. I think Todoroki might have just won this match, for the other team. It doesn't take long for Gyro to hear the defense team's location with her jacks, and a hardened Kirishima smashes his way through the ice without issue. Soon, the two of them charge into the bomb room to Todoroki's visible surprise. Kaminari tries to discharge but ends up dazed somehow, a quirk drawback. Without hitting either opponent. Todoroki fights hard, but his ice production is much slower and Kirishima keeps breaking through the new constructs. Eventually, Kirishima breaks. Past him and his ice is too slow to stop him from touching the bomb. Assault team wins. The final round is Ojiro and Yorozu on assault and Zero and Ashido on defense. They put on a good attempt, Zero placing walls of tape and Ashido melting through the floor in places to block progress. But in the end, Yorozu just makes two grappling hooks and swords to cut the tape. While Ojiro subdues Zero, she makes a base to neutralize Ashido's acid. Assault team wins. You all did splendidly today. All Might says once the last four return. Even if some of you don't see it that way, I assure you, you all truly went plus ultra. Tomorrow, Aizawa will go over our notes about your performances. Change back and return to the classroom. And Joyato, don't forget to have Recovery Girl check over that bruise. All Might speeds away. Izuku cringes. He hadn't thought about it, but how much time had he used up with this lesson? About an hour. That's a whole third of his day. He hides his concerns. No one else knows about the time limit. So Uraraka floats the bomb. We could barely see it. Izuku says. Himiko laughs. Sounds like you a good day, she says. They've just left UA. Izuku insisted his friends go on ahead. Himiko had ended up at Recovery Girls during training. She's fine now, just a minor injury, but it held them up. Any clubs catch your interest? Dunno. Maybe I'll use the time after school to play more Go with Nedzu. Do you know when the support club starts? Izuku asks. No clubs the first week, so we'll start meeting next week, she responds. Himiko found a way to continue support items as a hobby through some of the extracurriculars at UA. Izuku can't wait to see what she makes. Deku. Izuku stops walking. Himiko slows to a halt in front of him, worriedly flicking her eyes between Izuku and Bakugo behind him. Izuku turns to meet Bakugo's fiery gaze. Can I help you? How'd you do it? More specifically. I'm asking, Bakugo snarls, how the hell you're shitty quirkless but cheated your way into the heroics course? Himiko growls, stepping in front of Izuku. How dare you accuse him of something like that? Ha! What are you, the shitty nerd's girlfriend? Izuku and Himiko recoil with matching expressions of disgust. Hell no. That's my sister. You don't have a sister. I'm adopted. Himiko says proudly. Because mom wants me. And your mom never told us. TCH. Why would she tell you anything, Bakugo? Izuku says, voice razor sharp and colder than Todoroki's ice. Bakugo looks like he's been slapped. What the hell's this, Bakugo? You always call me Kaken like the loser you are. Kaken was my brother in all but BLD, Izuku says. Bakugo Katsuki is just some kid who used to beat me up after school. A hollow silence hangs over the three of them. Bakugo looks like he's teetering on the edge of a cliff. A strange, rapidly changing state of shock. Then raw fury overtakes his features again. You must have cheated. No way, a quirkless weakling like you got in. How the hell'd you do it? Ask your rat friend to let you in. Izuku stands there, silently, for 15 seconds. I didn't cheat, he says at last. And don't let Nedzu hear you insulting his ability as an educator like that. UA made their test to weed out heroes from people who just wanted a license to use their quirk without consequence. I always thought I knew what you'd be. But you really are just another MLA thug, aren't you? And Izuku leaves Bakugo behind. Izuku wonders why the reporters chose now of all times. All Might had been a guest speaker for Class Z and they hadn't cared then. He announced he was teaching when the entrance exam results went out and there was no response from the media then. Yesterday was his first day officially teaching and not so much as a camera van in sight. But now that it's the second day, every reporter in Mustafu is standing in front of the gates to UA trying to harass minors. What kind of lessons does All Might teach? What was it like having the symbol of peace as a teacher? What do you think of All Might as a teacher? I was under the impression that interviewing a minor without consent from a guardian is illegal, Izuku says, as he and Himiko try to push their way through the crowd. Weren't you in Class Z? Can you tell us about your experiences? You're interfering with our lessons, Mr. Aizawa calls, striding to the gate. Vacate the premises or I'll be forced to involve the police. He quickly guides Izuku and Himiko out of the crowd and into UA. And I'm fairly certain we notified your stations that UA would be holding a press conference soon. You can wait until then or be blacklisted. Come on. We just want All Might to answer a few. The reporter stepped forward a little too far and the gate to UA instantly sealed with metal doors locking together with a loud clang. Himiko jumps. Izuku takes her hand and squeezes gently. That's the UA barrier, he says quietly. Keeps out anyone without a valid pass. She nods, controlling her breathing. I hope you took the chance to rest after yesterday's exercise. I took the liberty of evaluating everyone's performance, Mr. Aizawa says. Everyone has room for improvement. Obviously, otherwise you wouldn't be students. He pulls out a stack of papers and places them on his desk. Mr. Aizawa thumbs through them for a few seconds, humming. He looks up. Sorry to spring this on you out of nowhere, but you need to do something that will impact your entire career here at UA, he says. The class tenses. You need to pick a class representative. The relief is palpable. The threat of expulsion from the apprehension test still hangs heavy over the class. And then the chaos begins. Ooh. Pick me. I wanna do it. The perfect position for one such as I. I'll do it. I wanna do it, too. Ida slams his hand on his desk, silencing everyone. He pushes his glasses up, glaring out at the rest of the room. Being class representative is an important responsibility. It is no exaggeration to suggest this decision will affect the rest of our time here at UA, perhaps beyond. Just because you longing the position does not make you the best suited for the role. Therefore, we should hold a vote. Won't everyone just vote for themselves? Tsuyu asks, a finger to her chin. Yeah, Kirishima says, most of us only know our teammates from the entrance exam. Precisely. Ida says. Anyone who has earned the class's faith in such little time is surely appropriate for the position. Is that all right, Mr. Aizawa? As long as it's done by the end of homeroom, I don't care how, Mr. Aizawa says, already in his sleeping bag. He pauses. Actually, after last year, you are no longer allowed to determine class representative through deathmatch. Izuku smiles wistfully. Himiko had told him about that. Eventually, everyone agrees to an election. Ida passes out papers and tallies the votes on the board. Izuku stares. By his name on the board is 5 tallies. Yoirozu has 3. No one else has more than a single vote. Izuku's stunned. He'd voted for Yoirozu. She's a recommendation student for a reason, and he could tell she was leadership material from the apprehension test and battle trials. So how did 5 people vote for him? It's settled, Mr. Aizawa drawls. Midoriya is our class representative, and Yoirozu is our vice representative. Now, Midoriya, Yoirozu. He holds out the papers he'd brought going over the battle trials. Hand these out, will you? Uraraka takes a bite of her rice and glows. It's weird, she says. We have all kinds of people here at UA, but we all eat together. Ah, that reminds me. Don't you want to eat with your sister? Ida asks, setting his tray down. You didn't eat with her yesterday, Kiro, Tsuyu says. We see each other at home, Izuku responds. Besides, it's good for her to have friends outside of me. He glances over to where Himiko is happily eating with some other students Izuku recognizes as kids who were in class Z. So, Captain, Shinsu says, setting his tray down. How's the position treating you? I thought you dropped that after the entrance exam, Izuku emmons. Shinsu grins in a way eerily similar to Mr. Aizawa. I did. But now you're class representative, so you're captain again. Maybe you could make it your hero name, Kiro, Tsuyu adds. Izuku sighs. I still don't know who voted for me, he says. Well, I voted for you, Tsuyu says. Izuku snaps his head up to look at her. Is it that weird, Kiro? You're the reason we all passed. That's why I voted for you, says Shinsu. Midoriya, Uraraka says, you saved my life. Indeed. You've shown yourself to be quite capable in the short time I've known you, says Ida. Izuku suddenly remembers that Ida had 0 votes, meaning he voted for someone else. So that 4 accounted for. Who else voted for me? That train of thought it interrupted by a shrill siren, piercing the atmosphere and ears of everyone in the cafeteria. Security breach, level 3, drones are recording. Students, please evacuate. The group of friends stands as the automated voice on the intercom quiets. Security level 3. Ida says. It means someone broke into the school, a passing third-year calls. I've never seen this happen before. Come on. All hell breaks loose. The cafeteria is suddenly a mob. People are running, pushing, shoving. There's no space. Everyone is pressed against everyone else. DMN it. Izuku yells but can't hear himself over the din. At this rate someone's gonna get trampled. He's separated from the others. Tsuyu manages to get herself onto a wall and out of the way. Ida's pressed against the windows. He can't see Shinsu or Uraraka. Maybe Ida can see what's happening. Izuku wades his way through the crowd, calling to his friend. Ida can't hear him yet. He pushes his way closer, trying his best not to fall. Ida! Ida! Midoriya! Ida yells back. It's the press. They got through the gate. The Fing press. That's who interrupted his lunch. Ida! Midoriya! Uraraka yells, bobbing her way through the crowd to them. Uraraka! Float me! Ida calls, reaching his hand to meet hers. Izuku sees the exact moment she makes contact and Ida's feet waver centimeters above the ground. Ida shoves off the floor. Kicking off the wall with his engines, he slams into the wall above the emergency exit. Izuku idly notes Ida doesn't have his experience landing, and he hits the wall posed a little odd. Everyone! Ida bellows. It's just the press. There is no reason to panic. Are you UA students or not? Izuku says. This mob's going to trample someone. We are all at one of the most prestigious schools in Japan. Let us act like it. After that, the crowd manages to calm down, making their way out safely. Eventually, the police arrive and force the press off school grounds. Izuku's confident Nedzu already knows the name of everyone who broke in. They won't be employed much longer. Everyone, settle down, Mr. Aizawa says as he comes into the room. I know things were hectic earlier, but we aren't here to waste time. I have an important announcement to make. Tomorrow, for our rescue training, we'll be taking a field trip to one of the facilities on campus. We'll be meeting up with someone else once we're there. It's a bit far away, so we'll be taking a bus. Rescue work, that doesn't sound easy, Kaminari grins awkwardly. That's the whole point of heroics, says Kirishima. I'm pumped for this. I'm at my element in a flood, Kero, Tsuyu says tentatively. I'll remind you of this tomorrow, Mr. Aizawa says, but you'll be allowed to bring your costumes. Whether you bring it or not is up to you. My advice is that most of you didn't design your gear with rescue in mind. Izuku had put some thought into it. The cat's cradle has a variety of uses in rescue, from moving rubble to supporting weak infrastructure, to moving himself or civilians. His visor had its rescue uses as well. Not to mention the padding on his clothing gave him some protection moving rubble. Now that that's settled, let's talk about today's exercise. Yesterday was limelight. Today we'll be doing investigation. Class representative. Vice representative. Hand these out. Mr. Aizawa pulls a stack of packets and drops them on the front table. Izuku and Yorozu quickly split up and pass around the packets until everyone has the one with their name on it. Sir, how does this exercise work? Ida asks. Simple, Mr. Aizawa drawls. Each of your packets contains the case notes on a different crime. Fictional, of course. Your job is to uncover the truth behind the incident in your packet. Izuku practically bounces in his seat. He'd done this kind of exercise with Nedzu before. Izuku knows he has a future in investigation heroics if he wants it. No one who spent 10 months being tutored by Nedzu could say any less. But is that the kind of hero he wants to be? Well, this is a good chance to find out. Izuku flips through his packet. His scenario is a break-in at a local pharmaceutical company. For the most part, an over-the-counter drug store. Nothing there is worth very much, even on the black market. Which is saying something, given how much money can be made in illegal healthcare. None of the stolen goods stand out to him. He's sure all of them can be used in illegal drug production, but not together. Well, you could, but you wouldn't get many repeat customers. For one reason or another. The stolen drugs also aren't used in treatment for the same kinds of illnesses. Either these criminals have some hyper-specific health problems, or I'm missing something. He flicks to a timeline of events. A basic smash and grab. At night, while no one was around, someone smashed the window in with a brick and stole certain goods. The items are too specific to be grabbed out of convenience. Items from different locations around the store are among the targets, but merchandise between them was left untouched. Tokoyami, Mr. Aizawa says, is there a reason Dark Shadow is on your phone? The bird-headed boy looks sheepish. Indeed, Dark Shadow texts away happily next to Tokoyami. That phone belongs to Dark Shadow, Tokoyami explains, picking at his wrist. Mr. Aizawa raises an eyebrow but doesn't comment. I was just in the group chat, Dark Shadow says timidly. You two have a group chat without me. I'm hurt, Giotto jokes with a grin. The group chat is a gathering for those possessed by companion quirks, says Tokoyami. It is a means through which those of us with such quirks can share knowledge. Dark Shadow retains information through our shared bond. They frequently entertain themselves by speaking with the others. As long as it doesn't distract Tokoyami or the other students, I'll allow it, Mr. Aizawa tells Dark Shadow, who nods with a grin. I didn't know there was a support group for companion quirks. Izuku says. Indeed. The American pro hero, Wildcard, established the group to find others who wielded the same power as she. Not every quirk involved with the group has the same level of sapience as Dark Shadow, however. Mom and Dad learned all kinds of things from them when we were little, says Dark Shadow. Here. Izuku wonders what other quirk support groups are out there. Maybe Himiko could find a BLD-based one. A bunch of people working together to share information on quirks. How humanist. Wait. Together. Izuku scans over the information in his packet again. Does anyone else have a pharmaceutical robbery in the Hiragawa neighborhood? Izuku asks. I got one in Nagisacho. Ashido calls. That's only a district over. Izuku darts to Ashido's desk and places his packet by hers. Well, would you look at that, she says. Those, she points to some of the stolen items on both of their lists, are pretty common cheap replacements in street drags. Izuku blinks. Ashido flushes, looking away. My quirk counselor made me learn about chemistry. These are both used in Trigger, Izuku says, pointing at two different items from their lists. Yorozu stands up suddenly, nearly knocking over her chair. My packet has a Trigger sale, she calls. She hurriedly joins where Izuku and Ashido have pushed their desks together for extra space. With that breakthrough, it doesn't take long before every packet has somehow been connected in a citywide drag ring. Each crime, individually minor, comes together to paint a larger criminal empire. The lesson here is that no crime exists in a vacuum, Mr. Aizawa says. Not every case you solve will be a conspiracy. But you should never examine a case without looking into possible connections. Not just related crimes, but underlying reasons that force people to engage in illegal activity. And if you're going to succeed in an investigation, communication is vital. Izuku flicks his gaze towards Todoroki, who still has yet to speak a word. Koda at least spoke to Tsuyu, and spent the lesson occasionally signing with Shinsu or Joyato translating. Frankly, he's worried. Anyways, good job figuring out that working independently was a logical ruse. Your next investigation heroics lesson won't be nearly so easy. But that's for a later class. Now, can anyone tell me how their individual pool of knowledge aided the investigation? That discussion lasted the rest of the day. The moment the bell rings, Izuku moves over to Yorozu's desk. I know everything was pretty crazy today. Izuku rubs the back of his neck. But now that we're the class representatives, I guess we should get to know each other a little. Yorozu tilts her head in acknowledgement. That would make collaboration easier. We should also get everyone's phone numbers. A class group chat is a good idea, Izuku agrees. Let's see if Mr. Aizawa has everyone's numbers. Did you pick your class rep yet? Himiko asks, nudging him with her shoulder as they sit together on the train home. Oh, Izuku scratches the back of his neck. It's me. Aizu, Himiko says, very serious, did you kill any of your classmates? Mr. Aizawa expressly forbid us to have death matches after your class. Good. We're all terrible role models. Inazuma's not bad. Inazuma won the death match. No one died, Himi. Then I guess I can brag about you to Mom then. What about your friends? I already brag about you to them. Nedzu's ears flick backwards at the sound of footsteps. A long, confident gait, a slower set with a rhythmic wooden tapping, and a more subdued set with special fabric rustling. Kayama, Chio, and 13. The principal doesn't move to acknowledge them, but they've both worked with him long enough to know how he thinks. They know he knows they're here. This doesn't look like the work of an ordinary reporter, 13 says. The UA barrier, a solid metal gate comprised of multiple interlocking layers. Each layer sturdier than the last. Electric current flows through the layers to make magnetic quirks or metal manipulating quirks useless against it. The barrier can slam shut instantaneously and is the first line of UA's defenses. And yet, Someone reduced the barrier to a pile of dust so quickly the security system couldn't even identify the perpetrator before they vanished back into the crowd. A delayed response. Perhaps an emitter quirk with conductivity. No, Nedzu says, foregoing his usual false cheer in unpleasant circumstances. This was no reporter. The question is who it was. And why? The goal was presumably to let the reporters in, says 𝐭𝐽𝐫. Our sensors didn't indicate anyone left the crowd of reporters once the gate fell. Yes, if the perpetrator had their own goal, they did not need to enter the building to achieve it, Nedzu agrees. But what purpose is there to letting in the reporters? Did they predict the chaos the panic caused? Muses Chio. Perhaps, Nedzu says, this is a declaration of war. Who would be bold enough to declare war on UA? 𝐭𝐽𝐫 asks with no small level of concern. So, all for one booms, how did it go? Perfectly, Shigaraki replies. Our inside source got the schedules without any trouble. Really? I assumed they would put up more of a fuss. Oh, they beached about it, Shigaraki says, until I reminded them exactly what was at stake. A long, thin smile stretches over the heir's face, visible behind the hand covering it. They even have a recommendation for someone with extra firepower. Did they now? The words keep bouncing around in Katsuki's head. UA made their test to weed out heroes from people who just wanted a license to use their quirk without consequence. I always thought I knew what you'd be. But you really are just another MLA thug, aren't you? He lies on his bed, trembling. Katsuki wants to scream. He wants to destroy something. He wants to light up his palms and explode something. He clenches his fists so tight he thinks he might bleed. His jaw is sore from snarling. But he can't think of a rebuttal. He knows that shitty nerd. They grew up together. Despite what he said yesterday, he knows Deku would die before he cheated in school. And even if he tried, a school as good as UA wouldn't allow it. Which means there's only one possibility. Shitty Deku, a pebble in the side of the road, destined to be forgotten, passed the UA entrance exam. And Bakugo Katsuki, the best of the best, failed. Failed. 2 whole days in Class 1C and he's already about to lose his mind. It didn't make any DMN sense. His Bakugo Katsuki, damn it. The strongest one there is. He's destined to be the next #1 hero and surpass All Might once and for all. When he overheard the hag talking on the phone with Auntie Inko, he couldn't believe his ears. How the hell did Deku pass when he couldn't? He smashed more robots than anyone else. He proved he deserved to be there. So how could he have failed? He's the strongest. If strength is all that matters, why have teams? You don't need a team if you're strong enough. You weren't the one who beat the mastermind. He smashed the most robots. How do you know? Are you certain? How could anyone possibly outperform him? At least 36 people outperformed you. They needed the shitty rescue points and cooperation points to do it. They earned points you never did because you didn't think to try. When the news broke about Aldera, he didn't give a SHT. He was above all that. Some shitty teachers he wasn't gonna bother remembering couldn't make him do SHT. But they did. He did exactly what that DMN cult wanted him to. He focused only on his own quirk and how strong it is. It's just that UA caught on and nipped him in the bud. Kaken was my brother in all but BLD Bakugo Katsuki is just some kid who used to beat me up after school. Deku really still thought of me that way. Even after everything I did to him. What the F? Katsuki says as a purple vortex opens in front of his wall. Out steps a well-dressed person made of the same fog as the vortex. Ah, you must be Bakugo Katsuki, says the man. Oh F. That's a villain, isn't it? One who knows his name and address. And whoever else might come out of that vortex. He's not a quirk nerd like Deku, but he knows a portal when he sees one. His parents are downstairs. If a fight breaks out, they're in real danger. Not to mention the neighbors. Katsuki sweats nitroglycerine, after all. He hates it, but he'll play along until a better opportunity presents itself. That's me, he barks. My name is Kurogiri. I am here to offer you an opportunity, the fog bestiary says. I believe we have a mutual interest. Oh. They think he's like them. Katsuki was going to be the best. He would be the hero to surpass All Might. That was what he always thought, since before he could remember. And now a villain is in his room, trying to recruit him. Deku was right. He is just another thug to them all. Katsuki swallows the bile in his throat and nods. Keep talking. See the end of the chapter for notes. To Izuku's surprise, the entire class also choose to wear their costumes to the field trip. Izuku's wearing his. The reinforced clothes can help him with handling rubble and heat. Everyone else is a different story. Mr. Aizawa is right. Izuku noticed himself during the battle trials. His classmates' costumes are not prepared for intense rescue work. Kirishima doesn't even wear a shirt. Frankly, his classmates look more prepared for combat than saving lives. That doesn't surprise him. Most of his classmates are probably looking towards limelight heroics. Natural disasters aren't common, so rescue heroes don't receive nearly as much screen time in the media. And, of course, underground and investigation heroes don't get any. Though Izuku's pretty sure that's a security thing. Izuku and Yorozu shepherd their classmates onto the bus. To Ida's dismay, it's an open seating bus, with the benches lining the walls rather than rows. Once the bus is moving, Tsuyu turns to Izuku. You've probably noticed, Kiro, but I like to say whatever's on my mind. What's up, he says. Your support items are pretty advanced for a civilian, Kiro. And you already had them at the entrance exam. Oh yeah, Uraraka says. I didn't really think about it. How much did those cost? Izuku rubs the back of his head. They were a gift, actually. How do I put it? A family friend knows some people in the support industry. I got these for my birthday over the summer. Your gear isn't the only special thing, Mr. Aizawa suddenly calls from the front. Your costume wasn't made by one of our typical support company contracts. It wasn't. Then who made it? Izuku says. A third-year support student. It was a special request. Izuku blinks. He's pretty sure that's unheard of. Next to Tsuyu, Kirishima whistles. DMN, that's pretty impressive. It holds up just as well as ours. Hell, those gauntlets are way flashier than my quirk. I'm kinda jealous. Hardening may not be the biggest visual spectacle, but it's strong and versatile. It'll get you far, Izuku says. There is a dark side to the heroics industry, you know, Amar says. Much of it is a popularity contest. My naval laser is as flashy as it is strong. Perfect for a hero. Unless your stomach collapses, Mina ribs. Of course, if we're talking about strong, flashy quirks, nobody can beat Todoroki. Kirishima says. The boy in question flicks his eyes over at the group for a moment before going back to looking out the window. Todoroki still hasn't said a word, Kiro. Tsuyu watches their quiet classmate carefully. Even Koda has more presence. Izuku nods. After the battle at Deka City, Endeavor, Todoroki's father, had been hospitalized for a whole month. Not long after he was discharged, the hero threw himself into his work. Endeavor already resolved more incidents than any other hero, but he seemed determined to break his own record. There are still rumors he sleeps at his agency now. I hope he's alright, Izuku says quietly. Before anyone can say anything else, Mr. Aizawa calls out again. Alright everyone, we're coming up on the place now. The massive domed stadium stretches out in front of the class. The absolutely massive staircase serving as an entryway descends into a central plaza with a raised fountain. On the right, a lake sits nestled between a red dome and a blue dome. On the left, two sets of mountains and a city. Wait, there are buildings partially buried in some of the mountains in the middle. Incredible. It's like an amusement park or something. Kaminari whoops. Sinking ships and flood. Landslides. Fires. Heavy storms. Cave INS. Large-scale villain attacks. This facility is a place I created to simulate a variety of disasters. This is the unforeseen simulation joint. It's 13. Uraraka says at the same time Izuku blurts out the space hero. Are you a fan of 13? Izuku asks. She nods. Hell, who wouldn't like 13? Joyato asks. They're who inspired me to be a hero. Before we begin, says 13, I have to say just one thing. Or two. Maybe four. Izuku blinks, glancing quickly between Joyato and Uraraka, both sheepish. I'm certain you already know this, but my quirk is called Black Hole. It can reduce anything to dust in mere seconds. And you've used it in all kinds of disasters to save people. Izuku says. Uraraka nods so quickly Izuku's mildly concerned she'll hurt herself. Indeed. It is also a power that could easily be used to kill people, 13 says. And in that regard, it is no different from any of your quirks. The excitement drains from the class. Izuku is reminded of the quirk apprehension test, when Mr. Aizawa pointed out how taking too long to change could cost the lives of civilians. Of when All Might reminded them their classmates could be seriously hurt if they went all out. In our superhuman society, the use of quirks is strictly regulated. The ability to legally use a quirk is enforced by the law. A simple glance outside is all it takes to see this is the nature of our world. We do this because a simple mistake is all it takes. If you take even a single misstep, you could easily kill others by accident, 13 continues. The class hangs uncomfortably onto every word. Izuku swallows. He doesn't have a quirk, but he probably has more experience with this than anyone else in his class. After all, if Bakugo had even a little less control, there's no telling how much permanent damage he could have inflicted. Izuku considers himself lucky Bakugo never seriously attempted to scar him. During Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, you saw the true potential of your powers. During your battle trial with All Might, you saw the danger of using those powers against one another. 13 sweeps their arms out. Take this as a fresh start. I will be teaching you how to use your quirks to save human lives. Your quirks do not exist to hurt others. When we are finished today, you will understand that your quirks exist to help people. 13 bows. That is all. Thank you for listening patiently. Several of Izuku's classmates applaud. Ida in particular is enthusiastic about high support. Uraraka limits herself to fidgeting excitedly in place. All right, first things first, Mr. Aizawa says. He points at the buildings at the base of the stairs. We're going to the control center to set up the dummies. They're designed to realistically simulate injuries, so be prepared for that. Class representative, vice representative, you're with me. Everyone else, with 13. We'll be heading to the entrance of the ruins zone. That area simulates the main disasters you will likely encounter in your careers, says 13, waving the rest of class to follow them. The students separate as ordered. Izuku hurriedly falls in step behind Mr. Aizawa's confident stride, Yorozu right beside him. Do you two have any concerns about your classmates' performance today? Mr. Aizawa says suddenly. Izuku bites his lip. Kaminari overused his quirk and took himself out of the battle trials on Monday as his opening attack, Izuku says. I think he's too reliant on brute force. I'm worried he could fry himself like that while in a disaster. Kirishima's method of reaching Todoroki involved destroying everything in his path. Basically, he charged in a straight line, Yorozu adds. If he hit a load-bearing wall, all three of them grimace. Anything else? Hagekyo's costume is not protective enough, Izuku says. Joyato added padding to her joints, and she's wearing gloves in case she needs to move heavier objects, but her quirk also requires visible skin, which limits how much protection she can wear. Izuku glances over at Yorozu's costume. It doesn't cover much of her skin, either. Mr. Aizawa says. I'll look into it. Mr. Aizawa shows Izuku and Yorozu the control center. The two of them help set up the computer. Once that's done, he sends them out to rejoin the rest of the class. It would be pretty hard to do the rescue training from the control center. This is the ruins zone. 13 announces. From collapsing buildings, to earthquakes, to villain attacks, to bombings. Destroyed buildings are the most common disaster you will ever assist with. 13. Where's Mr. Aizawa? Ida calls, arms straight up. He's still in the control room, says Yorozu. He can set up the civilian dummies from there, Izuku confirms. That's correct. Aizawa will use the control center to place the civilians. You will be sent into the ruins zone to retrieve as many of the civilians as possible. You will have to assess and address their injuries. Our civilian dolls can recognize how they are handled. If you're too rough with them, we can track how that would aggravate their injuries. Where are we taking the injured, Kero? Tsuyu says. During disasters, doctors establish on-site emergency stations to perform field treatment and process people who need serious care. Once the exercise has started, Aizawa will designate a handful of locations at the edge of the zone as emergency stations. And we take the civilians there once we've got them, finishes Gyro. And there's gonna be some of these emergency stations at each zone, yeah. Joyato says. That's correct. Let's get started. I can hear someone in that building. Gyro takes off at a run towards a wrecked office. Izuku launches himself to her, grabbing her arm. You're more useful out here, telling us where to go, Izuku says. Gyro opens her mouth, pauses, then nods. The basement, she says. Izuku nods and darts past her. There's a massive tear in the floor, revealing the lower floors. It's pitch black past about a meter down. I should really get a flashlight or something. Izuku clicks his tongue and runs back out of the building. Joyato, he calls out. The girl WHPs around to look at him. Need your help. She runs over and Izuku lowers the two of them into the basement with his cables. Joyato steadily increases the intensity of her markings, and the darkness recedes. There's a dummy pinned under some rubble. Izuku swallows. Mr. Aizawa wasn't kidding about how realistic they look. Joyato, if I lift the rubble, can you pull him out? She nods, moving into position next to the dummy. Izuku wraps the rubble in his cable and lifts, suspending the debris in the air a meter or two above the dummy. Joyato carefully moves the dummy out, making sure to avoid hurting the legs further. Izuku slowly lowers the debris again. Grabbed a first aid kit from the emergency station, Joyato says. That was a good idea, Izuku should have done that. Joyato begins making a quick splint for the most damaged leg. Once she's done, Izuku takes the civilian over his shoulder and pulls himself out of the basement with the cradle. He's worried using the boots will hurt the civilian. As soon as he's clear, he lowers some cables to pull Joyato out too. The landslide zone is significantly harder. The buildings in the ruins zone were all precarious. Izuku had to always be aware of his actions. A wrong move could bring the entire building down on his head. Allegedly. Izuku doesn't actually think UA would allow that. But at least he always knew where the civilians would be. There's only so many places you can be in a building. Especially with Gyro, Shoji, and Koda directing them to where the civilians were. In a landslide. They could be anywhere. And if someone's buried, they risk making the landslide worse getting them out. Todoroki does end up using his ice to stabilize the terrain. With the risk of further damage neutralized, Ashido carefully melts her way down into some of the sealed buildings to retrieve the injured. Soto and Dark Shadow help with excavation. Rescuing lost hikers from the mountain zone is fairly straightforward, especially compared to the previous two assignments. The cave-in simulations are harder, especially since Joyato ends up mostly sticking by Dark Shadow in order to keep him from going berserk in the caves. Dark Shadow apologizes profusely the entire time, but Joyato just waves him off. We all got our backlash, she says. Ain't no sin to need outside help. Or else us hero kids would all be screwed. Izuku makes a mental note to see if he can't add some kind of night vision to his visor as well. He's been navigating by using a flashlight from Yorozu. He feels bad using her quirk for something like this. In a real disaster, she could need her quirk to make more medical supplies or other relief items. Izuku emerges from the cave into the light, a civilian dummy carried over his shoulder. Uraraka quickly makes the dummy weightless and herds it towards an emergency station. Izuku follows behind, removing his mouth guard to drink some water. Izuku is intimately familiar with heat. Fire, however, is new. The differences are stark. It's not a burst, but a constant presence lapping at his strength. Smoke chokes the air. He has never been more grateful for his mouth guard. The conflagration zone really doesn't pull its punches. 13 promised a longer break after clearing this zone, and Izuku's glad. He's not the only member of the class starting to flag. Tokoyami struggles to make much progress getting inside the buildings with Dark Shadow. He eventually settles for helping to carry the injured. Todoroki does his best to ice over the flames, but there's so little water for him to use. Tsuyu stumbles then falls to her knees. Izuku is beside her in a second. "Hey, are you okay?" "Kiro," she says weakly. "I'm drying out in this heat." Izuku grimaces behind his mask. "All right. I'm gonna get you to the emergency station, okay?" Gingerly, he picks his friend up and takes off quickly towards the Tense 13 setup. "Is she okay?" 13 says when they see Izuku approach. "Kiro," Tsuyu manages. "The heat dried her out," Izuku says, laying her down on one of the medical cots. 13 nods. "Did you know this could happen?" they ask, retrieving a case of water bottles and handing one to the frog girl. "Didn't realize how tired I was, Kiro. Thought I could last longer." Tsuyu downs the entire bottle. She looks a bit ill, now that Izuku is looking at her. "Ah, Tsuyu," Izuku says. "You're looking a little green. Are you sick? Does that happen when you're dried out? Should we call someone?" In response, she just rolls over, weakly pulling her hair over her face. "Need to sleep, Kiro," she says, barely audible. "Okay. She's just tired." Izuku lets out a breath. "I'm going back in." "Sleep well," he says. Tsuyu still isn't back up to 100% by the time they moved on to the next zone, but she insists on participating anyway. 13 agrees, but only because the next part of the USJ they're covering is the flood zone. If anything is going to rehydrate her, it's a swim in a lake. Watching her swim circles around the outer edge of the lake, Izuku's glad 13 allowed it. He's never seen Tsuyu look so content. Mr. Aizawa is still getting the dummies set up, so his friend has plenty of time to herself. "Look at her go," Uraraka says next to him. "Yeah, she wasn't kidding yesterday about this being her element," Izuku says. And then the ship at the center of the lake starts sinking. There's a brief pause as the class registers what's happening. Tsuyu recovers first. She veers off towards the boat. Izuku springs into action, launching himself above the open water. He's only got so much air stored in the boots. They'll refill once he's landed, but actually crossing the lake to the ship will be cutting it close. Izuku lets off another burst, springing forward in air again. A chill surges over his spine just before the water beneath him freezes solid. Izuku lands, letting his boots collect more air as he runs along the ice. Todoroki skates past him, giving no indication he sees Izuku. Izuku huffs. That's fine. He doesn't need to get along with Todoroki to save lives. Todoroki reaches the boat and sets to work freezing the water around it. The boat slowly stops sinking. Izuku can hear the ice strain, but as long as Todoroki doesn't push himself too far, he's bought them a lot of time. Izuku fires off a cable from his gauntlets, catching the railing on deck and pulling himself aboard. Thanks to Todoroki's ice bridge, the rest of Class 1A isn't far behind him. Ida joins Izuku on deck first, and the two of them head below deck to find the dummies. Shoji turns out to be excellent for the operation. His enhanced hearing gives him an easy advantage when it comes to locating the dummies, and his extra arms lets him carry more of them at once. In the end, Shoji and Todoroki are the MVPs of the flood zone. Their final destination for this field trip is the downpour zone. The flood zone, despite its name, is better used for simulating rescues out at sea. Floods caused by tsunamis, hurricanes, and similar storms. That's the downpour zone. A simulated city constantly hit with heavy rains and fierce winds. The goal is higher ground, Joyato says, a confident gleam in her eye. If the people are still here, get them as high as you can. They'll airlift them out. Joyato is correct. 13 says. Unlike the other disaster zones, here in the downpour zone, every rooftop above a certain height has an emergency station, simulating where you would bring civilians to avoid flooding. Of course, keeping the civilians in one place reduces the number of trips the pilots have to make, and thus the amount of time it takes to evacuate the people, potentially saving more lives. Izuku would love nothing more than to help his classmates evacuate the dummies to the rooftops. But is also the only one there who's shown any level of parkour knowledge. And his gear is excellent for crossing rooftops as well. He ends up mainly moving civilians from one building to a centralized emergency station so they can all be evacuated together. It's freeing, in a way. He expected to be frustrated that he's merely running cleanup after his classmates. But the truth is that, in a real emergency, he would be these people's hero. Excellent work today, everyone. 13 says. Despite your lack of experience, and many of you having to work around costume limitations, Kirishima, Koda, and several others avert their eyes, you all truly went above and beyond. Plus ultra. The class politely applauds 13 one last time before returning to the bus. Most of the others fall asleep before they're even halfway back to campus. Izuku's barely awake himself. The field trip was exhausting. The seaside warehouse doesn't look any out of the ordinary. Even under close inspection, you wouldn't be able to spot a difference compared to the surrounding warehouses storing shipments, merchandise, and fish. Izuku supposes that's the point. If your secret villain lair has a neon sign pointing out its locations, then you aren't very good at the whole secret thing. No, the only suspicious thing about this warehouse is the security detail. From his vantage point on a nearby rooftop, Izuku takes stock of the building. It's only one floor, which makes this much harder. That means the 19 guards are going to be much more concentrated than they otherwise would be. And 2 of them have improved hearing. Just in case it was too easy. He's memorized the floor plan, of course. Infiltration is much harder if you're lost. He's at the south side, looking at the front entrance. On either side of it are the 2 offices, and the truck loading bay at the right edge of the building. In terms of entry points, he's almost spoiled for choice. The far side of the building has the inbound goods entrance for forklifts, and if he goes around on the left he can slip in where the conveyor belt is. The problem, of course, is the guards. The door, inbound goods, conveyor belt, even the truck loading bay all have 2 guards apiece. Another 6 are patrolling the outer perimeter of the building. That's 14. Izuku feels a smile creeping up under his mouth guard. 5 guards on the interior. If they were more evenly distributed, moving around inside would be impossible. After all, most of the warehouse is a single large room, meant for quick assembly lines. Yeah, there's cover, but if there were 10 people inside and 9 outside, they'd probably have line of sight over every part of the warehouse. Heck, one of the guards has a gravity quirk and isn't on the roof. He makes a note to bring that up later. Izuku takes a deep breath. The evidence he needs is in one of the offices, but he doesn't know which one. He needs more information. Izuku backs up, and with a running start jumps to the next rooftop. If he gets to the roof, he can use the skylights to check where everyone inside is. The trick is those 2 hearing quirks. The noise his gear makes is fairly distinctive. He's pretty sure they'll recognize it. Park hour is, by nature, supposed to be quiet. If you're making noise, then you're hitting the surface too hard. The guards with hearing quirks will still probably hear him, but Izuku hopes they'll mistake the noise for something else. He could be a rat or a squirrel or something. The corner furthest from the office is only visible from the inbound goods entrance. So that's where Izuku's going to climb up. He moves around on the rooftops. People don't tend to look up, and the buildings are high enough that in the dark it's hard to catch a glimpse of him. Izuku takes a breath to steady himself. It's time to approach the building. He hasn't yet taken any risks on this assignment, but now he has an actual chance of being caught. Keeping an eye out for birds, Izuku slinks forward through the shadows, taking cover by a nearby parked car. Once he's sure no one is around, he moves forward again, reaching the wall. As Izuku reaches a hand up to grab onto the wall, he underestimates the grip of his glove and puts too much force into it. He slips, falling past the wall. He catches himself easily. You don't do park hour if you don't know how to fall. But is also directly in the view of the guards outside the inbound goods entrance. Instantly, Izuku whirls, back to the wall, hand over his face. Breathe in through the nose, leave your mouth open for the air to get out. If they saw him, then it's over. Once the alert goes out, he's done. Izuku risks a peek around the corner. He pulls his head back a half-second later. The guards are approaching his corner. They must be confirming they saw me. Does he have time to move back to the car? Maybe. But what if they search there too? Well, if retreating isn't an option, he'll move forward. Izuku spins, quickly scaling the wall and pulling himself up onto the roof. "Oh man. I was sure I saw something," says one of the guards. Izuku holds his breath. The two guards are right below him. "Don't sweat it. Maybe you did. I thought we had him." It happens. He's proven he's pretty smart. "How about you head back to the door and I'll do a quick sweep. Just in case." "Fine," the guard whines. As the first guard sulks back to her post, Izuku creeps to the center of the rooftop. He was right, the other guard did check behind the car. "Okay. Check the skylights." From here he can see pretty much the whole warehouse. The offices don't quite reach the top of the warehouse. It's more like they're smaller shacks inside the larger building. Izuku sees light from a skylight on the top of the offices. Izuku doesn't see any guards posted in front of the offices. Presumably, they are just inside. Two guards are sweeping the racks. With all the crates stored there, it's not a bad hiding place. Seems they realize that too. The two guards with hearing quirks are together in the center of the room. From the way they are standing, Izuku guesses they're trying to maximize their coverage. Okay then. Izuku carefully slinks to the far end of the roof, just above the offices. He pries open the skylight. Attaching a cable to the roof, Izuku lowers himself into the warehouse as quietly as possible. It seems the two guards with hearing quirks are tracking the bigger entrances, so he hopes they won't notice him. So, two offices. 50-50 shot at which one has the evidence he's looking for. Izuku doesn't have a way of determining the correct office, so he may as well just check them both. He carefully lowers himself over the side. He doesn't want to get heard now. He creeps over to the door, slowly sliding it open, just enough to slip inside. Yorozu sits in one of the chairs around the table. Izuku swallows. "Sorry, Midoriya. I rigged the door with a motion sensor. I've already alerted everyone," she says. Mr. Aizawa's voice echoes over the warehouse. "Midoriya has been caught. Make your way out for debriefing." Izuku slumps in defeat. Was this even the right office? He asks his vice representative. She nods with a slight smile, gesturing to the manila folder of evidence he was here to retrieve. Izuku sighs in defeat. "Let us not leave Mr. Aizawa waiting," she says, rising to her feet. Midoriya's infiltration was well planned, Mr. Aizawa says once the class has assembled again. He observed the weaknesses in your defense and exploited them. Only because you limited how much Gyro can hear, Izuku says, rubbing the back of his head. "If I didn't, she'd catch you all instantly, and you wouldn't learn anything." Any critique of Midoriya's performance? "He didn't check the office at all before entering," Yorozu says. Izuku cringes. "Yeah, that was pretty dumb in hindsight. That was a problem, yes." When no one says anything else, he continues. "He also neglected to check for any security systems. He only bothered avoiding you all. If Yorozu had rigged up cameras or other detectors, he'd be finished. She could have made thermal vision goggles and spotted him instantly," Ida says. "Creation is just versatile like that," Izuku agrees. Yorozu flushes. "She could, yes," Mr. Aizawa says, "but thermal gear isn't something you can reasonably expect criminals to have access to. That's not to say they won't, or have quirks that function similarly, but that's rare. For your early stealth training, we'll be avoiding such tactics." Izuku's classmates all ran the course too, with Izuku acting as a guard in their place. Yorozu overcomplicates her attempted infiltration with a variety of equipment, and Gyro hears her easily. Joyato considers it a win that she reaches the building before someone spots her ever-present glowing marks. Koda and Tokoyami both managed to acquire the evidence during their attempts. Koda sent a small team of animals to do the work, while Dark Shadow simply slid under the cracks in the door. Hagekyu pulls off her own heist, to no one's surprise. Tsuyu's wall climbing proves useful to her attempt. Ima manages to get caught well before he reaches the warehouse. Todoroki has a similarly poor run, apparently forgetting the point of the exercise and attempting to fight his way in. Shinsu just uses his new voice changer to brainwash Ashido into doing the job for him. After his fight with Ida at the battle trials, he'd looked into support gear. Surprisingly, Uraraka manages to slip in and out with the evidence like a thief in the night. She blushes under the praise. "There's room for improvement from all of you," Mr. Aizawa says. "But for your first time attempting such an exercise, you all did well. Now that you all have some idea of how stealth works," he gives Todoroki and Aomar a pointed look, "we'll be stepping this up. Your next challenge is following someone throughout ground beta without being detected. Each of you will be given a list of locations you need to visit. During your turn, you will follow a randomly chosen classmate and mark every place they visit without getting caught. However, only myself and the person who is currently it will know who they are and who is being followed." Izuku steps out of the fake pet store, crossing the third item off his list. He's beginning to suspect that that thing is a logical ruse. Mostly because there are 5 people he can see crowded on the rooftop across from him. There's also Uraraka is sitting on a bench, reading an upside-down newspaper. Well, that explains how they got up there. Todoroki is just staring at him from across the street, a few buildings down. Provided Mr. Aizawa didn't tell them who all was supposed to be following him, the fact they all recognized each other as following him should have been a red flag that he would notice too. Izuku sighs, pocketing his list of locations. He wanders aimlessly for a minute or two, stopping every now and then to look around while the small gang catches up. Finally, he reaches a place that serves his purpose. An ice cream parlor. None of them should suspect anything. And indeed, when he slips out through the back and into another building, none of them notice. When Mr. Aizawa calls the class back to debrief on that run, he's noticeably exasperated. He pinches his nose and speaks. "I don't know what I need to discuss more," he says. "Your shadowing skills are all terrible. That's on me, I should have demonstrated more technique. But in the future, if you're trying to be inconspicuous, make sure you aren't reading from something upside down," Uraraka winces, "just standing out in the open and staring at your target, or crowded together on a rooftop without actually hiding yourselves in any way. And please, if you're shadowing someone, don't sit there and stare at an empty building because your target shook you 15 minutes ago." "Well, I wasn't following Midoriya," Shinsu says. "I was following Uraraka. Just because Midoriya knew she was following him, I wasn't following Midoriya." Uraraka protests. "I had Johto. I had Kirishima. I was following Kaminari. I had Tokoyami. My mission was to observe the movements of Todoroki." Everyone turns to the silent boy who simply holds up his phone with a blank expression. He swipes through a dozen photos of Dark Shadow watching him. Tokoyami's feathers puff in exasperation as Dark Shadow sheepishly hides behind him. "Todoroki wasn't that round," Mr. Aizawa says, running a hand down his face. "Wait, none of us were there for Midoriya." "Hagakure was," Izuku says. 19 students whirl to look at him. Izuku shrugs. "I heard her footsteps." "Shoot," Hagakure says. "Okay," Mr. Aizawa says. "Now that I know where you all stand on shadowing and infiltration, I can start teaching you the skills you need to not look like your stealth skills are something out of a bad sitcom." "Of course," Joyato says, nodding sagely. "We will make it look like a good sitcom." "No. We're home," Izuku calls, pulling his shoes off. Himiko's already removed hers and is skipping down the hall to her room to change. "Welcome home, you two," Mom calls from the kitchen. Her cooking smells wonderful, but there's an edge to her voice. Izuku walks over to her. "Mom, are you all right?" The looks at him with a pained smile. "Yes, it's just," she sighs. "I don't want you to feel responsible." "Mom. Your heart is too big sometimes." "Mom, what happened?" "Katsuki is missing." Izuku staggers back. "What? Missing?" "He was at school just the other day," Izuku says slowly. Mom nods. "Mitsuki said he came home from school 2 days ago. He's been in some kind of funk since the entrance exam results. He had dinner and went to bed. That was the last time they saw him. She thought he'd just gotten up early or something when she didn't see him yesterday morning, but when he didn't come home, she called UA. He never came to class that day. And his phone is still in his room." Izuku swallows. "Izuku, sunshine, I know what you're thinking. This isn't because of anything you did or didn't do. And please don't go skipping school to look for him. That boy has hurt you enough as it is. Okay, Izuku promises, voice hoarse. Bakugo would never run away. Izuku's certain of that. But why leave his phone behind? No, something is wrong. Very, very wrong. Izuku takes a breath to steady himself. Could Bakugo have been kidnapped? He scoffs internally. Impossible. If someone tried to kidnap him, he'd just explode them. Izuku knows for a fact Bakugo has no qualms using his quirk on other people. Izuku eats dinner that night in silence, trying his best to ignore the worried glances his sister keeps sending him. Mom's right, it's not his fault, or his responsibility. Not after everything Bakugo did. But he's still worried. You know, Emisto, something about this plan is bothering me. Shigaraki says. All for one raises his head to where he knows the microphone in his chamber is, even if he cannot see it. Problems that come with having no eyes. Oh, he says. There's a pause where he can hear Shigaraki scratching his neck. All Might's hanging out with those third years, right? At first, I thought they'd be more mobs who wouldn't put up a fight. They're still training after all. All for one waits for him to continue. But the media is obsessed with them. Some of them are already being heralded as being just as good as existing pro heroes. Disgusting. And this has led to your concerns. These MLA guys Duran found are strong, but if we're fighting multiple pro-level mobs, they aren't gonna cut it. Fascinating. Shigaraki is proving himself more capable than expected. How astute, Tomura. But we haven't the time to recruit additional forces. Perhaps there is a way we could weaken the enemy, instead. The sound of Shigaraki's scratching habit echoes through the speaker. I think I have an idea, Shigaraki says at last. What do you think you're doing today? Himiko asks. They are walking, still a few minutes away from UA. Izuku shrugs. So far we've done practicals in the 4 major branches of heroics, he says. Maybe we'll loop back around to Limelight. Or we could move on to something totally different. Like combat training outside of a simulated incident. Maybe a lecture. Himiko giggles and Izuku blushes, realizing he was mumbling. Himiko spins so she's walking backwards while facing him. I almost beat Utsuya in a knife fight yesterday, she says, grinning cheekily. I'll be impressed when you win, Izuku teases. Oh, how's that BLD condenser working out in training? I got all my classmates BLD. Himiko cheers. Except Ekitai. I'm not sure if they have BLD, that's an interesting point. I really need to look more into how their quirk affects their physiology, Izuku says, a thumb to the corner of his mouth. Aizu, no mad science on my classmates. Himiko says with a smile. I'll have you know my science is quite sane, thank you, Izuku huffs, but he can't hide his own grin. Oh yes, because it's never a red flag when someone goes around telling people that they are sane. Whatever. So, you can turn into all your classmates, here. I grabbed Harry's BLD too, she says, pulling a red tablet out of her pocket. Himi, are you carrying your BLD tablets on you right now? Why not, she shrugs, pocketing the capsule again. At least tell me you're keeping them in a case or something and you're not gonna trip and look like a slasher movie victim. Of course I'm keeping my precious BLD safe. Aizu, how could you imply otherwise? You're right. I am a fool. I'm just glad I finally have a costume. I know why we didn't get them last year, but it still feels right to do my heroics classes in uniform, you know. I know what you mean, Izuku chuckles. Putting my costume on that first day made me feel stronger somehow. And it has my special knife. And it has your special knife. The two of them continue chatting idly about school for the last few minutes of their journey. Oh, there's the gate. Himiko says, turning back to face forward. Laughing, she grabs Izuku's arm and starts running, dragging him along with her. Just before they reach the gate, Izuku feels everything shift. His foot doesn't land. Himiko looks down, startled, as the two of them fall through a black void. Izuku lands face down on the hardwood floor. Only his months of training keep him from hurting himself. Off to his right, Himiko groans. Izuku takes stock of his surroundings. A dimly lit room. Tables and chairs are set up. There's a bar, the shelves fully stocked. Sitting at one of the bar stools is a man covered in human hands. One covers his face like a mask. Please tell me those are fake. Across from him, polishing a glass, is a suit-wearing man made of fog. He's cleaning a glass. Brick walls. No windows. So, a villain's lair with at least 2 villains. Izuku looks to his left and his heart leaps to his throat. Uraraka is pulling herself off the floor, fear in her eyes. Another 2 UA students sit up behind her. Izuku doesn't recognize them. One has short pink hair, she's clearly older than Izuku, probably Himiko too. The other girl looks about his age, with a long red ponytail. Only 5, Kurogiri, a voice rasps. Izuku glances over. It was the handman. I did not wish to alert the heroes before it was time, the fogman, Kurogiri, apparently, says. Whatever. 5 is plenty. Himiko, Izuku whispers, how many knives did you bring today? 1 and a spare, she responds just as quietly, retrieving a blade hidden somewhere and passing it to Izuku. He carefully holds the knife so that it's hidden in his sleeve. How long until we move? The handman says, scratching at his neck. Izuku sees claw marks on his skin there. He must do this a lot. 3rd year's heroics classes are their first PRD, Kurogiri says. We have only another half. An hour. Patience, Tomura. Izuku files that name away for later. Ah. That's so long, Tomura says. Slowly, the man's head turns until he can see the students still sitting on the floor. If any of you are those hero brats, I suggest you don't get any ideas. I'm a much higher level than you. Tomura's hand shoots out and grabs a glass off the bar. Izuku watches, horrified, as the glass turns gray, cracks forming in the surface, before the entire thing falls to the table, a pile of dust. Izuku swallows. One of the other students whimpers, the ponytail girl. The older girl pulls her close, whispering reassurances. Izuku doesn't blame her. It's not like he doesn't share the sentiment. The only reason he isn't panicking himself is his years of dealing with people who wanted to hurt him. That and his training with Nedzu and Mr. Aizawa. You understand, don't you? Be good little meat shields and keep quiet. Tomura turns back to Kurogiri, apparently satisfied. Izuku does what he does best. He thinks. He and Himiko fell through some kind of portal. That much is obvious. He remembers it being a black void. A glance at Kurogiri is all Izuku needs to suspect he knows the man's quirk. Tomura just demonstrated his own. He called them meat shields, which means they aren't being used for ransom and it isn't likely they're just going to be murdered, though that's still on the table. They mentioned 3rd year's heroics classes. Why would they attack the 3rd years? Izuku racks his brain. Didn't All Might say he was teaching 3rd years back on our first day? Izuku swallows. Tagata, Heido, and Amajiki are 3rd years. Izuku scoots closer to the other students. The older girl is watching the villains like a hawk. Her composure is solid, even so, she's rubbing circles on the back of the ponytail girl. Reassuring her. Himiko places a hand on a trembling Uraraka's shoulders. Right. Focus on the others for now. All Might told him, back when they first met, that his smile wasn't fearless. That he was always worried about the people around him. But that he smiled to reassure everyone that things would be alright. Izuku smiles. He beams at the girls, leaning in closer to Uraraka. It seems to work. The ponytail girl shakes a little less, some of the panic recedes from Uraraka's eyes. He reaches into his pocket with his free hand and starts texting. He'd memorized his phone layout a while ago, just in case. The villains didn't bother searching them. Izuku knows Himiko is an outlier when it comes to weapons, but they all still have their phones. Which means the villains are either incompetent or they don't care. Izuku bets it's the latter. Always assume your opponent is playing optimally. Probably some kind of signal jammer. Makes it harder to track their GPS. Izuku doubts his message will go through, but he sends Nedzu a text with as much information about the situation as he can. Shouter walks into class for homeroom and sees 2 empty seats. Here. Did Uraraka or Midoriya call in sick today? Joyato and Dark Shadow stand facing each other, their arms straight out. Mr. Aizawa. Ida stands, gesturing to the strange stalemate. You must do something. Of course, he drawls. Thank you, Mr. A's, whoever backs down first is expelled. He ignores Tokoyami's indignant squawk and Ida's surprised gasp and turns to the class. Did anyone hear from Midoriya or Uraraka? Everyone minus Dark Shadow and Joyato shake their heads or otherwise respond in the negative. Him. He knows Izuku has everyone's numbers. Shouter's phone buzzes, and he discreetly slides it out to see a message from Nedzu. The rat, Himiko, is also absent. The rat, I am currently unable to reach their phones. The rat, Mrs. Midoriya confirmed they left for school this morning. The rat, I haven't heard back from the guardians of the other 3 missing students. Shouter's throat dries. The 5 of them sit there in silence until Kurogiri finally speaks. It's time. I thought I was gonna go crazy with anticipation, Tomura drawls, rising to his feet. Let's go meet up with the muscle. Kurogiri nods and a large portal opens in the center of the room. All right, brats, in you go. You know what happens otherwise. Izuku nods, rising to his feet. Carefully keeping the knife in his sleeve hidden, he leads the others through the portal while Himiko and the older girl comfort Uraraka and the ponytail girl. Izuku steps out into a large warehouse, emptied of shelves and equipment. From the wear and tear on the walls and floor, it's been abandoned for a while. The warehouse is full of villains. At least, Izuku assumes the guy who chose to dress like if Frankenstein's monster was also a demonic butcher isn't an accountant. The rest of the crowd have similarly intimidating appearances, ranging from flashy costumes and disturbing appearances, probably quirk-induced, to vaguely thug clothing. The one that catches his eye is the giant black beast with an exposed brain and beak-like face. It's standing perfectly still, not paying any attention to anything happening. League of Villains. Tomura calls. Today is the day you stop living in fear. Today is the day All Might dies. OSHT. He was right. The bioengineered monster Numu, our anti-symbol of peace, will slaughter him. The crowd goes wild. Uraraka glances over at Izuku, lip trembling. He shoots her a reassuring smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see Himiko and the pink-haired girl trying their best to keep the ponytail girl calm. That black beast, is it the Numu? Suddenly, a hand clamps around his neck. Izuku grimaces as the 4 fingers close in a vice-like grip. You'll be my special hostage. You 4, he points to villains in the crowd, seemingly at random. Take one of the other brats. Those idiot heroes won't fight back while we have hostages. 4 fingers. Izuku watched that glass dissolve. Tomura must have a 5-point activation quirk, like Uraraka. Izuku watches helplessly as his sister, his friend, 2 of his schoolmates, get grabbed and have various weapons pressed to their necks. He takes a steadying breath. This situation is getting worse by the minute. Mirio steps off the bus, pumping his fist in the air. A field trip. And based around wilderness rescue. Ground Omega isn't somewhere he trains often. It's a ridiculously large woodland area with a wall serving as an outer ring. The massive forest even has a handful of mountains. Small mountains, but mountains nonetheless. Ooh. We're gonna have so much fun, Mirio. Nedzu says, buzzing around him and Tamaki like a hummingbird. He laughs. I'm excited too. I can't wait to see what all of us are gonna be doing. I just wish Yu was here. I hope she's not sick. I can't wait for us to go back to campus, Tamaki mutters. Mirio laughs harder. They step through the gate to where 13 is waiting. Here. Tagata figured All Might would be here too, given how he'd been teaching their other heroics classes so far. Maybe something came up. Oh well. Welcome, students, to Ground Omega. Today we will be practicing wilderness rescue. Lost hikers, mountaineering accidents, all sorts of disasters can occur in forests like this one. Ooh. 13. What's that? Nedzu points behind their teacher, who turns as a small black whirlwind expands into a massive wall. Mirio shifts into battle stance with the rest of his classmates. I'd wait a moment if I were you, hero brats, a voice echoes out from the mist. Out of the black wall steps Midoriya, held by the back of the neck by a man covered in human hands. You wouldn't want something unfortunate to happen to these kids, would you? More and more villains step through the black mist, another 4 keeping hostages, including 𝐻𝐼𝐲 swallows. This is bad. 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Nedzu calls. Oh, are you friends with one of them? How sweet. 13. The censors, he asks. They should be responding. The villains must be jamming the signal somehow. The gate sealed, a classmate yells. Greetings, says the black wall of fog, condensing down into a suited villain. We are the League of Villains. Apologies for the intrusion, but we thought this place of learning was a suitable scene for the symbol of peace to meet his end. Ah, I only see 13 here. The schedule said All Might was supposed to be here. We went through a lot of trouble for him. 𝐼𝐲 doesn't like the look in the hand villain's eye. Maybe he'll come faster if we start killing those kids. So, as long as he and the others are in danger, the third years can't fight back without risking their lives. 13 is a rescue hero, and Izuku doubts they've used their quirk on a human before. On the other side, roughly 100 villains, including a warper, someone who can disintegrate you with a touch, and a bioweapon. And Kurogiri just said they had the schedule, meaning at least some of UA's information is compromised. Not the best odds. Izuku looks up at Tagata and smiles, eyes burning. So he'll change the rules. He flicks his eyes over to meet his sister's gaze. She gives a slight nod, her free hand pressed against her side, holding 3 fingers. 2. 1. As one, Izuku and Himiko swing their knives at the villains holding them. Izuku has one shot to get out of Tomura's grip alive. His 5th finger, extended out to avoid killing him early. He swings upward, barely avoiding his own neck, directly into Tomura's palm. And his knife sinks into the flesh, stopping when it hits bone. Tomura howls as Izuku pulls the knife free again. He jumps away to the villain holding Uraraka. A slash to the arm forces the villain to drop his blade, and Izuku pulls his friend free. The pink-haired girl flips the villain holding her as Himiko frees the ponytail girl. He should really get their names. Move! Izuku shouts. We're in the way. Kill every last one of them. Tomura screams, clutching his injured hand to his chest. The villains recover from their shock and open fire, quirks and weapons going everywhere. Tree bark and dirt explode, scattering debris as Izuku runs deeper into the forest. Breathing, Izuku plants his back against a tree, sliding down to the ground. Midoriya, Uraraka breathes, treading through the underbrush, taking cover beside him. I thought we were gonna. You're right, Uraraka, he says. It's not even the 2nd week, she says lamely. He nods. You aren't injured, are you? Check yourself. The adrenaline is probably dulling any pain. How are you so calm? Uraraka pleads, eyes shimmering. How do I stop freaking out? Izuku hears. Izuku breathes. Did I ever tell you where I went to middle school? Uraraka shakes her head. Aldera. He hears her swallow. Yeah. I'm calm because I've had people threaten me like that before. And what I learned, there's always time to panic later. I'm gonna have a breakdown once this is over. But if I do it now, I can't help anyone. Or myself. Uraraka nods. Okay, she whispers. Just panic later. I can do that. The air shifts, and Izuku SCKS in a breath. He can't see the clearing from here, he's too far. But he doesn't need a good line of sight to see the wave of black surge forward in the distance. Right, Kurogiri. He must have scattered them. Looks like we're not safe just yet, he says. Kurogiri separated everyone. There's probably villains in the forest. Right you are, brat. Some costumed thug leaps at Izuku, who simply moves and lets him slam into the tree. Another rushes them only for Uraraka to slap him, grab him by the legs as he floats past, and swing him into a tree like a baseball bat. I guess the grunts are a lot less competent than Tomura and Kurogiri, Izuku says slowly. Let's keep moving. If we clear the wall, we can get out of range of the signal jammer and call for help. I'll float you, Uraraka says. We need to know which way to go. Izuku nods, and she presses a hand into him. He leaps up, pushing off against the tree trunks and breaking free of the tree line. The entire forest is in chaos. Something erupts in the distance, sending trees, rock and dirt flying. A line of trees falls as though someone, or something, is charging straight through them. Quirk projectiles fly out from the forest in every direction. Crashing metal and cracking bark echo everywhere. A massive pillar of ice bursts out from the trees. Above the canopy, Izuku can see the carnage across the entire facility. Izuku and Uraraka are lucky. They didn't get caught in Kurogiri's portal, so they're still pretty close to the entrance. And by extension, the outer wall. I see the wall, he calls down to Uraraka. There's a pause, and then Izuku's stomach drops, followed shortly by the rest of him. He lands in a canopy before dropping down to Uraraka. That way, he says, pointing. Right, she says. Now that she doesn't have a knife at her throat, she seems to be recovering some of her determination. Izuku smiles and starts walking. As they are trudging through the forest, Izuku hears a low, deep rumbling. He stops, trying to locate the noise. Uraraka stops behind him. Then the ground shifts below him, erupting into a pillar of dirt. Izuku leaps back, hopping again to avoid another eruption. Uraraka jumps out of the way of a third attack. Can they see us or are they sensing our movements? Uraraka! Into the trees! Izuku calls, pulling himself onto a branch. Uraraka floats herself momentarily to do the same. She looks at him and he gestures to move to another tree. Seconds after they've both leapt into a different set of branches, the tree Uraraka originally climbed explodes in a shower of dirt and bark. They are sensing us through the dirt. Izuku's first tree detonates, and Izuku realizes only too late that he's still too close. He loses his balance and slips out of the tree, landing on the soft ground below. There you are, a voice purrs. A woman struts out of the trees, brushing aside her long green hair. Clever move hiding where I couldn't sense you. Shame you don't have the skill to back. The villain straightens and whirls just as Uraraka clubs her with a tree branch at least 3 times bigger than her. She goes flying, rolling across the dirt floor until she stops against the roots of another tree. Thanks, Uraraka, Izuku says, taking her hand as she helps him up. How heavy is that? I removed its weight. It's part of the tree she exploded. Let's get out of here before she recovers. The two of them keep moving. The vegetation is thick, and it's not easy going. They run into a handful more villains, but nothing that can't be handled by removing their weight or Izuku's martial skill. A few minutes later, they've reached the wall. Izuku pulls out his phone and grimaces. He holds it up so Uraraka can see how badly cracked it is. Izuku isn't sure if it was the Earth villain or when they were escaping the entrance clearing, but his phone didn't survive. Do you want to take mine? Uraraka asks, holding it out. Izuku shakes his head. Can you float yourself? If something happens, of the two of us, I have more training. And, worst case scenario, if I go down, you're still free, but if they get you I'm stranded up there. Uraraka pales at the thought. I won't leave you, she promises, placing her hand on her chest and rising into the air. A primal, animalistic howl echoes far above the tree line. Yuyu and Nedzu look up from the goons they've knocked out. Whatever makes a noise like that is dangerous. They need to get back to the others. Tamaki smashes the last villain into the ground. He got jumped the moment he was dropped off wherever he is. Somewhere in ground Omega still, at least. But right now, Mirio needs his help. He heard that roar. He just knows Mirio is trying to stop whatever made that noise. Itsuka trembles in her hiding place as the blonde girl who saved her rubs circles in her back. That third year keeps hitting the monster with strong, targeted blows. The blows her martial arts instructor would make. And it isn't reacting. If it turns its attention to her, Big Fist isn't going to save her. These are real villains. Himiko does her best to help the girl. Kendo, she introduced herself, stay calm. Kendo is in 1B, but this is far too early to see real villains. And not just any villains, but apparently an entire villainous organization with the resources to make whatever the hell that is, and the manpower to launch an assault on UA itself. This is who the Togas thought I would become. I can't imagine myself doing something like this. She brings her attention back to the roaring behemoth. That third year is doing his best, but he won't be able to keep this up forever. What would Izuku do? Katsuki clicks his tongue over the downed forms of some villains. Waiting for his moment was the worst. How dare these FRs come into his home and call him a villain? Try and recruit him. The hell, weren't you one of us? One of them groans. Shut the F up, Katsuki spits. I'm gonna be a hero. League of Villains. Kill All Might. Pathetic. This bunch of weaklings couldn't kill fish in a barrel. That Numu could be a problem, with how much Shigaraki went on and on about its quirks, but Katsuki's more worried about their escape route. He grins wickedly. Time for some payback on the fog BSTRD. Izuku whirls, his back to the wall. That's the direction they came from. That black beast. Did it make that noise? He swallows. If that thing is the Numu Tomura mentioned, then Izuku doesn't want to imagine what it's capable of. He gets the feeling he's going to find out anyway. After all, someone might need his help. Ochako startles in midair, barely catching her phone before she can drop it. That noise is like nothing she's ever heard before. This is for your parents, Ochako. You can do this. You can do this. Midoriya, his sister, everyone needs you right now. She sends the message. Shouter's phone buzzes. He pulls it out as fast as possible, expecting an update from Nedzu. Instead, it's Uraraka's name on his unread message notification. He opens it as fast as he can. A quick glance is all he needs. The class looks up at him, surprised. All of you, free study. Do not leave this room unless absolutely necessary. He practically runs out of the room, dialing the rat's number. Aizawa. Did something happen? Uraraka texted me. He hears the principal's teacup clatter into its plate. She and the other missing students were abducted by villains. They what? There's more. The villains took them to Ground Omega. They're trying to kill All Might with some kind of enhanced villain. They have a warper who scattered the third years. 13 is the only staff member there right now. What? Wasn't All Might supposed to be there? Did that idiot run out of time again? No, he still has another 2 hours. But he's responding to a situation in Tokyo. How soon can we get there? Not soon enough. 15 minutes. Izuku and Uraraka reach the clearing as the black beast, Izuku is sure that must be the Numu, swings through Tagata. Permeation is the only thing keeping him alive against its relentless assault. 13 is on the ground, motionless by the gate. Another third year is trying their best to administer field aid. Blinder touch eyeball crush. Tagata yells, shoving his arm through the Numu's head. The thing doesn't so much as twitch, continuing its attack and forcing Tagata back. Tagata's lagging. He can't keep this up for long. Aizu. Himiko whispers. He whirls, to find her hidden in the foliage nearby alongside the girl with the ponytail. The other girl who was with you, where's she? She jumped into the fray as soon as we were clear. She got warped somewhere like the others, she says. This is Kendo, she's in 1B thoughts. My quirk lets me enlarge my hands. I can make them really big, but that's not gonna help us much against these guys, says Kendo. It didn't flinch, Izuku says, placing a thumb to his lip. Just now, it didn't react to having its eyes targeted. I don't think I've seen it react to anything. It follows Tomura's commands, Himiko says. It's a doll, Izuku breathes. It's a mindless doll, it doesn't have any will. We need a way to shut that thing down for good. How long do we have until the teachers get here? About 12 minutes, Uraraka says, out of breath. When I sent my message, Mr. Aizawa told me Nedzu and the teachers are 15 minutes away. He lights up. Uraraka, your quirk. It doesn't matter how strong it is if you've got it up in the atmosphere. Do you have it in you to lift that thing? I think so, she says. Just give me a minute. I'm not used to running. I'll support Tagata, Himiko says. It absorbs impacts. I'm going to stab it. A lot. Here, Izuku says, handing her the spare knife. You'll need this more than me right now. Himiko nods. She runs low toward the beast, gracefully leaping onto its back and plunging the blades into its exposed brain. The Numu shrieks, writhing and bucking. Himiko grips the hilts tight, but it's not enough. One of the blades dislodge and she fall off, barely dodging a blind swipe. That's the girl that was with the knife yesterday. Tomura snarls. Nice try, Rogue, but the Numu has hyper-regeneration. You'll never hurt it with puny starter equipment like that. Togato socks the monster in the face, but it doesn't even flinch. He falls through the dirt to avoid a punch from the monster. Himiko leaps over it again, retrieving her other knife and stabbing it in the leg. It doesn't take the Numu long to regenerate that either. Togato springs out of the ground, aiming a punch at Tomura. The moment before impact, the Numu moves faster than Izuku can see, blocking the hit. It swipes at Togato again, who phases through the attack and jumps back. Togato and Himiko do their best to keep up with the Numu, striking every time it moves to attack the other, but Togato's attacks aren't affecting it, and Himiko can't keep up with its regeneration. It doesn't look like they'll be able to outlast it either. I wonder, if the girl is here, could the other rogue be nearby as well? Tomura says. Izuku pales, taking a step back, but it's too late. The villain locks eyes with Izuku. Behind the hand mask, a long thin smile stretches across his face. Found you. Numu. Kill that green-haired brat. Izuku feels Uraraka shove him as the Numu blurs, suddenly in front of him, winding up a punch. The last thing Izuku hears before the pain erupts across his body is his sister screaming his name.